And at the beginning of it all, our protagonist is stuck inside a bus, barely able to get out of there, until he finally jumps out of a thing, thinking that going to school is hell. And he wonders how he did it in his first year, because he has to seriously think about moving out of his parents' house or dropping out of school. But then they get there talking to Xianguo, asking how a reserve sergeant from the Special Forces unit can say such wimpy things, asking if the Special Forces part was all a lie, saying he can't believe that Xianguo, who went through tough training, can't last 2 hours until he gets to school, but he tells him to say that after he goes to the army, asking how long he's going to keep putting it off, because all he sees is a bleak future for that kid. But he says he wants to say something to Xianguo, saying that unification will win, but he tells the kid to stop talking nonsense, asking why he's rooting for unification without even looking at the newspaper, saying he already knew. He was lazy after postponing military service because of Mayang, but then he asks if he really needed to talk about her, and the protagonist asks if he didn't tell him at the opening ceremony 3 years ago not to pick up any girls on campus, so they go to class. But the kid ends up writing something down as he walks, and the protagonist stops, noting that the boy is falling behind, asking if Xianguo is crying, but the boy says it's not that, saying that there's something in the sky, and he questions what's wrong in the sky, asking if he's seen Mayang's face or something. But then they see a countdown there, and he asks if the boy saw that, and the protagonist says that he's been very lonely, teasing the kid, but he says he swears there was something there, like downloading monsters, and it was at 99%, but when it reached 100, everything disappeared. And he says it was right there on top of the library building, but looking there, he doesn't see anything and starts teasing Xianguo, asking if he was playing games at night, and says that he's probably seeing things. And it must be because he's been drinking too much lately. But then the kid slaps himself in the face and follows the protagonist, asking why he doesn't buy him a coffee, and that the protagonist says he doesn't have time. And so while they are walking, he continues talking and stops the protagonist, then leaves alone, making a mistake, and the protagonist goes to the classroom listening to his lecture, but almost falling asleep because of it, thinking that he is too sleepy, wondering if it is better for him to go get some coffee and then come back, and notices that he can't stay awake. But then when he closes his eyes, the system appears to him. Then they ask him what is the best class to survive in an apocalyptic world, asking him to choose immediately, and the protagonist wonders what that is, then reads that statement again asking him to choose, and he even wipes his eyes thinking he can see something. But then everything goes dark around him and no one can see anything, and everyone panics, and he notices that it is completely dark even though it is midday, and says that this is not a simple blackout, and also the other people's cell phones are not working, and they wonder what is happening until someone looks forward and notices that there is something there, and the girl asks if she is not the only one who can see it, and everyone is looking, thinking it is a hologram. And the protagonist says that this is not any illusion or hologram, and everyone is seeing the same message, so the system tells them they have 15 seconds, until a bright light blinds the protagonist, and several cards appear in front of him, and he is observing it, and the other people are also seeing it, and a guy who appears to be a nerd tells the other not to touch them, saying that's right, they shouldn't touch them, because it's dangerous. But the protagonist tries to remain calm, wondering if it wouldn't be more dangerous if they didn't touch it, because who knows what will happen in 15 seconds if they do nothing, and it told him to choose a card, and he wonders if there is some kind of why, and says he has to make a decision within that time, and with 8 seconds remaining, the countdown starts to count down, so he looks to the side, but while he is thinking, someone makes a choice and a sword falls in front of the nerd, looks and is surprised by this, and the protagonist begins to realize that that warrior card that just disappeared was chosen, and now that he stops to think about a post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't written, make a good choice to survive. The number of stars they have is different. He says he doesn't know what's going on, but he'll choose the one with the most stars. So he chooses the Necromancer class, which has 5 stars. Soon, the power of death comes into the boy, and he's surprised by his choice. The system says the first round of class selection has ended, and those who failed to make a choice will receive another opportunity in the future. They return to the room, and Chubby is still holding that huge sword. Everyone questions what just happened. A girl asks if it's a real sword, saying it's very scary. They start to think until they've been caught in something, wondering what it is. But Chubby says he chose the warrior card, and that thing fell right in front of him. The protagonist begins to realize that, if he managed to become a warrior, he's also a necromancer. But he asks why nothing appeared in front of him, until the window behind him is broken. And in that, someone comes in being bitten, and that person asks for that thing to be taken away from him. But that monster continues behind him, biting and sticking. Its dagger and that man are killing him, and while he dies, no one can do anything, until the monster finishes him off and aims at the others who are in the room, and everyone runs away and wonders what the hell is this. And the protagonist is face to face with his corpse and the monster, and he starts to wonder why this had to appear in the back of the classroom, because he can't move, because he thinks that this will make the monster pay attention to him. But then, the the monster starts screaming and no one understands anything. But a girl talks to Gordonho saying that he has a sword, and they ask him to do something with that creature. He questions if he should, but they say that he is the one with the sword and must do something. And the protagonist also talks to Mink, asking if he remembers him, but he starts to get angry, questioning what the hell they want him to do. And the protagonist realizes that they are screwed, and the monster goes after him while the protagonist tries to run away now that he has no other option. And he says that he should have run if he knew this would happen, but he thinks that if he turns his back on that thing, he will be finished. Then turns around and hits the monster with a kick. Since it is small, he manages to throw it away. And the protagonist tells the others that they have nothing to fear, and it is just a little monster that weighs about 15 kilos. So he uses his head to grab a chair and go up to that thing. But it turns out that the chair he grabs is stuck in the other chairs that are there. And the monster notices this and goes up to the protagonist, but as he ends up getting too nervous, the protagonist manages to simply pull the chair out of there and crush the monster's head. And when he finally kills that thing, the system says that he earned 10 gold for hunting a goblin, and he wonders what is happening. But everyone there is horrified by what they just saw, and he thinks he does not have time to understand that message now because goblin 10 gold. He does not want to believe that the world has become some kind of fantasy game. But then the system sends him another message, saying that his power allowed him to bring the dead to his horde. So now he has a goblin skeleton that has a weapon with a dagger, and the guy is an undead. And he is surprised by this so-called horde. Until the light comes out of the goblin, everyone tells them to look behind him, and that light summons the undead goblin, and the protagonist notices that this is a skeleton, the first skeleton of his horde, and he thinks that's it. His class allows him to control the undead, the necromancer, and everything that comes after this event is history. And after the protagonist gets his first minion, two more goblins appear there, threatening the whole room, and everyone is scared to death because there are two now. But the system tells the protagonist that his horde is waiting for his command. So he orders that thing to fill up, ordering to kill those bastards. Then Goblin Zinho, who I won't call Esqueletinho, honor my brother. I miss you, man. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. I'm a baby capoter. But rest assured, because very soon, Esqueletinho will be out, not on this channel, but in a separate place for all the works that are at risk here on the channel. There I will post everything, so you wait calmly, because soon Esqueletinho will return. Maybe in the next video I will announce something new. Then Goblin Zinho goes after the living goblins, attacking the first one and managing to land a blow, but he doesn't die in the to join the skeleton. And one of them manages to cut off the little goblin's arm, and the two living ones use the strategy surrounding him. The protagonist thinks that if he just watches, he will end up having to fight again, and their bodies are small like a child, but it is not difficult to face them. The problem is that he does not have a weapon, but in that the protagonist shouts to Minsel, asking him to give him his sword quickly, but he questions why, and the boy tells him to hurry up so he can kill those things. But that disgusting nerd keeps shouting that it is his, saying that was what he won, but does nothing to help. Then the protagonist says that then he can go there and kill them all. And when he looks at those monsters, he starts screaming like a gazelle. And the protagonist tells him to forget it, telling him to use that thing to be able to peel potatoes. Then he takes the chair and goes to try to help the little goblin by going after the monsters and hitting one of them, while the little goblin completes, finishing with his dagger. And the protagonist gains an additional 10 gold for hunting a goblin, killing both of them. And with that's it, the little goblin is just forming an aura. Then he goes towards the protagonist, even staggering, and the protagonist realizes that there is something on him and says it was bad, but says that the look makes him uncomfortable, wondering if he can look somewhere else. And with him treating the small skeleton like that, he is very disappointed. But the system says that his power allowed him to bring the dead to his horde, so he must touch each of the individuals for detailed information. And he has reached the maximum number of units in his horde for now. But everyone asks Sung Ho what happened, and he says he is not sure either. But he managed to do something. But while they are lost, they hear screams, and outside some people ask for help. So one of the girls talks to the teacher, saying that she can't call the police, but he tells her to calm down because it seems that this is happening all over the campus, and the protagonist becomes increasingly desperate. And there outside the sun shines differently, and when he opens the window, he realizes that all over the country those monsters are taking over, and chaos is breaking out there with fire everywhere. And he wonders if this is happening all over the world, and in other corners, several people are dead in other rooms. Then the teachers arrive there saying that they can't stay there, and they have to leave the university, and one of them says he's going to his car, calling everyone to the parking lot. But in front of him there are more goblins that have just killed people there. and then they start running from those things. But the monsters jump on top of them wanting to hit the neck, which is where they are sure they will kill. But then, the protagonist throws his skeletons on top of the others, killing them and holding them while people run, and he asks everyone to run away, because he's going to stop them there, and says that in fact they are the ones who will, pointing to his minions. And everyone runs, taking advantage of the protagonist holding them. But then he tells them that if they divide like this, it's going to be shit. But he thinks that the best thing is for them to make their own decisions, and nothing is clear yet, and there must be some rules in that game, and they have to follow those rules. And the class, the skills given to him, and the appearance of monsters, that should be his prey. It may end up being just idiocy for him to think about it, but his survival rate can increase the more he fights, and he thinks that for now he has those guys to fight for him. But it turns out that his skeletons are very weak, and the living goblins are still resisting a lot, attacking them and breaking part of the body of all of them. And actually, the living goblin manages to hit one of the skeletons right in the head, ripping off its skull, which falls near the protagonist's feet. And so the system says that a unit of his horde has returned to eternal death, so he just asks them to please win, and the goblins are quite hurt, but they are still giving the protagonist summons a hard time, and they go for it. And with a lot of fighting, the protagonist undead goblins manage to kill the 2 goblins that were there, and he tells the 2 that they did a good job, and ends up going up to level 2 without him noticing. And he questions about this level, and begins to question whether the window's status will work. My friend, I'm winning the system. The system appeared for you. Just accept it and open this status window. I'm thirsty for cliches. Come on, cliches. I'm thirsty. Then he sees all his information and notices that he appears to have attribute points. But he wonders if games don't normally give him points to allocate to attributes when he levels up. However, the system gives him something else, the choice of a level up card. These are random attribute points, a random skill, a random item, and other random items. Besides, he can also permanently increase his strength. The protagonist notices that this is too random. After thinking about it, he decides that this is the most important factor in games. Although this is a bit of a gamble, since he doesn't know what will happen, he will take the skill, and the number of units in his horde increases by 1 more. But now he's low on mana, 3 out of 30, and he's surprised that he only has 30. Then he notices that they cost a lot to being summoned. He says he knew they bothered him in some way, but he wonders if they can stop staring at him, because he doesn't like it very much. And all the little skeletons there, with how badly he's treating them, so he continues on his way. And the little skeletons surround the protagonist as he advances, and he says he has to concentrate to survive, and he'll end up making mistakes if he's careless, and he thinks he doesn't quite understand what's happening, but everything has been good so far, and for now he'll just survive. He just needs to think about it. He has to pull himself together and get out of there. So he really starts advancing with his skeletons, but from outside, the goblins are killing everyone who comes. And he looks out the window, realizes that the situation is better there, because if he goes down there without thinking, it's going to be shit. And he thinks he can't stay there forever, deciding that he'll try to go down while letting those little guys go ahead, and while the skeletons are going down. That friend of the protagonist ends up clashing with one of them and starts screaming, hitting him in the head. But the protagonist calls Hanho, and he is surprised by his Hanho, asking what those things are. And the latter tells him not to worry, saying that they are. Yeah, he starts calling the little creatures bodyguards, and the first one ends up getting beaten up for no reason at all. Poor thing. And his head is cracked open. And he asks Hanho if he also chose a class card, and he doesn't remember very well until he realizes what the protagonist is talking about, and says that he is a rogue. But he asks why it had to be something like that, asking how many stars it has. And he asks about stars, and says that it only has 1, saying that it is 1, asking if that isn't normal, asking if it is a good thing. And the protagonist is disappointed by how dumb that kid is, telling him to keep believing in it. Then he tells them to go somewhere safe before anything else, and they should be cool with those guys in front of them. But the system talks to them, saying that their teamwork triggered the synergy effect, and the synergy list is: number 1, Rogue Dagger Group Rank 1, Synergy Category, Weapon Synergy, and the condition is when he is equipped with 5 daggers, and the effect is that he inflicts a fatal blow. Plus 10%, and you get 10% more gold, and Hanho asks if he's seeing that too. And the protagonist says yes, thinking about synergy, and realizes that there are buffs if people of similar types are grouped together, which means there is more benefit the longer you stay in a group. But he is surprised that it happens, even though those little guys are not people, and he is surprised that they still count. And he says he still doesn't know the details, but it's a good deal, and it seems like he chose a good class, and it means he can gain the same effects as a group of people, even if he plays alone. And as he continues descending, the little skeletons end up finding the goblins. But this time, there is also a much bigger monster there, and Hanho calls the protagonist, saying he thinks that Guy is the boss, and the group of goblins becomes weaker after smelling the scent of death. And the effect appears when he has 4 or more skeletons of the same species, and the goblins there become afraid of the protagonist's entire group. And he thinks this is lucky. The Goblin General activates the Beast Madness, and the goblins subordinate to him become stronger, entering berserker mode. They charge at the protagonist's skeletons, destroying them quite calmly. Hanho asks if they're going to run now, but the protagonist asks him to wait, as he needs to see this with an open mind. Those skeletons move according to his will, and now he wonders what he has to do. While the monster continues to invoke its magic, raising his hand, the protagonist understands what he has to do and gives the order to his skeleton. His main skeleton jumps to a considerable height, making everyone look up, and from there he attacks the boss, cutting off his hand before he could react, and the boss starts screaming as the little skeleton tries to get close to his knee, but he ends up getting kicked and thrown away, and all the other goblins return to their natural state after the berserker state created by the boss is undone. And in this, the protagonist's little skeleton ends up killing another one, gaining a little more strength, and he continues to earn gold for hunting those goblins. And in this, the protagonist army finally turns the game, and only the boss of those goblins remains to be able to tell the story. Then all of the protagonist's skeletons start joining him, cutting in every direction, leaving him in a very bad situation, and after a lot of damage, he ends up falling dead. And the protagonist earns 50 gold for hunting that general, and in this, Manhwa is surprised by what the boy just did and asks what that thing is, questioning if they are items, both the spear and the bracelet in the goblin's hand. So he goes there and takes both of them and puts them on his body, and that spear is of normal rank, and it is a type of one-handed spear without any effect. But that item is the rare rank Bestial Vigor, and it is a type of bracelet, and the effect is to increase the attack speed of the user's subordinates, which has a low constitution by more than 20%, and the attack speed of these skeleton goblins increases rapidly, and he can use the buff skill for having met the requirements. And the condition is to have goblin-type mercenaries, and they are moving much faster and increasingly stronger, and the Bestial Vigor is D rank, and the effect is that as soon as it is activated, the attack power of the goblin-type mercenaries increases by 10% and the speed by 20 for 10 minutes, and after that the cooldown of the skill is 1 hour, and he says that what seems to have gained a lot, and looking down, he sees the little armless skeleton, which was the first one he caught, and he says that he did a good job. And this time he looks into the little skeleton's eyes and starts laughing, but the protagonist complains about what the hell was that, telling him not to do that anymore. But then Hanho asks where they are going now, and the protagonist says that they will try to get out of there for now. So outside, several people are gathered, and the protagonist arrives there, surprising with so many people alive, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to ask the skeletons to stay inside the copy room because people might get scared and start attacking them. And Hanho says that is exactly what happened to him, and bets that everyone else will create a fuss. Meanwhile, everyone is talking there, and a guy is trying to act as leader, saying that they are trying to talk to the police, and the student council is trying to find out what is going on. But in that moment, a girl asks what the hell the student council is doing at a time like this, wondering if they can't try to destroy that door. But that guy says they have already tried everything, and it doesn't break no matter what they do. And the girl asks what he is saying, that it won't break, and he says that is exactly it, then tells them to lower their tone and calm down and follow his instructions. And the protagonist arrives there and notices that it is Lee Jong-suk, and he's a hierarch of following idiot, famous for harassing women, who he realizes with what seems like he joined the student council out of greed. So Jong-wook tells them not to go near the door, saying it's dangerous, yelling at the protagonist. But he's surprised by how that idiot is acting, and he tries to pretend to be calm and says it's bad. He's a little nervous because they have a lot to worry about. He doesn't know what's going on, but he's in a position where he has to protect the student, so he tells the protagonist not to do it, and he asks what excessive sense of duty is that, calling him a controlling bastard. And it seems like it's just making things complicated. But then he asks Seon-wook if he also chose a card, and the protagonist says yes, saying that they both chose, and asks if he knows Hanho, so he says yes, saying that he remembers seeing him at the event, and he's been kind of busy, so he hasn't been going to class much. But the protagonist asks if he happened to come to school, and Jin Seok doesn't ask if they know that the situation is pretty bad right now, saying that if they both have weapons, then they'll have to help them protect other people, and the protagonist agrees. But Jin Seok asks what his class is, saying that it looks like he's a spearman, saying that the boy will be useful, and says he killed those bastards green, and they're called goblins. And he says that even if you have a weapon, it's very difficult to face them. But he drew a good letter, and he's a 2-star squire, telling him to make sure to hide behind him in case something happens. And the protagonist agrees, but then that fat guy comes talking to Jin Seok, saying he can see the goblins on the stairs up there. So he asks everyone to go in there quietly, hide in the cafeteria, and they will guard the entrance. Then the protagonist talks to Hongho, asking him to come there for a moment, and they stand face to face at the door. But then Hongho asks if he can see that too, and the protagonist says yes, and outside. The system says that the doors are sealed by a powerful magic, and they can only leave by killing the boss, and if they fail to do so in the time limit, the monsters inside the building will become stronger, and they have hours and 11 minutes to finish it, and he's surprised that he only has that much time, since that door doesn't even shake. And Hongho talks to Seong-woo, asking if this isn't the time limit for the attack, and they'll all die if they don't kill that thing before the timer runs out, and the protagonist says he doesn't know what they mean, as the monsters will get stronger, but it seems like they'll have to kill the boss to get out of there, and they can't keep believing that someone will save him, and he thinks they'll be the first to die if they just walk around. So Jin Seok calls Seong-woo, asking if they both know Minsu, saying that they're all in the same class, and Minsu even agrees, not really liking the situation. So Jin Seok says that's great, and he's relieved to know that he is freshmen from his department as subordinates, calling for them to focus on resisting. But the protagonist questions what he means by resisting, asking why, and Jin Seok questions what it is the problem, and he asks if they didn't see the message on that door, and he says that of course he saw it, and questions if that's not why they're waiting, since they can't leave waiting for the rescue team. But the protagonist asks what the hell is this rescue team, questioning if he really thinks the police can go there now, and if this is happening all over the world, they won't have time to go there. But then Jin Seok asks if he went and came back from the army, and the protagonist says that of course he did. Then he asks why someone like him is a complete idiot, saying that the army must be moving and soon everything will be resolved. And the protagonist thinks that this is a very idiotic belief, because the army can't cover the entire country, and he thinks he should pull himself together, because acting passively will only put them in more danger. So he just leaves that idiot talking to himself, who gets all stressed out. He tells him to screw off and get out of there, telling him to go straight to the cafeteria and take a nap or something. But then Minsu starts talking about the goblins being there, and they both get scared to death with the goblins actually coming down the stairs, and everyone there is shaking. And Jin Seok says that everyone who had a weapon should go there because they have to block the cafeteria doors. But then they get even more scared because there are more of them coming down the hallway. But here they are, the protagonists, and they wonder what the hell this is. But the protagonist says that they are not enemies, and Jin Seok asks what he is talking about, and the protagonist says that he understands that they have the sense of responsibility, but asks why he doesn't also think of a way to survive, because if an idiot becomes the leader, then everyone else is dead. And he questions what the protagonist class is, and he says it's one of the good ones, so the smell off death rank 1 is activated, and the enemy's attribute decreases by 30%, and they are all terrified of the protagonist, goblins. So they set off with an absurd bloodlust towards the other enemy goblins, and the protagonist orders the hunt to begin. My friend, this protagonist is absurd. He's powerful. I can't even believe it's only chapter 3 and the beast is already at this level. And everyone stays inside the cafe, noticing that the goblins are fighting. And Jin Seok asks what the hell are those things, because the protagonist goblins are soloing the living goblins, and they are thrown to the ground and killed by the protagonist's spear. And the fight continues while he kills everyone. And Jin Seok says he was planning to escape alone after observing the situation, but he actually manages to massacre all those beasts with just a spear, and the goblins start to die of fear, and the protagonist orders them block the stairs so they can't escape. And his minions pass in front of those things, and he tells them to keep blocking, but he thinks he has to show everyone that he can find a solution to the situation, and by showing them that he has the house of that pot under his command. This way he can persuade them to kill the boss, and they have to follow the rules and go kill the boss, and this is the safest way. So the effects currently are group synergy, so he also dares bestial vigor, and he says that simple goblins are not dangerous when they have the buff from that bracelet added, but he is sure that goblins are not the only things that will appear. Stronger monsters will certainly appear, and the people in the cafeteria notice that Seo Won-gyu is giving orders to those skeletons, so they think it is Relief asking who that guy is and what happens if he does, and they think it is a veteran from the creative writing department. However, one of the goblins manages to get past the protagonist's skeletons, but he takes that spear and shoots that monster in the chest, killing him. Everyone is happy because he ended the threat. They think that guy never stops, asking if they're sure he's a writer from that writing department. Happy to be with a guy like that. The protagonist, when he finishes killing everyone, thinks that there are no items there, meaning that normal monsters don't drop anything. But then he receives a roulette ticket for killing 20 monsters, and he is the 34th person to achieve this historic achievement, and he will be evolved to an unlimited rank. He is surprised by this, wondering if it's not like they were made up, and asking where this thing is going. But then his writings come to him thanking him for his good work. He asks if they can stop laughing in that scary way in front of them, so they go back to everyone else. Then he asks Jin Seok what he thinks, asking that sucker if he's useful, and he doesn't even have much to do. And the protagonist enters the cafeteria with his monsters, and everyone is scared to death. And he says that since everyone read the message on the doors, because of that strange lock, the doors don't open or break. Then they ask what they are going to do, asking San there's some way for them to get out. And he says the solution is written in the message itself, and these people can't read. It's difficult. Giant players are like that. They don't read. They never read, me included. I don't read the dialogue of that shit either. Oh, boring game. Someone press the escape button. Oh, okay, I changed. I think I got a little out of here. Let's go back to the Manhwa. I'm already crying a lot here. Alone, and he says they have to kill the boss, who is somewhere around there. Then everyone looks at each other full of fear, and the protagonist says they have 2 hours left. They need to kill the boss in that time. Otherwise, even though he doesn't know what will happen, he knows it won't be good. And seeing as how the message says the monsters have gotten stronger, he bets some terrible monsters will appear. And at that, one of them raises his hand, saying he saw that boss while he was smoking on the roof. He saw a giant monster appear, and his teacher went down the drain. And the protagonist realizes that now the fate has already been decided, and they will go to the roof. And he asks if there is anything else, but no one answers, and no one wants to dare to go with him. He begins to realize that he shouldn't expect much from those people, and even if he manages to control the situation, the opponent is a boss, so it will be difficult to expect anyone to take the lead. And in that, Hanwha talks to the protagonist, wondering if he can also stay. But he says that it is obvious that he cannot. He needs to stay with him to snort those skeletons. But then he says that he will give him his dagger, but the protagonist says he doesn't need it. However, a very cocky girl, and who his attitude speaks with what it seems not everyone will follow her, and says that if everyone followed, it would be more annoying since the corridors are very narrow, and besides, he has those skeletons, and she is a 3-star calico tiger hunter, and she asks what he can do with just those skeletons. And she fits well with the title of tiger hunter, because the girl has a somewhat unapproachable aura, looking back, scaring everyone. And the protagonist says that they don't know how strong the boy is, and that's very difficult. He asks about Sanbai Jinseok, and he says he'll stay there, protecting that place, because the student council's job is to protect the student, all scared shitless, putting forward the ugliest idea I've ever seen. And the protagonist says that's fine, telling him to make sure he does a good job. So he just agrees, but in that he says that they'll go up, since they don't know how long it will take. And he leaves with the skeletons, and the 2 they're helping him, and he tells Hanho not to lose focus, because if he wants to live, it is better to listen to him as the team leader. But then other goblins appear behind them. But not only from behind appear goblins, with other sappering in front of them too. And they are scared to death. And the protagonist orders the 2 of them to take care of those climbing up. But the girl simply charges forward, killing the goblin easily, turning around and finishing them both in a single attack. Then Hanho is scared to death of her, and says that that girl is incredible. But on the other side, he has also already finished everyone there, and the little skeletons look back, noticing that the only one who didn't do anything is Hanho himself, and he tells them to forget it, because it seems he was right, calling them the team leader. And the protagonist questions what that was, because anyway, they will continue climbing, and the girl proved to be quite useful. But as they climb up there, they end up finding their teacher, almost dead there in front. He asks if it is Xiang Wu. He questions what happened to the teacher, and he says that most of the students in his department died because of him, and it's all his fault, while crying, about to die. But the protagonist asks them to calm down, asking what happened. He says that thanks to him, they managed to escape the laboratory, but since they couldn't stay there any longer, they went to the roof, because according to the emergency protocol manual, he told everyone that was where they should go. The protagonist questions why, of all possible places, they went there, but he says that there was an even more terrible monster there, and the students who trusted him ended up dead. For going in first, he tells Xiang Wu never to go there to the roof, as he dies. He says that the boy needs to survive, but the protagonist still remains increasingly focused. Then the system gives him a personal mission, and the title is for the sake of the dead man's resentment, and the type is salvation or neglect of the dead man, and the objective is to kill the goat of the building. He feels a heavy sense of guilt as he watches a person take their last breath, and as someone who controls the realm of death, he can lessen the dead man's resentment with the death of his enemies, or leave them aside, and the decision is up to the protagonist. And the time limit follows the building's counter, and his decision will affect his destiny. And the protagonist is surprised by this destiny thing, wondering if it's like a turning point, and he questions why they have to go through something like this. But then he moves on, and Hanho asks if they're really going to go up. But the little skeletons notice the protagonist's determination as he enters with everyone the goat's room. Arriving on the roof, the protagonist finds a scene of absurd destruction, with several goblins carrying away the remaining bodies that were there. They loot, break and kill. They do everything, and the boy is frightened by what he sees. Then Hanho asks what that is, because that one of his classmates is being killed. And the swordswoman notes that those monsters are too much. But the protagonist asks them to calm down and think, questioning why they are suffering like this, because in the end, it is because they are weak. He then calls everyone to calm down, telling them that this is why they need to get stronger. He then charges at one of the goblins who, upon seeing them, becomes desperate and shouts to his friends that they have things. And everyone charges at the protagonist, surrounding his group. Hanho then speaks to the boy, asking if he really doesn't want to run this time. But the protagonist says no, and that they will resist. So he uses his bestial madness to send all his monsters into berserker mode. And with them completely snorted, the other goblins charge at the protagonist's goblins. But the skeletons calmly stop them, using their bones, which are unharmed, to stop the attacks and kill the other goblins quite easily. The protagonist begins the killing spree, telling his friends to think of them as shields. He then uses the spear to finish off some of them, along with the sword girl, who also rolls around. Meanwhile, Hanho wonders why he chose that piece of shit in his hand. He thought it would be good, but it's actually shit. So he grabs a kunai and throws it at one of the goblins, actually hitting and killing it. He's quite surprised by this, with that goblin killed with just his dagger, then realizes he was actually good at throwing things and begins killing the goblins from a distance, using his daggers, and realizes he truly has power. Realizing he's found his talent, all the goblins are terrified, while the protagonist's goblins continue to use the scent of death, and the stats of all enemies drop by 30%, becoming increasingly frightening to the living goblins, and they attack them. But in the middle of all that mess, the goblin boss appears, and they all stand before the boss. And Hanho notices that it's obvious that that guy is the boss. And the goblin centurion appears in front of them, giving orders to all the smaller ones, making them berserk, returning to attack the protagonist, and he becomes desperate, killing the goblins that are coming in a single blow, and he orders everyone to kill those guys, trying to do the best he can. But the situation is getting really bad, because one of the protagonist monsters, while on top of that goblin, ended up being hit by the centurion, and there was nothing left. So the protagonist, seeing that the monster is too strong, shouts for his skeletons to retreat, but some of them are being killed right away. However, the protagonist brings others back to life with his ability, bringing to more to the horde. However, the monster that was just revived ends up dying at the hands of the boss. The protagonist tries to do something, but his mana only goes down, while he tries to bring more monsters back. And he notices that his mana is very low, and there may be a sea of bodies there, but he will reach his limit soon. While he is face to face with that centurion, Hanho ends up throwing his daggers to be able to hit the monster, but he puts his arm in front, not letting the boy reach his eyes, and Hanho is surprised that he blocked that one. And the monster just shakes his arm to take out those daggers, and Hanho notices that he is angry, and the protagonist says that he certainly is, especially with him. And the monster starts attacking the boy, who runs away begging for his life. But the protagonist's skeletons stand in front to save the boy's life, and he thanks them anyway. But they are all deleted with a single blow, and the only one left is one-armed man. So he sticks his dagger in the foot of that thing, and the monster is filled with hatred, kicking him away, and one-armed man falls half-injured, but doesn't die in that. The swordswoman comes up behind the boss, attacking his back, and causing quite a bit of blunt damage. Then she says that she was planning to split him in half with that blow, but it's a shame she didn't succeed, and the protagonist notes that those sword blows are very unusual, and the movement's very strategic, noticing that that girl is not a normal person. So he says that he also has to move strategically, surrounding the boss with his skeletons, along with the sword girl, and he orders them to attack behind them, but the boss manages to quickly turn around, defending that attack. But while he is turned, the protagonist thinks now is his chance, throwing his spear at the monster's head, but he doesn't manage a concussive attack. But still, he tears off the monster's ear, which begins to scream in pain, and with that, all the others go at him. But he begins to crush the skeletons with absurd ease, and the protagonist loses mana after mana, leaving only 3. And he notices that there is only one little guy, and so the centurion points to the undead, and all the others get scared, but he starts to smile, and the protagonist begins to think that he thinks he won, after having counted the number of skeletons, so he starts hitting some things around, throwing them towards the boy, because when you fight the necromancer, the best thing is to go directly at him, and he keeps trying to hit the protagonist, and he says that if it continues like this, everyone will die, and they need a single attack. Then looking to the side, he sees a sword there, and realizes that this may be his chance to give the only attack that will defeat that wretch. And so he continues attacking in all directions, while trying to finish off all of the protagonist's skeletons, but now he is holding 2 swords in his hand, and starts to think of another strategy. He tells those 2 skeletons that are still alive to corner them, and then advance, and so they actually go each to one side, trying to hit the monster, but he manages to kill them both at the same time. However, a sword comes towards him, almost killing him, passing over him, and ends up that the one-armed skeleton catches that sword in the air, preparing to attack him, descending with everything towards the monster. But he stops the skeleton's attack by throwing it away, and thus teamwork unleashes the synergy effect, and with that the protagonist becomes stronger and stronger. And he gains the Morinho Energy Sword category, and the condition is to be equipped with 3 swords, and the effect is to increase attack speed by 10%, and the weapon's weight decreases by 50%, and they all feel the sword modifying, and the second one-armed Morinho is the one-armed skeleton's personal synergy category, and the condition is to be equipped with a sword, having only one arm. And the effects is to increase the chance of the first attack by 88%. It has the flow effect, and he becomes even more angry, while the monster, the Centurion, is full of fear. And the protagonist thinks that with that synergy effect and weapon, they can win. So he says that first he must swallow that infernal chair, charging at the monster with the chair and the sword, and the Centurion just waits. While the Shin sword also prepares an attack along with one-handed one, so the Centurion is lost where to look, and the protagonist hits the first attack, while the Shin sword hits the second, and one-handed one hits the third, and he gets desperate trying to hit one-handed one, throwing it away. But then Hanho, who is still there, hits the monster's arm with his dagger from far away, and the monster keeps trying to remove that dagger from its arm, but the protagonist thinks that now is his time, giving an order to one-handed one, telling him to sacrifice himself, going behind the monster, and he says goodbye to one-handed one, thanking him for everything, because he may have been with him from the beginning, but for the sake of victory, it's time for him to return to the world of the dead, and he screams in pain. But one-handed one manages to do something that was not expected, because the attack his shot curves like a Ronaldinho free kick, heading straight for the monster's face and ripping off the Centurion's head. The protagonist thinks about the flux effect he had as a skill and remembers it, because that's what one-handed one used to kill the monster. Then he earns 255 gold for killing the Goblin Centurion boss, who finally reaches level 3. Hangho asks what the heck that little skeleton just did, but he says he doesn't know, he's just his first goblin minion. Then the system tells him that his skeleton goblin has leveled up. After absorbing the Goblin Centurion's magic, and his defense has increased greatly, he now has the special commander trait, and depending on the number of team members, he can receive formation synergy, becoming even stronger. The protagonist questions what this is again, because a strange tattoo has appeared on his forehead. He looks at the horde list, with the elite skeleton goblin at level 2, the Japanese weapon, and the undead type commander. He notices that the formation synergy that those with the commander trait have is about squads, pilots, and regiments, and it seems he'll have to increase his horde. Ensign Hanho tells the protagonist that he leveled up too, along with the Xing sword now at level 3. She asks about Zhang, and he says he also leveled up. She thinks it was a bit careless to choose his leveled a card because of all the confusion, but she asks what he thinks would be good, and he says that since most of the cards are random, even if he makes a good choice, what he'll get still depends on luck. So they ask if they see that card, and the protagonist says yes, saying he needs to choose one of the 5. Then he thinks that at level 2 he chose a skill card, increasing the number of his horde. So now he activates the skill card 2, gaining the ability to make weapons, basic bones. And now he can produce weapons using the bones of corpses. And the types of weapons currently available for creation are as follows: sword, impact weapon, spear, and bow. And the results vary depending on the type and quality of the material. And higher the skill level, the better the weapon produced. And he notices that he can even create bone weapons. And with him completing the mission for the sake of the dead man's resentment, he receives a reward for his personal skill, and his destiny is briefly changed, and he notices that it is by Professor Kim. Then the number of units in his horde begins to increase, and he thinks that with this he can command 5 units, but complaining about what that message saying that his destiny changed meant. But he still has no idea, and it seems that he will have to be very careful with his decisions from now on. But then falling from the sky, a rogue's cape falls on top of Hanho, and the protagonist asks the boy what it can do, and he says that it tells him that it decreases the monster's perception of his presence by 50%, and he thinks that this will be perfect for escaping. But Hanho says that from now on he will no longer run away, and he knows how to fight. And he also asks the girl what that is in her hand, questioning if it is a stone, and she says that she tells him it's a combustion sharpening stone. So the boy asks if it's like gravel, but she says that if you use that to sharpen the sword, it's possible that the blows will set the target on fire. And she's putting flame aspect on the sword, so Hanho thinks that's pretty cool. But the protagonist says that They'll leave the item test for later, and they leave for now. And there in the cafeteria, everyone is hiding, and Min-suk goes to Jin Seok trying to talk to him. And he asks what happened to the fat guy, and he asks if he's sure, if it's okay for them to stay there. But Jin Seok doesn't like the plan at all, and says that the others keep saying that they should have gone with Seong-woo to kill the boss, and that they should have listened to him. And Min-suk says that after hearing all that, he just feels that maybe he should go. But then Jin Seok starts freaking out, saying that those bastards aren't even grateful for them being there protecting them. And there they're talking shit, starting to everyone, asking what was wrong, saying that if they want to say something, they should say it. And Han-ho, who doesn't want to make any more sacrifices trying to save them. So whoever wants to leave can go and get out of there. But one of them questions what he's talking about and where they should go. And he says that he's saying that whoever isn't satisfied can leave, go to the roof and die with Seong-woo if they want. But he starts to ask that idiot if that place is his. Then he asks if he's not the one protecting that place, but asks about him protecting it, saying that the one who protected him was that guy who went to the roof. But then he starts to explode even more, saying that he tried to control his temper after high school, but because of idiots like them, he ends up not being able to. But then one of the boys asks why he's calling the others idiots, and he says he's really an idiot, asking him to say it to his face, questioning if he's saying that that damn Seong-woo was the one who protected them, saying that that idiot went to the roof so he could die, and he died after trying to play the tough guy. And he says this more and more irritated, but everyone looks at him like they look at Chabes when he's talking shit about Professor Giraffalis. So he asks what happened, questioning if they don't want to say anything else, also questioning if the cat ate their tongues. But the protagonist appears there, questioning who he's saying died. And when that sucker looks back, all of the protagonist's little skeletons are already pointing the sword at him. And Seong-woo asks if he was expecting him to have died. And with that, the lock on the door is undone, and the boy opens the doors. Then Jin Seok doesn't even believe he was capable of that. Everyone thinks he is definitely a monster now. And at the door of the place, he continues asking if his senpai is going to say something. And Jin Seok, Matthew, Miguel, and everyone questions what it is, because he was acting tough with them just now, with everyone saying they knew from the beginning that they were friends, coming from being strong and everything. But then the protagonists go to the street, and so Hang-ho notices that it is very quiet outside, and the other swordswoman says she has not seen anything there, and he says that it may be safe for now, but they should still try to leave quietly. And everyone follows the protagonist, walking down the street and seeing how many dead people are there, and there are many bodies along the way, and they wonder what they are going to do. And the protagonist says he's sure there were huge groups of goblins around there, and they must be hiding somewhere on campus. But then Hang-ho asks if those are the people over there, looking to the side and seeing that there are more survivors, and one of the survivors seems very friendly, but the others not so much. And the protagonist notices that those people managed to kill and survive fighting the monsters, and he notices that they fought and survived. And one of them has a very B10 aura, all cocky, and Jin Seok calls his Rihong, and he questions if the boy was still alive, and he says he knew he would be alive, talking to Daesung, saying he can't believe he found it there, and that it's his lucky day. Then the girl says that what looks like he's the student body president, and Jin Seok talks to the president, and then the protagonist notices that he must be talking about him, and Hang-ho thinks that's very obvious. And the president introduces himself as the Park of Shang, stops the protagonist, and says he's sure they've all been through hardships, and they've actually experienced and survived after fighting so far, and it will be safe if they stay with them. But he asks what those monsters are there, and the protagonist says that, as he knows, they are the result of the class card he chose. And he asks if he chose monsters that kill people, and he notices that he's making himself seem like a dangerous person. So Daesung tells the boy that he'll need to destroy those monsters if he wants to join his group, and the protagonist says that it certainly won't happen. But then Daesung asks if he's saying he's going to make those horrible monsters stay among them, but Hang-ho asks how he's calling them horrible. But when he looks at those things, he thinks that maybe he's not that wrong, but he says they're cute. But the protagonist just tells him to shut up, and the skeletons to who are smiling, and the protagonist says that he can't do that anyway, and it's the same to tell him to drop his own weapon, saying that it's not like he can walk around empty-handed. But Daesung asks how he could know, asking if he doesn't think it would be okay if only they protected him, saying that he will give him one last chance, and if he wants to join them, he will need to do what he is saying and destroy those monsters. But the swordswoman girl starts to scold him because he is doing whatever he wants and understands, asking when they spoke well wanted to join his little group, questioning if he thinks he's something just because he's part of the student council. And Daesung asks if she's not the president of the physical education department, but she says no, and helping that she cares now that the school is in ruins, but he tells the president to calm down and come to his side, saying that she'll regret it if she doesn't. But the girl tells him to stop being a hypocrite, asking if he thought she wouldn't know that he was stealing from the student union's finances by falsifying the receipts with the company during the festival, and the person who filed the complaint on the university's website is herself, and he questions what she's talking about and says he thinks he has no choice, telling her to leave it alone, but they won't get involved with those weird monsters. And he tells her that she'll regret this while she pulls the protagonist away, saying that she's warning them that they need to form groups to receive energy buffets, and bets that they will regret when they're about to die in a group with few people. But then the protagonist talks to Jisoo, asking what happened between him and the president, and she says that he's just a loser in many ways, and he only goes to school to flirt with rich girls, and his freshman was fooled by him too. And he may walk around with the title of student body president, but that guy can't hide who he really is. And the protagonist and Hanho are already pissed at him, and the protagonist says that for now their first objective will be to escape the campus, and she thinks that if the objective is to escape, then avoiding a lot of people might be the best, since it seems that monsters appear where there are a lot of people, so the protagonist calls them to climb the mountains back there to avoid the buildings. They connect to the main gate, and there are almost never people there. They actually go wild. The skeletons look ahead, and Hanho notices that he is very peaceful and almost to the point to make him nervous. But the protagonist asks them to stop, and Hanho questions why. But the boy tells Hanho to be quiet, and in that up there is something. And up there it turns out to be a different monster, a type of orc, so that orc is even more nervous than the boss they faced. And in that Hanho screams, asking, what the hell is that? Because it is bigger than the boss goblin. And the protagonist notices that the monster that comes after the goblins are the orcs. Then that monster starts screaming and goes for him without them even expecting it. And the protagonist thinks that's fine, because it seems that a new skeleton has arrived for him, and with the monster attacking blindly, based on hatred, the protagonist ends up realizing that it will not be as easy as he imagined and asks everyone to dodge, but the monster pauses with everything in between them. Then they ask what the hell kind of monster is that. He stops wanting to get back at the swordswoman, but then she manages to stop his attack with just her sword. However, the monster comes with another attack, even heavier, but the little skeleton gets in front trying to hit the goblin, but then he is also hit. Then the protagonist shouts for all the skeletons to stop that thing trying to do something, and then ManhwaCapped stops in front of the monster waiting his attack, but in that he launches his attack. While he attacks, the Morin's warrior ability is activated and increases the flow chance by 88%. He pauses by cutting off the monster's arm, emerging victorious from the confrontation. The protagonist speaks to Jisoo, telling her to go up there, as they will descend to the plains first. So she runs off, saying that Yurava had blocked it, but she can't believe she was pressured like that. The protagonist tells them never to get close to him, saying that they will need to kill that thing, the same way they killed the boss. At that, the monster climbs up while huffing, all hurt, and ManhwaCapped just looks at him, and the monster comes up pissed. The protagonist says that they will move as planned, and the skeletons will always be sacrificed first. He says that since there are already enough corpses, all he needs to pay attention to is his mana, and that explosive attack will be useless in the forest. He starts hitting all the trees, realizing that he is in a bad place for him. Then the Rongo begins throwing their daggers, and the monsters also charge forward, attacking however, doing a lot of damage to that monster, charging forward and trying to kill it, but it starts killing one, while the others stick together, and the monster realizes that it went wrong, with two skeletons holding its arm, keeping it still. So both the swordswoman and the protagonist come to cut it, and she passes by it trying to hit the leg, and the protagonist hits the arm, tearing one of them off, while ManhwaCapped goes behind last and plunges his sword into the monster's neck, finishing it off. And the protagonist earns 110 gold for hunting that thing. He is a patrol leader, and he realizes that it was even a strong monster, stronger than the common orcs, but there are still worse things. And the girl says that it was easier to kill it than the boss, and the protagonist says that this was also because they worked well together, while he tries to call the dead ones so he can be one of those skeletons. Notices that he doesn't answer. He can't spawn a monster with an average constitution, because his level is too low. He notices that he still can't get orcs, and by the way, he asks Jisoo which card she chose, and he says it's the Necromancer, and she tells him that it's a Dark Tiger Hunter, and she only chose that card because it had her favorite color on it, but it ended up being a 3-star. And so Ramro notices that he's the only one with a star there, and the protagonist says that since his mana is fully restored, he thinks he'll test his new skill by crafting a bone weapon with that thing. And he can make for types of weapons: a lower rank sword using 6 bones, a bludgeoning weapon using 5 bones, a spear using 2 bones, and the arrow using 4 bones. So he thinks that a bludgeoning weapon would be better, because because it has a higher rank among the options because all the others are of the lowest rank, and the impact weapon is low rank only, so he tries to make a mivir hammer, and Gesso is surprised that there are all kinds of things available, and he says that one is lighter than he thought, and it is a normal rank or femur hammer, an impact weapon, and he asks one of them to get that thing. Then the stubborn savagery is activated, and it activates when the group is equipped with 5 or more bone weapons. And the damage effect is 30% more when attacking a wound, and the love staff is also activated, has the effect of an additional 5% chance to cause stun, and increases damage by 30% against monsters of average constitution. But then the protagonist asks to wait, asking Hanro to hold his sword for a moment. He thanks him very much, saying that he finally has it, but the protagonist says he's just lending it to him, telling him to give it to him so he can look at him when he tells him to, asking it. He doesn't see how good the synergy of the one-armed Murray warrior was, and says that it's not as if he could ask him to cut off one of his arms. So they continue on their way, down the other side of the stairs, and he says that they will go down while looking around, as they will arrive soon, but Hanro calls the protagonist, asking why the cars are like that. Then there is a mission at the exit of the university, and the doors are sealed, and they will only be able to leave by killing the boss. And if they fail to do so, the monsters will get stronger, and the time they have is not much favorable. That it is said that the orcs have started the hunt, and they must choose an appropriate place. And the orcs hunt by following the scent of the prey, but troops will be sent to a group with a larger number of prey. Then Hanro questions what this means. They are coming after him. Then the protagonist thinks that if they are sending to larger troops, it means they will send few of them after them. Then the girl notices, and it means that it is a disadvantage to be in large groups, and some monsters go after the president's group, trying to attack everyone, and they only hear the screams. Then the girl questions what was that, questioning her group where the student council was, and Hanro thinks that it gives him chills, just thinking about what would have happened if he was still there, and the protagonist thinks that this means that it is not always a good thing to be in large groups. The important thing is to use the best synergies efficiently, because it was good that he chose the Necromancer class. And so the system says that the first wave of orcs will start with 5 orcs. They think it's probably less than the ones who went to the gym, but he asked if 5 isn't a bit too many, but the orcs already find them, and it seems that those are the 5 orcs that are coming. Then Hanro notices that what it looks like, they are looking for them, but the protagonist looks at the cars and has an idea. He questions about this idea, already wanting to escape. While the girl looks at them full of hatred, he says that they will set a trap using the terrain, and those little guys there, so the orcs are preparing them, getting close to the cars, until they notice some skeletons there, and the protagonist orders Hanro to serve as a stripe, calling everyone, shouting those big-headed pigs, and everyone is dying of hatred, so when they come up, Hanro loses all his courage, and the monsters leave however, but as they walk through the cars, the skeletons open the door, forcing them to stop, while they go after them, following the protagonist orders, killing them with impact weapons, finishing off several of the orcs that were there. And so, when they fall, they finish killing, and the protagonist starts earning crazy gold, and he is rewarded for stopping the first wave of attacks with 100 gold, reaching level 4, and with that, his horde starts to increase, and he thinks that this time, he will get a skill card, but he notices that there is something there, and he thinks that with that he is 7, but the problem is that his mana is still at 50. And meanwhile, Hanro shouts that he got a skill, and he is sweat was it. And the boy says it's the quick thrust, and there he says it's a skill used with daggers. While Gesso, she gets something else, and says she chose strength, and it was increased by 2 points. And her body seems warmer, different. Definitely, she feels that she has become stronger. However, the protagonist talks to Hanro, telling him to return the sword to him, because he needs to keep the dagger if he wants to use his skill, so he gives it to a little girl who is already missing the sword, and in that, they continue following the path until the protagonist asks them to stop, noticing that ahead, the orcs are trying to enter a bus, and he notices that there are 7 there. It seems that that group also has few people, but from inside, they are trying to kill the orcs from outside, using spears and everything they have at their disposal. And the protagonist says that they will die if they continue doing that, because he thinks they only put a person to strike the orcs through the window. And so the girl decides to go help them, saying that if they cooperate with them, they can kill the orcs with a flank attack, and it will be an easy hunt. However, the protagonist thinks for a moment, but asks if she thinks the people there will come out to fight, saying that they can't trust people in situations like this, especially people who are scared. But then, he thinks he'll use that method, saying that they will show the orcs the conveniences of civilization, then points to one side, and the two don't quite understand, and ends up coming up with a plan. Meanwhile, the people inside the bus are scared to death, wondering if they can aim at them, asking what the hell that kid is doing with the long spear. But he says that if he thinks it's bad, he asks why he doesn't go outside and fight with his sword and shield alone. And the boy is a 1-star spearman, but everyone there thinks, who is going to die, scared to death. But in that, the orcs that were outside have their attention called by the protagonist, who comes with a convoy of skeletons, towards those things, running them all over, and everyone inside questions what is happening. And the boy says that the skeletons are killing the orcs, and they start asking, what the hell is that? After more scary monsters appeared, and they question, why is everything quiet now? After the protagonist cleans everything, and in the window, the protagonist's little skeleton appears, smiling at him from inside, and the boy almost shits himself. But then, Enro asks them to open the door, saying that it is a human, telling him to open it quickly, and after explaining the situation, they think it is a relief because they are safe. But while they are getting the people out of there, Enro tries to get an impact weapon to break a vending machine, and the protagonist, seeing what he is doing, he says he was out of money, asking if he wants a Coke. The other boy tells him to get out of the way, leaving it to him. But he notices that the boy broke the machine, so they try to continue the conversation. The boy with the spear agrees with the protagonist. He was explaining something to the protagonist, and he asks if it's true that the machine spat out an item. The boy says yes. They all tried, and they didn't have much money, so they only tried once. But if they did what the instructions say, it will give them an item. Enro notices that it's like a store. When using that item, the protagonist discovers that it's the Ranky store. He must tap to continue, so he clicks on things until he realizes that there are a lot of things to buy there, telling him to choose the lucky wheel, which is levels, bronze, plate, and gold, being 100, 1,000, and 10,000 coins. And the rank store's end, they only sell items up to the gold level, so Hanro asks if he doesn't think what items will appear from that. But Jesse says that swords fell from the sky, so it's not impossible, and he says that they will only know after trying, and he goes looking at each one, and Hanro says he has 360 gold and thinks he will choose bronze, and the girl has 584, while the protagonist, he even hesitates to say how much he has and says he has 1550 to gold, and everyone notices that he can choose a silver. However, the system tells him that he has a free roulette ticket, and he says that the reward he received to get the achievement, hunting there in the building, and there now, he will be able to have the chance to use it. However, while the protagonist is choosing, Hanro says that what he is choosing is a gold one, which costs 10,000, but the protagonist actually manages to use it, and they are surprised by it. After the roulette wheel spins, he ends up getting the equipment. Then he gets the Tear of the Ocean Spirit, legendary rank, orb type, and the mana recovery is plus 300, plus to 100%. So, Hanro is surprised and can't believe he got first place on the roulette wheel. The protagonist thinks it's quite unbelievable, actually getting what he needed. So, they all try on the silver roulette wheel, and the protagonist ends up getting a Vanguard shield, taking second place. And Jinsu also takes second place, getting the ornamental sword from the subjugation team. They tell Hanro, who is unlucky, that he only gets a set of potions, rank C, and he asks why he's the only one with that shit. And the protagonist questions what the problem is, because to him, they seem to be quite others, and Jinsu says that in any case, it seems that there is still chaos in the gym, wondering if they shouldn't go help them. But then, Hanro asks if he will show them the victory of civilization this time too. But the protagonist thinks that this time, maybe it will be a little different. While the monsters are after the surviving people, and they still try to fight, the president orders everyone to gather to at least open a path for them to get out of there. But another guy in the group says that there is a group of people isolated back there. So, the president tells them to ignore them, asking if he thinks they have time to worry about those guys. He tells Jinsu that, really, saying that guys with shields should stay in front. They really do go. But then, the protagonist comes with that minibus, throwing all the orcs into the air, and that kid they found there is all happy, and with them killing everyone so easily, things will go well. Getting better, then the protagonist asks everyone to get on the bus quickly, and they notice that guy they left behind, and they think they knew. They should have followed him. Who would have thought, right? Shit hit the water, and the water hit your ass. Now, you're thinking that you should have followed the most sensible guy, and who already saved you. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought? Then Jinsu gets out of the bus to face those orcs, saying that he won't fall so easily this time. But the orc throws his axe at the girl's sword, and she resists, thinking that she will succeed, saying that she can resist now that she is stronger. And her sword starts to set fire to that thing, and she thinks that now is her chance, killing him. But when she looks back, she sees that the protagonist has already killed several there, and continues killing with their little skeletons, and they go on a rampage with those things, killing everyone at the same time, because she notices that the protagonist's tactics are truly efficient, and they continually throw at the orc while maintaining their distance. It's an attack that keeps the enemies standing still, making it impossible for them to know what the next attack will be. Seeing this makes her look like an idiot for having invested in strength to avoid losing in combat against the orcs. She wonders what that guy has been doing up until now. After finishing with everyone there, they ask why the president is there. there, questioning if it wasn't him who said he didn't want to be with those monsters. Disgusting. He questions whether he's going to talk about it right now, saying that it's a bit cold of him. The protagonist says that this is because he saw him abandon those people and fled. He questions, what does he mean by abandoning? Because they only retreated to catch their breath for a moment. But the protagonist questions if he really thinks that the people inside the bus will think the same thing, and the president is dying of rage. But in this, the system says that the chief orc was enraged by the failure in the hunt, and he begins to want the protagonist's head, and they feel this. And the protagonist says that the bus is leaving, and they can get on if they follow his rules. So the orc asks, what are they going to do? And the president thinks that they have no choice. And the protagonist says that he will need to take off that chainmail he is wearing there. But then he questions because he has to deal with his armor, questioning how will it protect his body, and he says that it is worth protecting. So he needs to pay. They are not as certain people who dedicated themselves to the students for free. And so the protagonist levels up, reaching level 5, and now he can add a bunch of medium constitution to his horde. And he thinks that now means he's finally found orcs. And as always, the best level up card is the skill card. He gains more in the horde, and is happy that he can now have 9 units. Then the Monet comes behind him wearing a leotard, and he is surprised by the right one, saying that maybe he gave him an outfit that was too big for him judging by how well he always moves. And he notices that this is the most reliable skeleton of all, and that's why he thought about investing in him, and even gave the skeleton a name. But he thinks he has no choice, and tells the little animal to take off its clothes. And he says that since he only has his right arm, he calls it right one. But then it creaked. He calls the protagonist, while he puts on that leotard and tells the protagonist that he thinks they need another bus, because that one over there is kind of crowded, and if they continue rescuing survivors, things will go wrong. But he says it's okay, because they won't be on the road forever. So he tells everyone that they are going to face the orcs. So he decides to start an all-out war against the orc chief, and the orcs will continue to pursue the survivors with the goal of eradicating them. So he says that just as the mission information indicates, they have no way to avoid them, and the only way to leave the school is to kill the leader. And one of them says he saw those monsters when he was in the gym, but there were a lot of them, about 100, and everyone is scared to death. Then the system says that due to imperfect work and team, the penalty effect is activated. So the first debuff is that of clumsy members, and the category is the penalty. The condition is to have more players with level 5 or lower on your team, and the effect is movement speed decreased by 30% and attack speed reduced, so the others are left wondering how they're going to fight those monsters. And the pathetic newbie is also a debuff, and the condition is having 10 players with 0 monster kills on your team, and the decrease in attack power is by 10%, and the decrease in gold is by 10%. And everyone wonders how they can win. And desperate morale rank 2 is also another debuff condition, and most of your team has no intention of fighting, and so the increased chance of falling into confusion state increases by more than 10, and they start saying they're lost. And the protagonist thinks that even if they were without orcs, there must be far fewer now that they've killed a good number of them, and this confirms everything. And the protagonist says he'll fight alone, and says they're no use even if they have weapons. But then Ju wonders what he's doing, and Manhwa questions if he's crazy, questioning what the protagonist is doing, and he says he's going to face the orcs personally, and that bunch of dead weight keeps wondering if the protagonist has gone crazy, saying they can't trust anyone, and the president thinks that since he thought so, that guy is a crazy bastard. And Jinxiak says he knew he'd dig his own grave after trying to show off like that, and saying that that bastard has just been very lucky so far, and it would be great if he died this time. And Jinxiak thinks that's right, because he's a complete idiot, and bets that he'll die now. Man, I swear to you, I can't stand this kind of work anymore. Man, it seems like the characters are idiots, like, not just idiots, they're really idiots. You know, zero IQ. They have no IQ whatsoever, and they're a bunch of amoebas. They don't understand that if it weren't for the protagonist, they'd probably be dead right now. I don't know what's going on in their heads, man. The writer, I don't know, man, he must take this kind of script, ask the CPT chat, write the worst thing you can, and throw it at these guys. Man, it's impossible. I swear I'm just watching this guy fly through the building, because the thing is tough. So, Jisoo talks to him, questioning what he's talking about, and that they wouldn't have enough strength even if they all fought on the same team. But he remembers the words she said when they went to kill the boss on the first floor, and she questions what it is. And he says that it's not like things would work if everyone advanced at once, and that they were people who were no better than his little skulls. And he says that she was right, and of course she was helpful, but he thinks that this time it will be a little dangerous, and that's the decision he made after thinking about all this. And she notes that Zhang may have meticulously calculated his fights until now, but this time it's too dangerous, so he really goes with the little skeletons towards the orcs. And up there everyone looks at him protected, and they think they can't believe he's really going there, and some stay in the building, and others on the bus. And Hanho thinks that if Senpai really is crazy, and Jisoo thinks that if if something goes wrong, they can grab him and drive away, and so the boy says, who will keep his feet on the accelerator. But then the protagonist comes face to face with that group of orcs that are coming towards him, and the orcs are already full of hate. He notices that the guy in red must be the boss, but he thinks that there is no message window. This means that he must be a mid-boss, and with that, the Mohawk orc orders the bald orcs to go after the protagonist, and they call those little skeletons to go there. Then the firm shield on the ground, calling the right one to stand guard. They don't have to worry about either side of the stairs, and he thinks that this can be seen as a small hill. So he tells everyone that he's right, and it's been a lot of fun so far, so they shouldn't forget him when they turn to dust. And the orcs go after the little skeletons, and he uses bestial madness, giving them berserker status, ordering them to kill those things. And some of them throw their daggers, killing some instantly, ending the threat before they arrive. But the leader doesn't give in, letting those daggers reach him, and calmly stops them with a swing of his sword. And the protagonist realizes that he blocked the throws and orders them to advance. He uses the terrain to launch impact attacks using his balance, because they become more powerful. But in this, one of the orcs picks up a little skeleton and starts dismembering it, destroying everything. He notices that it is a suicidal attack that results in sacrifices. But in this, the right-hand man is dying of rage, wanting to attack. But the protagonist asks him to wait, as it is not his turn yet. So the chief orc starts calling him. But in this, he ends up not even seeing where the attack came from, as the debut of the undead orc is starting there and now. And the orc already starts dismembering his own friends, and the protagonist is putting more mana into play. And it is said that his power allowed him to bring the dead to his order, and his teamwork triggered the Barbarian Warrior rank 1 synergy effect, and the weapon synergy, and the condition is to have 5 or more axes, and the effects are an increase in attack power by 15% for 10 seconds at the start of the battle, and an increase in speed for 15 seconds. Cooldown is 10 minutes, then the undead orcs start killing the others, and he orders them to kill the enemies with everything he has. And even though they fight and spit blood, they do not tire and are reborn after death, and they are undead. And the protagonist says that this is the power of a necromancer, scaring the leader of the orc scene, his own former friends attacking him after being dead. Come on, I'll tell you. The necromancer class is awesome. The necromancer class is awesome. Of course, if it's not that pure bone necromancer who takes a punch and dies. If it's the protagonist, it's really awesome. It's simply absurd that you go against the army, kill them, your army dies, and you use the enemies to be able to kill the enemies. Come on, that's really cool. Are you crazy? And with that bunch of dead weight looking down from above, they say they thought it was over, but they wonder what that is and who that guy is, with the protagonist soloing everyone with just his mimes. And looking from inside the bus, they get even more scared, because it seems that the orc has more skills compared to before. He should have said something, and Jeju notices that he calculated everything and remembers him saying that it was the decision, which he took after thinking about everything, and his mana goes down. But it starts to fill up right away with that 200% fast filling, and he remembers the tear of the ocean spirit, and notices that this is the power of a legendary item, and the thing is getting more and more powerful, and the orcs are growing in number absurd, and the group of orcs becomes weaker after smelling the rank 1 death, and their attributes are reduced by 30%. And with that fear, they don't have much to do, but their boss shouts to everyone, and the group's fighting spirit is reflected, and their attributes drop by half, and they try to do something, but the protagonist summons attack, and the protagonist calls the right one, saying it's his turn, and he goes after everyone, full of hatred, already plunging his sword into several, passing through them and chopping up all the orcs there until he comes face to face with the leader, who begins to be surrounded by the protagonist summons, and he says they must end this now, and they all finish the group off well and easily. Then he wonders if it's a reward he received, and he receives a ticket from the roulette limited to 100 people for achieving the achievement of killing 100 monsters, and he also receives a free rank upgrade, being the 21st player to achieve this achievement in the entire story. And he is surprised that he is the 21st, because with the current time he thinks that count includes everyone around the world, and he wonders what kind of people are the first 20. But then he hears a noise and wonders who is driving the bus, and notices that they tried to escape ignoring the orc chief, but it didn't work out very well. So he asks if that isn't the president's group, and it seems that they were kidnapped, and the protagonist thinks that they just had to stay quiet. They are making everything worse. But then he goes forward, and some people try to fight with the protagonist, saying that they won't let him be alone and they can protect themselves, but he says that fighting alone is easier, but ends up agreeing with those guys doing what they want, saying that they just have to not get in the way of the skeletons. Then entering the gym, he sees several goblins hanging from the ceiling and purring, notices that the inside of that place is horrible, and there in the deep down, in the middle of that macabre fog, he sees the boss, and he asks who that is, wondering if it's the boss, and behind that thing, all the council members, along with the fat guy who didn't lend the protagonist his sword, are with the boss. And the protagonist tells everyone that they need to focus, and they're going to start the battle against the boss, and everyone arms themselves, while those suckers are taken hostage. And the protagonist thinks that fortunately, it seems like no one died, but he didn't imagine that. The orcs were smart enough to take hostages. So the shitty president starts ordering Zhang to save him, and Genshin Orc screams begging him to please save him because he doesn't want to die. So they question if the boy can do it, but the protagonist says that enough is enough, saying that it was his fault for involving everyone in the situation, and says that he should be prepared to die, and says that he doesn't promise to save them all, since he's not such an incredible person, and asks that the opponent is a monster with whom he can't talk. So he asks everyone to attack, saying that it will be more dangerous if he shows weakness, and when the orcs have been surprised by an unexpected attack, that's when they will save the president's group. But in that, the orcs kill everyone before he could do anything, and they notice that people are dying, and those monsters show no mercy, and they question what they plan to do, and in that, the blood goes all over the leader, and he starts casting a spell, and everyone there notices that their strength is going down the drain, and he is thrown into a state of confusion because of the breath of the abyss. The same breath causes confusion in all of them several times, and the mana is being burned constantly, and the strengthened boss orc chief calling the darkness of rank, I don't know which, appeared. A monster much more absurd than the protagonist had ever faced, and in that he took off, uses the potions he got so far, taking that he thinks it has an energetic taste, and talks to the protagonist, saying that he should also drink that antidote, but in that, he tells the boy to take care of the soup, because apparently he is not being hit, and in fact, he wonders, what is that and why is it so refreshing? And the system says that his mana was greatly increased by the breath of the abyss. He notices that his mana has reached over 4,000, and now he knows why he is feeling so good, and the breath of the abyss has accumulated in his body, causing him to temporarily reach his stage 1 awakening, and the number of units in his horde temporarily increases by another 50, and he says that he does not know what the boss did to him, but he will need to ask him to teach him what it is. My friend, who would have thought? The day buff that against the crazy guy who is the incarnation of the bad thing, and the boss is scared to death, and the protagonist says that what it looks like was not what the boss expected, and Hanho says that this will be the same as what they did on the roof, saying that it will be the three of them, and Jisoo says she's ready to fight, but the boy says no, saying that this time it will be different, and his power allows him to bring the dead to his horde, and his horde grows a lot, so everyone questions what the hell is that, and the power brings more and more, and he says that he will show exactly his work, and the synergy effect, and the synergy of the Murim warrior Honkin is activated, and he has 3 swords increasing his power even more, and they question why there are so many synergies activated, while Hanho and Jisoo are scared to death, and each time the protagonist gets stronger with all the buffs he's receiving, and the beast becomes absurd, releasing mana from its ears, and it thinks it's going to show the boss what true death is, and at par 30, the boss will get it alone, and with that amount of buff, the boss monster keeps killing, but the skeletons are revived permanently time after time, attacking it without it being able to do anything, and the orc even continues killing them, but as the skeletons are revived, it ends up taking damage, even without doing anything, and the skeleton continues to be revived time after time, while the protagonist asks if he understands what he is facing, and even though he is already being modified, he is already becoming a complete necromancer, and he says that they will keep coming back, it doesn't matter, as he has to crush them, and that is what he calls death. And the monster is scared to death, try and flee from the protagonist, but his summons surround him again, while the protagonist calls him an insolent worm, because he is trying to escape death, and that is impossible, so he grabs the monster by the hair, pulling him back, and attacking with all his creatures, completely conserving and holding the boss. Then he calls Right, which goes on top with everything to deliver the final blow, while the protagonist orders to kill him, and with that, he earns 1,055 gold for hunting a strengthened boss, Chef York, calling the high rank darkness, and the right is increasingly B10, and the elite goblin skeleton evolves to the next level after absorbing Chef York's magic, and the defense increases greatly. The commander trait also increases in rank, and the protagonist finally discovers that skeletons need to kill bosses to gain experience. So he makes the Horde list, which is 33 out of 59, the veteran goblin skeleton level 3, along with this Common Blade, the undead commander rank to arrive. Then Hang Wu talks to his Wu and states that there is something coming out of the boss's mouth, and he notices that it is an item, and a warning appears saying that the item gives the owner the evil attribute, and he will need to perform several sacrifices if he wants to remove that attribute, and the protagonist thinks that he is not so different from a necromancer, and receives the evil attribute, and that is the bloodstone of the legendary ranked demon of the orb type. and the effects is to grant the owner the evil attack that steals 2% of mana in each attack. And if the user is completely out of mana, his life will be stolen. And after that, a large part of the protagonist army leaves, because all the breath of the abyss that was accumulated in his body was consumed. His awakened status 1 was deactivated, and with that he returns to being a common necromancer, and everyone celebrates that the boss is dead, and one of them says he doesn't want to be a bother this time, but promises to help next time. So everyone there sucks up to the protagonist, even though he is useless, and he says that as he thought. The other people are useless now, and he doesn't know what the weather was like outside. But not getting involved with too many people is the best for survival. And then he finally manages to break down another door, so they ask if it's okay if they leave, and the protagonist's skeletons start checking all the surroundings there. Then they question where he thinks that guy is going, and they start to think they will be safe as long as they follow him. But at that, Hanwoo says that the whole world is in the same situation, and his cell phone is going crazy, and hopes his parents are okay. And the protagonist thinks about his parents looking back and seeing that boy from the bus, bringing him closer, telling everyone to get on, saying he thought it would be safer to go by bus than on foot, and says he was a driver during his time in the army, so he knows where the nearest base is and thought about going there. But he says it's okay, saying his house is nearby, so he goes alone, but he thinks that's a lie, and the boy says he has no choice, calling all the survivors to get on, because they are going to leave, and they brought 2 buses, so it should be enough to take everyone. And he wishes good luck to Seong-woo, and he also wishes luck to Kyung-soo. And in that, Han-woo stays with the protagonist along with Jisoo, and he asks where they are going, asking where Jisoo lives. And she says she lives in the campus dorm, and it's because she's from J Island. So she asks Seong-woo, asking if it's okay for her to stay with him, saying she doesn't know if it will be of much help, but she wants to do something, and he says of course, she will definitely help a lot. And Hanwoo also thinks it is a required option, but the protagonist tells him to become a Murim warrior with only his left arm, saying that they might be able to achieve double synergies, but in doing so, the girl tells them to be careful while they are almost hit by something. Then Hanwoo asks what the hell is that, and on the bus Kyung-soo is scared to death, and they ask why he stopped. But he says no, saying that everyone is in danger if they walk now, because those monsters are just following the moving bus. And the protagonist realizes they are dragons, and the system says that the boys in the field, Ivern and Alpha, have appeared. And he realizes that it went wrong, because everyone on the bus was caught, and he says that he is not strong at all, and he can get more still strong, and talks to Jisoo, saying that they will not avoid the monsters, but rather hunt them directly. She questions what it is, and he says that they cannot relax in their current situation, because if they do that, their easy preys will become very complicated. And he remembers that the reason why humans finally managed to dominate the earth was because they managed to adapt and conquer nature completely. So he goes after the rest of the things that are there, finally concluding the tutorial. And after that, in the middle of the city, a goblin is running desperately and enters a store, finding other goblins who are hiding. But that goblin who entered the store brought the monsters and the protagonist with him, and ends up being killed, giving away the location of all his friends who run away. But the protagonist continues hunting him and surrounding all those monsters, and he says he knew this would happen, and finishes off all those goblins reaching level 6. Then they notice that the protagonist did everything alone, but he says there wasn't much to do, and it seems there isn't much to gain by hunting goblins now. Then another skill card appears for him, and he says that gaining 3 strength is something hard to ignore, achieving this very good point. That he says it's as if his skills are growing a lot. He says that the feeling is really different. He earns 10 gold for continuing to hunt those goblins, and continues sending his minions after them. And Jisoo says that he arrived, killing outside, and much more beautiful and tidy there. And she says that there were 9 of them there, and he finished them all. And he says that she did a good job, asking Hanho to get the daggers for now, and he is gathering that dagger train that can be used later. And he says that now they will ignore the goblins leaving from that place. Then they ask why. And Jisoo asks if they're going to hunt stronger monsters now, and he says yes. Because looking at the gold reward, orcs are worth about 80, goblins are worth only 10. And he's sure that there will be groups of stronger monsters gathered somewhere. And so they go down the street, and Han-ho begins to feel that the scene reminds him of a zombie movie, and asks what that is. If it isn't a military cannon, looking to the side, and he notices that they fought him using peace. Then he sees that there is still someone verbal there, and that's scared. Did Soldier asks if they are human, asking what that is behind him. And he says not to worry, because they are humans. But then he shouts to the sergeant saying that there are humans around there. And he says that of course they are, wondering by chance. And they look like goblins to him. So inside, the sergeant with the broken leg says it was bad. But as you can see, he can't leave in his condition, and the protagonist realizes that apparently he was struck by a goblin dagger. And he says that's right, he was attacked by a wretch the size of a kid, but managed to wound him somehow. And the protagonist questions him about being attacked, asking if he didn't use his gun, and he says that guns don't fire and they're not broken, but they can't find the cause, and that's why they fought with guns and bayonets. Then Junho talks to the protagonist, saying that he has a potion. Then he says that he saw a player with one of those, asking if he could give it to him, but he says that as he knows, it's kind of difficult to simply hand over an item that is crucial to survival in his situation. So the sergeant asked what he thinks about exchanging information for that, and he says that he'll tell them everything he's seen and heard so far, but the protagonist says he'll decide after hearing everything he has to say. He says there are wolves the size of everyone, they can't kill any of them, and his squad ended up being massacred because of it. There's also a QR code asking if they've seen any blue QR codes, but none of them have. He says he's seen it so far. If they keep following that road, they'll reach a bus and subway transfer center. There's one there, and they should try scanning it with their cell phones. This will install the app. It's a community app that provides the only form of communication between the survivors in their current state. All other means of communication are frozen. The protagonist hands over the potion because of that information. The sergeant asks where they're going, as they're planning to return to base. The protagonist asks if he thinks the base will be safe with all of them dead. He says that when the players started showing up, the superiors started confiscating their weapons, and they told them to fight with peace. But I bet they've changed their minds now. But the protagonist says there's somewhere else they need to go, so the sergeant just lets them go, wishing them good luck. And he also tells him to be careful with the skies, so the sergeant asks about that. And the protagonist says there are pterodactyls the size of buses flying around, and the sergeant and the other little soldier are scared to death, thanking him for that information. So they leave, leaving the protagonist and his army behind, and they keep going, and he notices there's a QR code right in front of him, and realizes it looks like that, and Hanro asks if he doesn't think it's a virus. And he asks who calls, because it's not like cell phone chat in other use now. And when he downloads it, he sees a favorite discussion board in various types of topics. So he opens the main thread and notices that that service officially started that day. And when selecting the first class card, a total of 2,900,000 people were chosen to become players, and currently 1,300,000 are still alive. And the second player's selection will begin in 3 days. And so they hope that more people will choose a card this time, and he questions who did all this. But then he notices that there are no more posts on that board, but he only notices that the price to post something is 1,000 gold. And Hanra notices that this means they need to hunt 100 goblins to be able to write a single sentence. Then he sees another post with a person asking if there is anyone out there, asking him to respond if there is anyone alive. And they are a group of 8 people at level 8, and they are trying to create a safe zone, an apartment H in the city of Huangshan in Guiyang province. And they ask to please respond if they're in the area, and they keep talking. And Nissan Hanro talks about that apartment H, saying that it's close to his house, then asks if they want to go there, saying that each post costs 1,000 gold, but this person is posting so easily, and they finally reach level 6, but they're already level 8, and he thinks something seems strange. But they need to meet with a higher level group first to find out what's going on. But while the protagonist read the replies, some of them were deleted, and they were deleted in sequence, while someone asked if there was anything interesting. But it turns out that the creator who deleted all the messages said that some jerk was posting shit, and that's why he deleted it. They don't need to worry, just go there safely and everything will be fine. And the protagonist thinks something strange is there, and they're in the place where they are saying there is a safe zone. There really is something very strange there, a huge guy with vampire teeth. And in this, as they continue on their way, in another corner, a goblin appears near a boy who manages to kill him quickly and becomes desperate, asking for someone to help them. But in this, other people watch from above, but they don't offer help to that father and his daughter. He asks them to at least take the girl, but everyone doesn't give a damn. Until then, the protagonist arrives with his summons, calmly killing those things, saving them both. And he tells his father that everything will be okay, and they will get them home safely. And he says that his house is right up ahead, but they ran out of food, so they went out to look for it. And the protagonist takes some things out of his backpack, saying that it might not be much, but they will share some of his with them. And then the goblins stand in the distance watching, and Hanho prepares a dagger to throw at his head, but they run away. And then he notices those idiots running in another direction, and Hanho notices that icon means there's a dungeon down there, and asks the protagonist if they should follow them and finish them off. But then the girl's father tells them to wait, saying it's not a good idea to go down there. He says it used to be a karaoke bar run by Mr. Hyong, but he heard something much more dangerous than those green bastards lives down there. The protagonist asks about this dangerous thing, thanks them for the information, and goes down anyway. He enters the Punic dungeon, the Lin Anxiang temple, and they run inside. And Hanho is scared as always. and he asks the protagonist if he didn't say that information was good, and the protagonist tells him to stop talking so he doesn't end up biting his tongue and run. But then, they say that there are more things ahead, and slimes are killing the goblins that got inside, but he tells them to calm down as they're small slimes. So the orc takes the lead and kills the thing, and with him earning 140 gold for hunting a small slime, he notices that there's a lot of stench there, and it turns out that the dagger he used ended up melted by the slime, and he says that just the thought of touching one of those things gives him the chills. And the protagonist says that unfortunately, slimes can't melt, so his skulls are their natural enemies. And so they go ahead and kill everyone, but it turns out that something even worse is ahead of them. And Hanho tells the protagonist that if they're natural enemies, he asks if there's anything they can do about that one over there. And the slime ox Lai Nanxiang appears swallowing one of the protagonist monsters. His unit ends up being killed by pressure, and he notes that if the slime can't digest something, it chews it up and breaks it into pieces. And even the skull's attacks are useless due to the slime's viscosity and bulk. But that doesn't mean there's no other way to deal with them. So he does another basic bone production and uses spears to attack the thing. And he tells them to use the nearby bones and rip that thing in half. He may not be able to create skeletons using broken bones, but he can turn them into bone weapons. And so they keep doing everything they can, and the girl throws another skeleton for the protagonist, and he makes a basic weapon try and kill him, throwing that spear from above, but the monster aims at him, almost hitting him. But Huang Wu pulls the protagonist away in time, preventing the boy from being hit, saving Shine Wu's life. His unit dies in the protagonist's place. He realizes he's made a mistake, and reveals that the guy he swallowed was carrying a bag full of bones he was carrying as weapons. So he makes the weapon inside the monster, and blasts that slime everywhere. And he tells them to go finish that thing off, cutting it until it can no longer regenerate. And the right-hander ends up delivering the final blow. And he earns 2,155 gold for killing the elder slime. And he says it was very good, telling them to fill those empty vials with the monster's mucus, because that mucus is a strong, soluble liquid, and he thinks it'll definitely come in handy in the future, until they find something else. It's the core of a rare-ranked elder slime, a sort of combination material. And the thing is, the elder slime core may be encased in thick skin, but a strong acid capable of melting anything is condensed inside. It can be used to melt objects or combined to create an item, and the protagonist thinks this might be a good thing. And Hanruo tells him to look at the community comments and says something strange, because the creator of that post is deleting all the comments, and he keeps asking why there are so many crazy people in the world. He makes them delete the comments, telling them not to worry, but one of them asked if the people who went ahead haven't arrived yet. He says he's getting worried and asks someone to leave a comment, but that very comment is deleted, and the creator then says they haven't arrived yet, and he thinks something might have happened along the way, and he won't leave any more comments because he doesn't have much gold left. So, he asks to leave a comment when he's nearby. Then, Hanruo wonders why the comments are being deleted, and he asks the protagonist if this doesn't seem a little suspicious. He notes that a group using thousands of gold for altruistic acts is a bit disturbing. He wonders why they're bothering to write such malicious comments, using the same amount of gold, and he bets those guys are doing something else. A group of people wonder why people are hunting monsters. They say you can earn 500 gold by killing common people, and 1,000 gold for each player level, and they're happy about that, because on top of that, it's really easy to kill them. And what's more, they think it feels great. And there's another guy in the car. He's scared to death, and one of them asks who his boss is, and he continues to be scared to death right next to him. So he calls the red professor, asking if he's that famous serial killer, and he thinks it's just luck, remembering when he went up against that guy. Then he got hurt in the neck, calling the other guy a monster. But he says that since the world has become like this, he really needed some arms and legs. So, the protagonist calls Hanruo, and he wonders what it is. Then the boy asks if he can kill a person. Wow, he's really happy with the protagonist. Apparently, he's determined to do whatever it takes to keep his friends alive. I hate that kind of protagonist who says, oh, I'll keep him alive. I don't do that. People change. And 2 seconds later, the guy he left alive is trying to take his life. Elsewhere, in a convenience store, a lot of people are dying. So, the system says that one of them has become part of the vampire lord's family, and his classes change it for a high-ranking vampire. So, that guy questions himself. Why did things turn out this way? I asked Sir Yang why he was doing this. He said he just went to the convenience store to look for supplies with his companions, and he asked his friend not to kill him. But then, that guy keeps saying he needs blood, remembering the premium vampire. So, he goes after his friend, and the vampire tells him he did a good job, and now he's one of his own. And that guy thinks blood is sweet, and the vampire tells him to get really big and strong until he comes back. while he continues to think he's sweet. In another moment, they're calling him, shouting in his ear, and they ask if there's a problem, and he says no, asking what happened. And so, they say the surprise just arrived, and that guy, 157, has 3 people, as he says in the comment, and he says he's in the park asking to be picked up. And so, that guy tells him to step on the gas and go there. Well, your blood bag 17 just arrived. And he says it can be in a public location, near the apartment, but it's very easy to attract those idiots, since the people who live in the apartments are unaware of what's going on, believing it has nothing to do with them, and they're idiots. They don't even realize their necks after your prey is gone, and several dead people are inside the car. Then, that ugly guy driving, he says his prey is in front, wanting to run them over at all cost, wanting their blood, not caring about anything else. But as soon as he runs over, he kills the protagonist's skeletons, and they're surprised that they're just skulls. And as soon as the skeletons die, the protagonist uses them to produce bone and throw spears into the car, and the car asks for direction and ends up crashing, and that vampire wonders, what the hell is this? And the protagonist then grabs him with his hand, pulling it from inside, throwing the brute vampire to the ground. He's left wondering what's going on, and the protagonist calls him KO for 884, asking if he's that guy, and calls him a bastard, pointing the sword at his head. And the protagonist thinks to himself that in the beginning they were just mere suspicions, and the comments being deleted, it's something that didn't make much sense, and he thinks it's unrealistic to think people were spending gold, which is as vital as blood, there, to write malicious comments. So, maybe those comments were being written by someone who believed those evil acts. They should be stopped. Then the protagonist says that no matter how much he thought, that made more sense. And Jerson is surprised that people like that really exist. And Rongo says it's a scary world. And the protagonist says that they may have been responsible for the bait, but who would have thought they would attack them like that? And the vampire curses the protagonist, asking if he knows who they are. But the protagonist lands a punch on his chin. He doesn't care, and his henchman starts calling his senpai. But the protagonist asks how many people are giving him orders. He says he'll rip his head off if he doesn't answer, and he starts laughing, asking if he'd rip off his head, asking if he'd ever killed anyone before, and telling the kid not to try to bluff him. But then the right one appears, ready to actually do what the protagonist is talking about by ripping off an arm first, just to show how the procedure is with them. And the vampire starts screaming, and the other one is scared to death. And the protagonist says he's right, and it seems he knows. And even when the world has become like this, he wasn't evil enough to kill anyone even once. But those guys are different, and they're ready to kill. But the vampire lies awkwardly on the ground, and the protagonist wonders if he lost control because of the pain. And he asks about the other guy. He says they're going to start by ripping off an arm so he can start talking. He asks if it's going to be the arm or the leg, and he says he does. And they work for a total of 8 people. But before he can snitch on the plan, the vampire gets up and rips off his head, taking it all in. And so Jesus is surprised that he killed his own friend, and Ronro tells him to look at that one, while the vampire creates a kind of stake with his arm, and he says that his arm is sharp as a sword. And the vampire eats that head, getting stronger, and he starts laughing, saying that aroma, they're the best flavor in the world. And the protagonist calls him crazy, unable to believe what the vampire just did. And the system says his vitality has been restored after drinking blood, and your attributes will increase for having drunk blood for a certain period, with 2 more strength, 1 for agility, and 1 for vitality. And he says his original class was ninja, but the moment the boss bit her neck, she became a high-ranking vampire. And when he becomes a vampire, you stay at level 1, and you can evolve, but that's not even a restriction. And if they kill and drink the blood of humans instead of monsters, they can gain attributes, and their strength reaches 14, agility 13, and vitality 13 too, and all his stats increased by entering Berserker State +20, and after the effect wears off, his attributes will decrease by 50% for 10 hours as a penalty. And the protagonist, he says this class is scarier than his, but he says it to everyone, stay behind him, because if they make a mistake, they could die in a single blow. And he calls for his monsters to attack, going after the vampire, but he's too fast. He passes through the invocations calmly, and the protagonist, he tells them to use the solvent net, but the vampire grabs one of the skeletons by the hand, and he throws it at the other one, going through with everything. Then he asks if it's the protagonist, going directly to the boy. But the skeletons, they try to attack him again. However, the vampire almost catches him, pointing his dagger at the protagonist's neck, and before he could hit the protagonist's head, he puts the shield in front, defending himself. But then another attack comes this way, with a swordsman wanting to kill her, but she can single quotes D. So he says he thought she would be a bridesmaid, but she's magical, a lioness. And the girl gets angry as he returns, trying to hit you, telling you that you'll have to taste your blood first. But then, while he's at it, several daggers come at him. In food, try to hit him. He tells you not to forget him. So they use the rage of daggers on top of that thing, and the vampire, can't stop, and it ends, passing through all the daggers, going after the boy, and he is surprised that he is very fast. However, the protagonist uses the discharge, trying to hit you, but the monster manages to escape, so he tries again to hit the vampire, who starts to dodge, and the protagonist, he says he caught him from behind, using his shield. But the vampire attacked with everything, using his blade on the protagonist's shield, destroying him completely. But the protagonist tries to use his sword. However, the vampire says he is too slow, telling him to move back, saying he's weak. But in this, the girl, he appears there, using the fire sword to try to kill the monster. But the vampire, he dodges again and tries to hit her, saying that it's very obvious. But Right appears from behind, passing through with everything inside the vampire, tearing it off again, his arm. And he keeps screaming that his blood is gushing and he was hit. And the protagonist sends all his monsters to attack. However, other people arrive, and the vampire, he starts to smile, saying they've arrived right on time. But then, when they see the vampire's arm returning grotesquely, they get scared. Then, he notices that there's something wrong with his arm, and the girl comes back, trying to attack him, along with the protagonist's summons. And so, they can do a lot of damage to him, until the protagonist, he sends his sword to that thing's neck, saying that he thinks so. What regenerative powers? Monstrous. They are something to boast. So he asks to let him play with your head a little by ripping her out, and he earns 1,000 gold for hunting a player level 1. So the protagonist is surprised that they are winning gold for hunting a player. He questions if they did it just for gold, with everyone getting scared, and the two of them even more scared, seeing the quantity of dead people inside the car. So the protagonist surrounds them all, calling him an idiot. Asking if they are a group level 8, and he says yes. So he orders they drop their weapons, otherwise he will kill them all, and so on. They throw their weapons on the ground. Then he begins the interrogation, asking questions only to their boss, and the main idiot, he says they do too. They don't know who he is, and he only obeys Heung. They didn't know that Hume was like that. And the protagonist. So you think the boss is the lunatic who created that monster. Then that thing, she's human, wondering what class she is, thinking it should be maybe 5 stars or even better. And anyway, he's sure they're just messing around, and he asks how many people did that guy kill, and he says that there are about 21 or 22. And the protagonist dies of hatred with this. So he asks what's the problem, asking the protagonist let them go because they just said that they were deceived. However, the protagonist ends up killing them all, earning gold because of those idiots who were hunting the players. So Jisoo talked to the protagonist along with Heung. Asking what is he doing, and he says what if they hadn't killed them there? They would definitely kill other people just the same that they did today. And Jisoo can only nod with the boy's train of thought. My friend, I've waited so long for that. So much for a protagonist, which literally do what you have to do. That's it. Authored. That's it. Dude. You know the guy is bad. The guy is bad with force. He killed others just to make a profit, and he killed 21 people. If it were 2 or 3, it wasn't alright. But come on, it's a small number. But to one, brother, you have to kill. He's full of death. It's over. If he knows how to kill others, it's a gold medal. His chances of doing it again are very high. And along with that sergeant, who finally managed to get where he needed to be, he reads the comments of 157, speaking that was going that way. But then, someone else send a message to 157. That's the protagonist, telling him to see that message, where it would be deleted. Because for 1884, he's a crazy killer, saying he went into hiding, and he watched him closely, telling him not to go there. And so on. The sergeant, note that even with less force. Survival, it won't be easy. However, another person who's watching over there talked to 157, who is the protagonist, saying that he set up a trap for those killers and annihilated them all, asking if the protagonist, you can see that comment, wondering if you can meet him, also wondering what exactly were those skeletons. And the sergeant, seeing this, he wonders if it were those guys, saying that as I imagine, they are amazing. Then that scaredy cat, who was with the sergeant, and the sergeant, he also says that he was saved by 157, asking him, beware of the wolf, and other people appear. They were also saved by him. So the sergeant changed his name, and everyone keeps asking, how do you do it? And the sergeant, speak to the soldier. He can go now, because he had something to say. In another corner, someone is commenting that he gave a great performance, a guy in full armor, and he talks, which is wonderful, that he still has someone like him in the world. asking them if they too will start going out with other people who apparently are very well armed. Meanwhile, Hanro talked to the protagonist. There's a new publication, and he talks about the prosecutor, Yang Dong, and speak that there are people who want to comment but can't because 1,000 gold, it's a lot of money, saying they can write whatever they want in the comments of that post, telling you to find it. Your relatives share information and they will survive together in that crazy world, telling you to remember that comments are limited to 200 characters each, and you can exchange your nids, paying 100 gold in the settings. And Hanro, he says that he didn't know that this was possible, saying that this person really donated 1,000 gold to everyone. And he says that most of the comments are in search of family members. And the protagonist speaks that Wolf, you can jump straight up to the second floor using the synergy effect. And he claims that he thought that he already knew everything, but that new information keeps coming in. And Hanro speak that all the people who praised you in the last few days, they gathered in the prosecutor's publication, Ian Dump. And he says that he doesn't care about that but then he keeps coming where they were going. And Hanro arrives home feeling happy that finally be there thinking your parents wondering if they're fine. So the boy try to get in, but the protagonist says that they have to calm down and be careful and wait. May everyone be well. As they climb, they notice that there are orc corpses over there, and the boy pray to Buddha God Jesus. And everyone sure please. Since he got this far, he wants his family to be well. But at his doorstep, he has a great gift. He tells his mother to open it because it's Hanro. And from inside, someone actually opens. And your father asks if he would be now together with his mother. They manage to reunite. So he is surprised that his father, he didn't pick a card. And he says he didn't. Even his mother say yes. Ask why man who plays Ghost Top, he didn't choose a card. And he speaks that your hands got stuck at the time. So Hanro, tell your father that he always left the house with coins and came back staggering. And he gets pissed at the kid saying that. But the protagonist asks what happened that stopped the orcs. And the boy, remember that. Speaking of which, in the house next door, the orcs, they destroyed all the doors. And he asks how that they did to be able to stop them. And he says that they played F-Killer on them. And they're surprised. What's this? It worked. And the mother says that her father, he ran off around throwing F-Killer at them, which is an insecticide. And that's it. It worked. And Hanro, he can't believe it that his father, he did it. And the protagonist, he thinks it was a clever way to get rid of them. And after they eat, the mother thank them all for bringing your son back home. And he says that there's only green tea, but they can drink as much as they want. And that he says he doesn't need it. But the protagonist, thank you. And Hanro, talk to your mother, saying he helped. And he threw several knives at them, and they fell like dominoes. But she speaks that her son has to keep quiet because she doesn't believe him. So she speaks that the boiler it's off, and they only have cold water in the shower, but they have enough water for everyone to bathe and rest. And in that, they really do. They stay there to have a better night. But while they are with the light on inside, some people look from the outside and they understand that maybe they can go in there. And inside there, after the bath, Jesus comes out, speaking, who washed herself completely, thanking them for lending her pajamas. And Hanro's mother, she is shocked that the girl, having such a fragile body, he must have suffered a lot. But Hanro, it makes me sad to hear that, because the girl, it must be about 30 times stronger than him. Meanwhile, the protagonist, go take a shower and tell me it's been a while since he took a bath at peace like this. And he speaks that he would be happy that Hanro's parents would be safe, and think that it's good that the orcs' keen sense of smell serve as their weakness. But if it weren't for that, everything would have gone wrong, and he wouldn't have a family to be with in this world too. And he thinks how everything worked out. That makes you happy. Meanwhile, Hanro, he's taking a bath. Just right. He also wants to give him a bath. And after a while, protagonist sit down to clean your weapons, along with GESSO. So Hanro, ask him what he thinks, speaking that it's impossible to stay there. And he speaks that they have to come up with a plan and keep moving forward, because the orcs that came before, they were probably scouts. And if there are hordes of ORCS nearby, they can attack in large groups. But that's the problem. Now, that's where he should go from there, because he doesn't have a clear objective. But then Hanro, he asks him to look at something in the community, and the protagonist is surprised that he still manages to get addicted to social media, even with a world in that state, and Hanro speak. That's not what it's about, because the prosecutor, Yandam, he made a post where you can write comments, and he tells him to look there, and the prosecutor says that they set up a secure area in Yandam, and even if everyone is thinking that it's a trap, he says that he's honest, and he says he knows a guy with a 3-star class called Pioneer who created a safe zone where monsters can't enter, and right now they may not bother everyone, but they are recruiting the first members to enter there, and for the fact, the cost of maintenance, the ability to be tall, they'll have to give gold or food, asking them to understand that it's the best choice to be able to survive with everyone. So Jesus questions if you can really trust this time, and Hanro, think about this guy. He seems like a really nice person, but the protagonist think that's a reason for him to have posted this yesterday. So Hanro ask about it, and the protagonist, he says it might even be true that the prosecutor, Yandam, said about the safe zone, especially because the world now, it's like a game where there are all kinds of classes and skills. However, yesterday, he spent 1,000 gold to create an area of free comments for the survivors. And it's hard seeing all of this, just like that, altruism, and tell them to check the comments. And then everyone starts commenting, saying he believes in him. But another one asks if he really can save you from that crazy world. So Jesus thinks, which are all compliments. And Hanro says there were many people. Thank you. Yesterday's post. And he speaks, which is as if he were creating a good public image, becoming a trustworthy leader, a gathering of people, a safe zone that consumes only gold. And all of this together creates great power. And now he'll probably just sit there while collecting the gold and the supply of those people. So Hanro, notice what he's saying, that there's no such thing as altruism without a reason behind it. And the protagonist thinks it might not be a big deal, but and on don't be. It must be very far away. So they can't go. And Hanro talk about another guy who can also create a small, safe salon, speaking that he's looking for a woman to live with him in the region, and everyone finds the old man disgusting, but think that wasn't it. So show another one, which is the session manager speaking, who also has a safe zone. In Suwon in his class, he's a 3-star pioneer, and he'll charge a monthly rent. Please contact him. And the protagonist says he doesn't like this monthly rent, but he's curious about the concept of safe zones, and he talks that Suwon, it's not far from there. And Hanho, he says he doesn't know how long he'll go on foot or by bus. It's been about 20 minutes. And the protagonist asks, what do they think of choosing this as their next destination? And Hanho, he says soon that he will call his father and his mother. So the next day, they hit the road. So the protagonist says he's sorry for asking, let them come with him suddenly like that. But the father doesn't worry because he's a Hanho veteran and he brought him home safely along with that woman. So they have to follow her, and the mother says that even so, in that city, it's not just monsters that appear. There are also groups of thieves. And the protagonist, he asks about it, and the father says what he thinks, that they're a bunch of kids, high school bastards, and they're out there on motorcycles, robbing survivors. Hearing these words, it feels like I'm in downtown Rio de Janeiro. They ride motorcycles too, robbing those who are surviving. Dude, it's hard. And the protagonist think that even wretches like that, they're running around, out of control. And then, the guys on motorcycles, they arrive that way, stopping in front of the protagonist, and a girl says hello to him. And the protagonist, he's already pissed, because he called him sir. And one of them says they heard conversations and laughter last night, wondering why don't they share those things funny with them. Asking if they're not seeing their numbers of people and weapons. And the protagonist questions himself about these numbers, with their numbers appearing back there. So all the skeletons already glowing with bloodlust. While they were threatening the protagonist, out of nowhere, the girl tells them to put the pedal to the metal and run away, and everyone leaves. Then the three of them wonder what their problem is, and the protagonist, when he looks back, tells everyone to run away because something is coming. Then the wolves appear, and the protagonist is surprised because it's a large pack that has arrived. He notices that they aren't advancing at all, and he tells them to approach very slowly. He wonders if it's because of the wolf's habit of searching for prey, and if it's dangerous to fight four-legged beast at close range. Regardless of their fangs, claws, or power, they are at a disadvantage in an even battle, and their spines are parallel to the ground, On the other hand, since they are human, their spine is perpendicular to the ground, and once they get out, they won't have time to regain their balance, and if they get hit, they're done for. So, they head back inside, and Hanho asks if it's okay for them to get there. And the protagonist says no, because if he had the strength of those wolves, he would advance. So, the girl asks what they are going to do while the wolf goes after him, trying to catch him. But the protagonist throws acid in his face, while everyone is surprised. And the protagonist says that they are the bodily fluids of slimes, and the wolf begins to suffer with that amount of acid in his face. And the protagonist orders them to finish him off, throwing everything, throwing the bones and spears at his back. And the protagonist thinks that they, who are bipedal, have more strength than wild beasts, so they should throw, and with that the wolves start to run. But the protagonist orders his creatures to run after them, jumping on top of one of the wolves, and almost killing it. But the wolf turns quickly and starts to bite him, but in that, another slime below goes on top of that thing, and he asks if they have it. Learn that you shouldn't eat what others give you, and he put a wall of slime inside his bag. Then the right one goes on top of one of the wolves, killing him and earning 240 gold. Then the wolves notice that shit is happening and start barking, while several other monsters go after them. And the protagonist earns more than 240 gold for killing another wolf. And he goes up to level 7, and the killing continues over and over. And Jisoo starts saying that she thinks she's becoming dead weight, but he says no, saying that it's just that they weren't good enough this time. And he says that Jisoo's class is called the Sudden Self, and as long as she's focused on physical skills, she's a specialist, while remember, he's probably still growing. And the protagonist saw the message saying that the dead aren't responding to his call, and his level is to load to summon a large monster. He notices that that one is blocked too, so he calls everyone to leave, as there might be more of them nearby. And while they continue on to another corner, some military personnel in the helicopter are having a lot of trouble with some wolves, and they ask him if they can't speed up, because that way the wolves will catch up to him. But the pilot says they are faster than they can go. But that military man keeps cursing Sergeant Kim, saying that if there is a monster like the pterodactyl, they have to report it. But the pilot keeps wondering when they ignore the information the sergeant brought. And that idiot in the helicopter keeps saying that before those impure people, like that prosecutor Yan Dampo, gain more power, they, the military, have to lead the citizens. But what will they do against that kind of monster? And so the boy's wyvern, alpha male, appears in front of him, a huge dragon, and so he grabs that helicopter, breaking it in half and exploding in the sky, while leaving with the other's wyvern. And looking down there, the protagonist and the other three are surprised, and he notices that the military helicopters left out of nowhere, and Hanho says he knew they would do something, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Then the leader of his wyvern goes back to sleep on top of the building, calm, and Hanho's father says that he saw them sleeping there before, and the mother wonders what they are going to do, because the safe zone is right in front of them, and the protagonist thinks that they cannot pass by them, because if they wait they will leave soon, so they should rest too. And at night the monsters continue him sleeping, while they camp there. But then, the protagonist senses something, and the system asks him, what is the best class to survive in an apocalyptic world? Asking them to choose. So Hanho talks to his father and mother, telling them not to be like him, telling them to learn from their mistake, and choose a class with many stars. The father says that he has been dealing with cards for over 20 years, saying that he will not make the same mistake as his son. Then the protagonist also sees the cards, and the system tells him to choose a card connected to his class, and he is surprised by this, wondering if it will combine with his current class. Then he looks, noticing that other cards have disappeared, and it seems that someone chose the card. And he thinks that it may not be for everyone, but it seems that that card is shared with many other people too. And in the end, this is a competition, so he thinks he has to calm down, because when it comes to a connection, choosing a card with many stars may not necessarily be the best. Choose, and the card he needs will have the best effects when combined with his Necromancer class. So he chooses the connected Black Mage card, a card that will be fused with his original Necromancer class, and a new ability will be given to him. The protagonist notices that he gained the Aura of Death, as it had a buff for his undead and a debuff for enemies, thinking that this is good, but in this, I won't get mad about it, saying that the 4-star card he was going to get was chosen by someone else before, and that's why he ended up with the 1-star priest. The protagonist notices that the boy is very unlucky, so he says that the ability he obtained gives protection for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. But they ask if this isn't a good class, and he asks which one, and the boy's father says that it's a class that can create a safe zone, the Pioneer, and the protagonist is happy about this, because it seems like they won't need to go to Suwon anymore. Waxyine, and in that Hanho's father starts sorting, asking his son if he can see the movements he's making. Then he says he should have taught him to have quick hands like that. But while the boy's father sorts, he asks his mother what she chose, and she says she's the cook, a star, but he asks why she didn't choose a combat class. And she asks if he's saying that her old parents should keep getting into fights, mono. It's because they've been feeding her for 20 years, and that's not what they should do to her. But for Jisoo, he asks which one she chose, and says she chose the hit hitman, and she has a passive skill called Heightened Senses, which increases her senses in difficult situations. And the protagonist thinks that's good, and the girl also thinks to herself that Suwon-who is strong, and he has the ability to utilize people effectively, and has the clear judgment necessary to survive, and no matter how hard she tries, she can't act like that, and she wants to become stronger too. And if she can't be like him, then she'll have to find her own way, and she has to become stronger, both physically and mentally. And the protagonist asks if the boy's father can explain the pioneer class skill better, and he says of course, asking him to just give him a minute, as he will tell him more details. And so he shows every detail of the skill, which creates a safe zone where he can avoid monster attacks. And the effectiveness of the area is limited to 200 meters with a height of 10 meters, and the safe zone can be defended with a shield, and the shield created can be retracted immediately. However, it can be destroyed with a strong attack, and as soon as Thuhen the skill is over, your gold will be consumed to keep the skill active, and it's 100 gold every 10 minutes. The protagonist thinks it's going to be difficult for them to create and maintain a safe zone now, and sending a large group to collect gold isn't a wise choice. He says they'll only use the skill when necessary because they also need to find a place for the safe zone. The boy's father asks if he's serious, and Manhwa asks if they're not going to the safe zone in Suwon-Hwaseong. He says they don't need it anymore. It's pretty obvious that any group will just keep ordering its members around, and it'll be a pain if they join him. Then he also notices that monster up there is moving, and he's rested for a long time, and it looks like he's ready to move again. As he leaves, the protagonist tells Manhwa to look in the community tab to see if the shop's location is there. He looks around a bit, and the protagonist thinks he has to use his gold and level up, because he has 24,000 in his possession, and they don't know when they will find beings like Ivern again, so he needs to get better soon. And the boy says he can't find anything nearby, but then they hear an earthquake, and as soon as Ivern disappeared, they speed up. But then Manhwa asks if those guys are the same ones from yesterday, and so he says they will ask them because they weren't stealing gold from others. So he knows where the store where they spend stolen gold is, and then those boys return to their hiding place, saying they went through a lot of hardship yesterday because of Ivern, questioning how many hours they were stuck in that butcher shop. Then one of them says that at least they will be able to eat meat now, and tells Taesong asking if he can spin the silver roulette, but he says that if he collects a little more he will be able to, saying that the last time he spun, he got screwed when he got the survivor's package. This time he wants to get something useful, calling everyone to leave, asking if they thought they were dead, but when they leave there, he asked why everything is so quiet, and so one of them talks to Taesong, and he tells the boy to shut up, while he continues quietly and opens the door, wondering what happened and if everyone was there all that time, and he asks what the atmosphere is like with those people inside, asking where Yojin is. And one of the hostages says that that man came and said that they collected a lot of money, so Yojin went with him, and so Taesong asked what happened to her. While she tells him to shut up, he takes a fright, asking what happened. Then she tells him to shut up again and not even dare to open it, already transformed into a vampire, saying that when she smells human flesh, she gets hungry, imagining this. Another guy there talks to Taesong, asking why he killed Woo-Sik, and he says that she always had a soft spot for bullies, and their leader Woo-Sik ended up dead. And he asks how that bastard dared to attack them, but then the other asks if Yojin will be killed this time, saying that he already told her that if you repress your desire for blood, it will only hurt you. He and Taesong drank a moderate amount of blood to maintain their sanity, and he says that children like them don't understand what he's talking about. Then Taesong talks about this moderate amount, asking if he knows how many people Woo-Sik killed, and that guy questions what he wants to say, saying that the boss will put them to work, asking how long they think they can survive without listening to his orders. And Taesong, he tells them to just leave him alone, and they'll fend for themselves. But then that guy says he's wrong, and he's already ruined everything, and if they don't obey him, he'll die, all of them. So Taesong starts to tremble, and that vampire tells him to get 10,000 gold in 2 days, otherwise, he's next. Asking if he knows there's no way to run, then someone ends up coming in there, and another person asks who he is, asking him to let go, and the protagonist questions if they shouldn't treat customers politely, saying that's very rude. But the vampire asks if they are customers, talking about what they need, and the protagonist says he wants everything, pointing his sword at the vampire, asking him to give him everything he has, asking if they aren't afraid of losing to them. And the vampire starts to laugh, saying that he's not a customer, he's just a fucking lunatic. And Taesong says that a massacre will happen soon, everyone full of fear, and the protagonist notices that guy's teeth, asking if he's the head of the gang from Apartment H. And the vampire gets pissed off, wondering if it was the protagonist who killed them by going after him, but something ends up happening, and all of the protagonist monsters grab that vampire, and he asks what those things are, while Taesong is terrified of the protagonist's skeletons, and asks if he's the one doing this. And the protagonist arrives there, hitting his neck and killing him him instantly, saying that it's time to recover his stock of skeletons. And after the protagonist gives the protagonist with a very tight grip on that vampire, continued pressing down with his sword, ordering him not to move. The vampire trembled, and the protagonist said that if he moved, he would blow his head off, asking if he was the vampire boss. The vampire started laughing until he began to react and managed to break the protagonist's sword, striking him. But while he tried to react, Hanhu struck him with several daggers, saying that he believed the protagonist ordered not to move, asking Hanhu if it wasn't true. Then the girl also attacked him, cutting off one of his arms. He turned around screaming, and then his arm began to catch fire, and he didn't understand anything. It was said that these were the effects of the ignition stone item, and thus his regeneration was limited. The girl returned once more, with her sword on fire, trying to hit him, but he managed to counterattack, almost hitting her. However, she ducked, changing her sword grip and cutting off that arm again. But the vampire stubbornly tries to hit her again, as always, and the girl manages to deflect all the attacks with her sword. Then he grabs her blade with his hand, but receives a powerful attack to the chest, causing him to lose all his breath. This activates her heightened senses, and she dodges the attack. She's surprised by the effect of her heightened senses ability, and the vampire receives a powerful blow to the back. At the moment of the protagonist's death, force slowness is applied, and the enemy who came into contact with the subordinates falls into weakness. The protagonist thinks that normally he would have lost against the vampire's power, but he's resisting and thinks this is definitely a good ability. As the protagonist mobs continue to punch him relentlessly, he gains weakness times 10, becoming weaker with each attack. He's almost dead in front of those zombies, and finally decides to give up, asking the protagonist to stop and what he wants. That's when Sunwoo notices that. He finally decided to speak, and the vampire, in turn, thinks about that guy controlling the skeletons, saying he can kill him with a single blow, since he doesn't have good physical skills. He thinks he pretended to speak and closed the distance between them, and if he kills him now, the rest will be easy. But then he's hit in the chest, and in several other places. The protagonist, saying that considering his monster body, he should be able to speak even in this state, impaled with those bone spears. As that if that's not enough, he should tell him, because he has several spears left, ready to continue burying them in his body. The other little vampire there says the protagonist is very scary and asks who those people are, and the vampire starts laughing, telling the protagonist not to think he's better just because he caught him, because the day the director's plan is complete, vermin like him will all die. But then the protagonist talks to Jisoo, asking her to finish him off, and the girl rips off his head, and they earn 320 to gold for hunting a player, and that boy sees the vampire's head rolling towards him and is terrified, begging him to let them live, saying they have nothing to do with him. But the protagonist calls him back, and the boy answers, and the protagonist questions whether he hadn't spoken from the beginning, ordering him to give him everything they stole, everything they have. And so in the morning he receives 980 for gold, plus some other amounts. And Jisoo thinks that's less than he thought they had, but the protagonist says that's what he could get with the trash of those levels. And then Jisoo talks about that guy inside, and the protagonist says he doesn't know who they are, but they had prepared and expanded their powers, and they must be very systematic seeing as they had collectors. And Jisoo says that the protagonist also adapted very quickly, because thinking that there was someone capable of doing something like that is too much. But the protagonist says that instead of them having adapted, it's as if it were common for them, because they have always been in this type of world. And the protagonist says that even leaving the leader aside, even the lackeys can increase the number of vampires, and there must be some kind of limit. But the vampires, they will spread like a virus, and he wonders if they can really ignore this kind of thing. But he says that they had to work as a group to defeat just one of them, and he questions what will happen if they all come to face him at once. And he thinks that they surely found out about it, so they will have to face them eventually. And he thinks he has to get stronger, and he says he heard there's a shop nearby, and so that boy says he'll take them, asking all his friends not to be arrogant with the protagonist. But then the system sends them a message asking what happens to someone who doesn't choose a card, even in the second player selection. And Hanho keeps asking if the protagonist is seeing that, and he sees that there's a red window, and this makes him blush. And then one of the boys there starts shouting, and their leader goes to shake it, not wanting to believe that he didn't choose anything, and he says that he has a bad feeling about it, saying that he doesn't believe in that system. And their leader says that he knows what might happen. But then the boy asks what the problem is, since he wasn't the only one who didn't choose, and they didn't choose either. But the system says that the answer is that if you still have to wake up to reality even after having received the chances, now you will receive the chance to become a monster, since you refuse to become a player. So that boy really starts to turn into a monster, and the protagonist is surprised by that pressure, thinking that there is no doubt that if he completes the transformation, they will not be able to win. Unfortunately, it will not end quickly, and the protagonist asks everyone to attack now, and Jeju is a bit hesitant, but the right thing to do is to go up, Meanwhile, Hanhao's parents remain in the safe zone, and the father thinks that it's been a while since Hanhao and his sambas went inside. The mother asks if he's sure they can do something, and he says that considering what happened to the people who lived near them, it's normal for them to be worried, and some of them were dead. The mother says that even so, they are just children, and she hopes everyone will be alright. Meanwhile, the protagonist is fighting against those who didn't choose a class and became monsters, and the protagonist mentally apologizes to them, but he can't do anything in this situation. Meanwhile, those monsters kill his skeletons very easily, and the protagonist is surprised, asking if he's really going to use such a weak attack against a skeleton with such a rigid and perfectly shaped body, and the other two monsters. They kill that werewolf, and he earns 3,000 gold for each monster hunted, and Hai reaches level 8. And the protagonist is horrified by this, since each one is worth 3,000 gold, and even a large wolf was only worth 240. He questions how it's possible that he transformed into such a high-level monster, and he thinks this one came close. The system says he chose the random attribute point card, and his agility is increased by 3. He says he chose a random attribute, but that's very good. The girl says that since her power is controlling skeletons, she thinks this will serve her very well. Hanhwa asks if they will really face more enemies like these guys, asking because she feels like the difficulty has suddenly exploded. The protagonist says there's a way, and thinks to himself that they will continue with the dependent family members. So far, he hasn't transformed anyone into part of his skeleton army, because it could give a bad impression to the other survivors. But the situation changed. A person from the same group who didn't choose a class appeared, and there will certainly be cases where not only individuals, but entire groups have been transformed into monsters, and if they face something like that, he won't hesitate. The system says the dead must be under his authority to improve them, and the protagonist finds this even stranger. But he can no longer see other people's eyes, and so he thinks it's great, because that way they can even face a vampire directly. Then one of those boys sees the protagonist, taking him away as one of his skeletons. The protagonist asks about the shop, and he says he couldn't tell them before, but the shop is a second-hand dealership. However, he says the person controlling that place is simply horrible, and in his case, they only had gold stolen, but those guys obeyed the vampires and sacrificed humans. However, the protagonist just asks him to take them there, and everyone walks towards the shop. The protagonist says they moved in secret, but there are no guards there, and the atmosphere is strange. They hear a scream with several cars flying through the air, and the protagonist tells everyone to stop and take cover, telling them to look ahead. Those guys are facing a bear monster, and they're in a really bad situation with the bear almost ripping one of their heads off. However, a chain flies towards him and ends up hitting the guy's eye. The chain belonged to the bear itself, which uses this to finish the attack. The protagonist sees that the bears are chained and asks if he's been captured. With that guy dead, the bear continues hunting its next prey, and he says that it seems all the vampires died because of the bear. Now he understands the bear was a kidnapped human, and because he was captured, he couldn't choose a class and became a monster. And he's surprised to think that they would be killed by someone they themselves kidnapped. It's too much, and he thinks that karma never fails. But then a vampire goes after that bear, cursing him, questioning how he dares to act like that, even though he's just prey. But while he attacks the bear, the most he does is injure one of its eyes, and the bear returns the blow, hitting him squarely in the face. The protagonist watches until he realizes that if he acts now, he can kill two birds with one stone, because the bear is on its last legs and the vampire is also injured. And so, while the two are about to kill each other, the protagonist thinks fast and sends his monsters to attack them. One goes after the vampire, hitting it squarely and killing it, and the other goes after the bear. But the bear waits to grab the skeleton. The protagonist thinks he made a mistake, because unlike bears, wolves only know how to gather their prey. So he says he will also transform them into a friend, so they have more company, telling them they can go. While he manages to defeat the bear, he earns 3,500 gold, and seeing it fall, he says he needs to get rid of someone to transform them into his follower. He looks at the other orcs, finishes them off, and manages to bring the bear to him. He thinks the bear is enormous, wondering if the size limit of that creature wasn't medium. But then they see the bus nearby, and Hanho says it's his school bus, and thinks it's the bus Kyungsu took. Jisoo is quite surprised to see it, and the protagonist thinks they must have been caught by A. The vampire says that he definitely intends to lead the people to the military camp, and if there are so many people in his group, the number of enemies will also be enormous, and people will end up being killed if they advance like that without thinking about the consequences. But then he asks the boys where the shop is, and that boy starts to stall. But then the one who was carrying him on his arm slaps him on the shoulder, and he asks what Yujin is doing. Then the vampire who took care of her asks about this Yujin, noticing that this is the name of this girl already transformed. and tells him not to worry about her because for him each of his children is precious. The boy is surprised, and the vampire says that he was thinking about the murderer of his children and went there to take a look, and he seems to be a very incredible guy. The protagonist realizes that she is possessed, wondering if that thing sensed the death of the vampires and came there. He says that he thought the Lord would be the kind of person who stays quiet, but he is quite different, and the protagonist thinks, whatever that is, it's a really annoying skill. And the vampire says he has to explain it frequently to idiots. And he says it's all thanks to that he got the nickname Professor. But he thinks he's not interested in things like that, so he'll just do what he has to do. And he tells the protagonist that he's dead, sucking air, releasing a dark cloud of smoke near Sun Wu. And it's said that he was cursed with a low-class spell, and he needs divine power to analyze and remove the curse. And so the vampire starts telling the protagonist to die, saying he's screwed, and he's going to eat his guts, telling him to wait for soup, and he's going to tear him into little pieces. But he notices something, and the protagonist simply kicks the girl right in the face, throwing her far away. And he says it seems like they didn't have a reason. They kept listening to that litany. But Han Ryu looks at him sincerely asking if he's still human by any chance. And the protagonist notices that red mark, questioning if it's because of the curse, but if it were. He questions why he didn't feel anything, but then Han Ryu speaks to him, saying that he senses a hint of doom in him. And the protagonist says that now that he's stopped to think about it, he managed to get the priest class or something like that. And the protagonist thinks that if that guy is a priest, then that whole country is lost. And Han Ryu says that he can feel the disrespect coming from him, but asks him to wait a little. But in that, the system talks about the skill, exclusive to the Vampire Lord. He is exposed to a trail of blood, and his location will be revealed every 12 hours. He cannot break the curse because his divine power is low. It is said that, given this special situation, a special mission has been assigned to him. The evil ones have no nation. The condition is to eliminate the assassin who wishes to kill him. The bonus is 30,000 gold, along with a rank C item ticket. He is being targeted by someone, and his opponent is preparing an evil operation to take his life. The situation will only end when one of them dies. The protagonist says that, therefore, he doesn't need to worry about attacking before the other becomes stronger. He mentions that he was asking about the shop, but the boy didn't answer. The protagonist goes to the boy and asks about the location of the vampire nest. He goes to the rank D shop, and just notices that this time it's not a roulette wheel. There are 4 options available, one of which is bronze, which cost 100 gold. 1,000 silver, 10,000 gold, and 100,000 platinum. And it's said that rank D shops only sell items up to the platinum level. And I'm not going to question whether you have to choose a ball, and the protagonist says he'll go first, because he obtained a limited rank ticket and says he received a reward after 100 ebes, which was limited to 100 people, and he thinks about the new platinum rank which cost 100,000, and that's 10 times more expensive, and if the cost increases by 10 per rank, it's better to save his tickets for the future, and he should choose gold for now, as long as they can still survive. But then he thinks he can add a ball, a third ball as a reward, a second ball as a reward, and a first ball as a reward. And the protagonist wonders if the game organizers made a pact with the devil by any chance, and he says that, however, considering the previous rewards, it's better to just take the first one, no matter how much it costs. And so, the first ball, the prize was increased by 5 more, and he says he got something else, and he complained, saying that based on his own experience, this will end badly, and so he comes in first place. And the item information is that the name is coupon for achieving level skill master. The rank is legendary, and the item type is consumable. The effect is that you will receive a class skill randomly, and the skill will be set to master without requiring any special training, and his skill is empty sanctuary at the artisan level, and the ranking is active without any consumption, and he creates a resting place for his subordinates in the subspace, regardless of the number or mass, and he can leave them there or summon them to his current location. However, this only applies to subordinates in an unbroken state, and he also has the Blade of the Fallen. And when summoning a large number of subordinates at once, he will spread the curse of death throughout the area, and the range of the effect will increase with the increase in number, and its recharge time is 1 hour. And so he says he was very lucky, asking what the problem is, because the two are looking at him with a huge look of astonishment. And so he tells them to get out of the way because he wants to test something. Then the two run off while the protagonist tells them to stay there because he wants to test something, and he thinks this is good because there is a limit to the number, but it still means something, which allows him to have a larger inventory and transportation, stealth, and even areas. The safe zones will be expanded when they find new survivors. And so he asked the other two if they got anything good, but apparently they didn't, because the girl got a Class B survival kit, bandages, emergency medicine, rope and flashlight, and a common item, a hard chest plate. And so the protagonist calls them to leave, and Ranhao gets pissed off, saying that he'll definitely be first on the machine next time, my friend. It doesn't matter if you're first, second, third, thousandth. If you weren't born with hacks, there's nothing you can do. The protagonist's friend always gets screwed. Always gets screwed. It's hard for the protagonist's friend to succeed. But then the protagonist tells him not to get get his hopes up. But then that boy who stayed with the bus is wondering where he went wrong, saying that he was very careless, questioning whether he should have stayed with that guy, and thinks that he definitely should have, and says that the thought of a safe military base destroyed everything, and they only managed to reach the base after going through wyverns and monsters. But then he found himself in the middle of a huge war, and his friend was desperate and asked Kyung-ho what he was going to do about it, saying that he came because he was called, but there was nothing there. And Kyung-ho froze at that moment, and he said that thinking that the military base would be in that state was too much. And they said they were screwed, asking what they were going to do now. And everyone started pressuring Kyung-so, questioning what they should do. And the boy thought that he was just driving, wondering why he had to be pressured like that. But then one of them spoke to Kyung-so, telling him to look at that. And then the boy learned about a safe zone. And they said that Vicky and someone asked Hwasong if they were going there. And so everyone tried to put pressure on Kyung-so, asking what they were going to do, asking him to choose a destination, and he said that he had lived until now avoiding the wyverns strategically. These people were sacrificing their own lives by following him, and he needs to be more confident. So he took everyone there, and he says it was an express decision, and he should have been more suspicious. And what they were expecting was a bunch of monsters wearing human masks, and he's one of the few survivors. A vampire kicks him in the back, telling the boy to hurry up, asking what's wrong, questioning if he's having trouble, and if they don't want to work, just say so, and just go to the kitchen and make food for them. Then one of them says that the slaves are slowly becoming exhausted, asking if they shouldn't replace them, and the other says that's right, and there are people who will rebel because they leveled up, and he says that they can hunt them down and take their gold. Then he can kill them and level up again, and his friend asks if this isn't basically a creative way of saving money, and Kyung-so thinks he has no hope left, because he's going to be killed just like his friends were. And then everyone starts walking in a line in front of those vampires, suffering constant threats, with one of them saying he'll eat them if they're slow. Man, there's no way around it. That thing from the series is still inside me, screaming at that kind of, it's impossible, vampires. Those things that eat human flesh with their teeth, ends up bringing with it this suspicious thing. I've skipped over a lot of suspicious things to avoid talking about them, but sometimes you have to say them to convey the feeling of the thing. So, while everyone being enslaved walks around, one of them suddenly stops, and Kyung-so hits him and asks why the boy stopped. Then they see the right-handed one up ahead, and seeing the right-handed one, they wonder what it is, because it's a skeleton the size of a goblin. Kyung-so is certain, looking at it while the vampires ask if it's a joke, saying they think it's a new monster. One of them lunges at the right-handed one, trying to catch him, trying to kill him. But then he notices something strange, and his eyes widen as he sees several bone spears piercing his body without them even noticing. They question what the hell this is, stuck in the ground. And then all the protagonist monsters appear there, finishing off. They arrive, and Kyung-so calls Su-woo, his eyes filled with hope. The protagonist speaks to him, saying he wished him good luck before sunset, but it didn't seem to help much. He arrives to save the boy's day. Noticing that Su-woo seems stronger than before, he thinks they both went to the same university, but wonders if there was always such a big difference between them. Then, one of the vampires starts to rise, saying he's going to kill him, but one of the protagonist's skeletons grabs a spear and starts swinging them, splitting several bodies and throwing them aside. Kyung-so is speechless watching this, and the protagonist says they look human, but are like the monster, so he'll only leave 11 of them alive. Seeing the protagonist group fight, the boy thinks they've surpassed his expectations. He's very strong. Not only has Su-woo's growth been great, but Jisoo's as well. As for Hanho, he must have. He's evolved, right? Because he's hiding behind the right wing. And so the vampires ask the protagonist to let him live. Link will tell them anything they want to know, and the protagonist asks how many are inside the factory. Vampires and players asking him to say the level of all of them, and the vampire says that there's a level 5 branch manager vampire, and there are about 12 players, and most of them must be level 4. And the protagonist thinks he's answering sincerely, but he has no plan to spare his life. And the vampire asks if the protagonist also wants to know about the security measures and the internal situation, saying it's worth telling everything, begging him to spare his life. But in doing so, he ends up dead, and Kyung-so kills him completely. He says he knows the conditions inside the factory, and these guys shouldn't be kept alive, saying that all his friends died because of that guy. And even if his friends are cold and cowardly, they shouldn't have died that way. He says there are many things he wanted to do with him, and he says this with tears in his eyes. The protagonist says that the incident with all his friends was a real shame, but he resisted well and survived, and these guys didn't go crazy in a day. They were hiding in society. No matter how desperate the situation is, not everyone chooses this. Adapting and being free are different things. He says that this world is succumbing, but he has to catch the crazy ones who were released. Inside, someone speaks with the branch manager, and they ask what the man is planning to do, and he says that they are capturing humans as ordered, but how long they will have to continue doing this. Then he asked about these humans, saying that they are just food and experimentation, easier to capture than monsters, and with various uses. And the work they are doing is evolutionary business. And the man has good vision and knows philosophy. And the world currently is about fighting for survival, and they have to be at the top. The #1 suck-up says that he also wants to be part of the leadership team. And then their leader says that if they show good performance, they can become permanent employees. And just as he changed someone who wandered around the factory warehouses, the man will transform them into permanent employees just like him. But the protagonist appears asking if he means monsters and not permanent employees. And he questions who is there, and the man asks about this evolutionary business, saying that it's funny to see how they go around saying they've given up on being human. Then the leader, one of them, jumps down there asking what the protagonist is doing there. And then they all ask if that's the guy, saying they saw him at school. But another one asks who he is, and that NPC says that he was the one who saved them all at his school. But then one of the vampires tells them to shut up, questioning who, so that cattle like them can open their mouths. But the protagonist asks if his master didn't warn him about who he is, and they start to recognize him, asking if he was the one who killed the leader of Chima Park, and the protagonist questions him about that. And the vampire asks if he's making things up, telling them to stop acting like he's someone important. But the protagonist starts laughing, and the vampires stop taking him seriously. They say they knew he was crazy for coming there alone, but they ask what makes him believe he can beat them. The protagonist replies that it's clearly his abilities, already summoning that black mist and preparing for battle. They question what that black mist is, and then a warning occurs that the area will be affected by great necromancy. They question again what's happening, but then, in the middle of that mist, the protagonist's skeletons emerge, and the great necromancy buffs them all, saying they have been cursed because of death, and their attributes greatly diminish. And they are left wondering what monsters are these. They're trying to defend themselves, but the protagonist's skeletons launch an attack, throwing everyone up in the air. Their leader tells them to protect themselves, telling them to proceed calmly, and that they only need to kill the bastard controlling them. But then it's revealed that the dead under his control are enslaved, and they don't know what to do. As they're returning, with the dead there, they think this bastard is up to something. One of the protagonist's skeletons is hit, and one of the vampires lunges at Sun Wukong. He says he's going to kill him, but then a bottle of acid falls right in his face, throwing him from above. He says it's good there's an opening there, and then the vampire's face begins to corrode. When he looks back, Jesus has already done the good deed for the rest of the group, freeing them. She informs the protagonist that she rescued the hostages, and then a truck arrives. Kyungsu calls everyone over, urging them to get inside quickly and take the wounded to the car first. But then the vampire asks where they think they're going, but the protagonist wolves attack, along with right-handed, and he receives a blow that throws him far away. This activates the jungle madness, and for 10 minutes, goblin-type soldiers will have increased attack power. Right-handed charges at the vampire, wanting to take advantage of the buff, and he thinks it's dangerous and has to dodge. However, his attributes continue to drop due to the death curse, and his vitality decreases because he's been contaminated by the devil's blood. Then, the protagonist uses Hand's legendary devil's bloodstone and the wild madness in his other hand, and says that right-handed always does his job right. How can this be, man? Dwight in her really reminds me of Esqueletinho, and he's just as tough as our beloved Esqueletinho. And guys, just a reminder, the first video on the Chinese ManhwaCapped channel will be coming out very soon. I'll be posting the Chinese works elsewhere, so as not to interfere with YouTube's policies, so I really hope you subscribe to keep up with the works there featuring Esqueletinho, and that other limitless necromancer who keeps spawning a bunch of skeleton bombs. These works will be released there, and I'm counting on you for that next channel. The protagonist talks to the guy lying on the ground, talking about the broken ceiling, thin walls, and windows, and says that no place is better to attack than an abandoned factory, and it was by choosing such a place as his workplace that he failed. But then, the vampire wonders who this guy is, because he's very strong, as it seems he also knows how to use his head. Then the CEO talks to the branch manager, saying that he will to share some of his powers with him, instructing him to make sure he finishes off the protagonist. And he sees them all ugly and understanding. And the vampire says he can feel the power as if inspired by the CEO, saying he's incredible. And he doubles in size in front of them, and says they will die by his fangs. Then it's said that the superior vampire is getting angry, and that branch manager becomes 10 times uglier, and the protagonist questions if this is his true form, saying it seems he really gave up on being human. Then he lunges at his grandfather, but ends up guiding his wolves, goes after him too, hitting his face and stopping the attack. And so the protagonist orders everyone to gather. He attacks, and things get tight as he tries to hit the skeletons, killing some, but not dismantling them. The bear also attacks, landing a powerful punch, but the vampire resists and returns the punch, throwing him upwards. The others also attack again, trying to grab him from each side. While he hits one in front, another hits him from behind, Jisoo, seeing the distraction, jumps on top of one of the skeletons and attacks, slashing its stomach. The bear then calls out to the girl, cursing her, but Jisoo prepares to attack again. Jisoo grabs the bear and throws him at her, slashing the monster's stomach. The orcs take advantage of this to try and grab him from behind, but he turns around, saying they are mere piles of useless bones, telling them not to underestimate him. He manages to decimate some of them, and then the protagonist brings in his soldiers once more. The vampire starts to get mad at the protagonist's persistence, and Hanho says that Jisoo is incredible, saying that now they are on the same level as him. But the protagonist says that's why it wasn't working, and he says that the overload due to blood loss and constantly advancing will definitely mean he won't last long, but he thinks they might run out of monster corpses before that. And if the orc barrier doesn't block the flow of attacks, things could get dangerous. The real problem is that he's just a subordinate of the vampire lord, so he thinks that if the subordinate is already this strong, how strong will the lord be? But then he looks to the side, and while the skeletons advance, he activates the synergy effect and says he feels guilty, questioning what he's doing, saying it must be difficult for them to defeat a guy like that, and says he'll use the werewolf corpse to his advantage. In doing so, he gets the synergy from Cerberus, who asks that. He has a dog and 3 other creatures, and the speed increases by 10%, and the strength increases by 10%, and when they are attacking the same enemy together, the strength increases by 50%, and the vampire is completely surprised, because that pile of bones suddenly became strong. So the protagonist orders him to tear him in half, and the vampire begins to suffer, being thrown to the ground and impaled, and the vampire tries to curse them. But then the protagonist tells him that Hwaseong's evolutionary work has failed, and that he is leaving, and thus he earns 10,000 gold for hunting a special player, and the protagonist questions this, because even in this way, he is considered a human different from the werewolf, and thinks he can transform him into one of his own, and he says that until now he has always killed vampires with a single blow to the head because of their regenerative power, and those who had a broken neck could not enter his horde, but that it will probably be possible, and he brings him back, and says that from now on he must work for him instead of the lord. And so it is said that he can inspect the fragments of the dead man's memory, and the protagonist is quite surprised, questioning what this ability is, and when he takes a look, he sees the memories of that former branch manager, and he says that he couldn't see the memories of his soldiers before, and questions if this is also a power of the necromancer. And then he sees Sayo talking to everyone, and he says that what he wanted to say is that they should think a little, questioning why this game exists, and Enthade asks if anyone there has an answer, and everyone remains silent. He says of course not, adding that to be honest, even he doesn't know what's happening, but he understands what he must do, and they have to evolve. Then he asks the branch manager, Kim, if he's okay with that, and he says yes. The vampire boss asks about God, transcendence, cosmic beings, and he says that in any case, some being is giving them a spectacular chance, and this fragile shell allows them to escape this pathetic species. Humans have reached their limit, and even if something like this didn't happen, they would have faced their end soon. However, they will open the doors to a new world, or evolve into something different. The protagonist then realizes that this is the vampire lord, and manager Kim is happy with his boss. But then the boss receives a mission and says they have a duty to join him. The protagonist is curious about this mission, while everyone agrees with the vampire lord, saying they will help him. The protagonist follows the story to the end, questioning what this strange energy is, wondering if they've been brainwashed, as a strange loyalty arising from his instincts can only point to that. He realizes there was a reason he managed to create such a group in just a few days. The vampire lord then calls them to a party, saying their first destination is Hwajong, and the plan is called the Grand Party. They'll invite all the neighbors and have fun. He speaks with manager Kim, explaining they'll be working on food supplies and work materials. The protagonist begins to realize they're insane, thinking about human farms, battle slaves, and massacre parties. He notices they've devised a crazy plan, the main part of which is to lure people with the idea of a safe haven. The funny thing is, this plan worked perfectly. He then receives a private mission, noting it's the second time since the professor died, and he wonders what the system wants from him now. The private mission is Manipulator of Death. The category is to prevent or take advantage of a massacre, and the reward is an exclusive ability, and it is said that he faced a massacre, and indeed, a massacre in this world may not be a special event, and they will continue to happen. However, they mean something to him, and as a person who possesses the power of the realm of death, he will be able to save lives or neglect them and use the dead for himself. And it is said that the choice is his, and the direction of his destiny depends on the choice. And with that, everyone comes out of there, and Hanho asks the protagonist why this is happening, questioning if there's something wrong with the vampire lineage, but the protagonist stands still still and asks if he's listening. Hanho then says that this happened because he eats anything he finds without even checking if it's spoiled, because he thinks the kid is sick, and says he'll do anything he says, then tells him to compose himself. But the man asks Hanho why he doesn't wait a bit, and the protagonist grabs his head, questioning who ate what, and asks if he said he'd do anything he says, and Hanho says no, not everything. Going back to Taifa, he says he needs to join the island on a mission, and Hanho asks what he's talking about. Meanwhile, the vampire boss asks if the branch manager died, and a girl who's there notices this, asking how it happened. Asking how he can be dead, even after receiving his strength. The man says that, apparently, the one he's fighting is stronger than he thought. And although he doesn't know how he managed to kill the branch manager with those crappy skeletons, he's quite troublesome. The girl then asks the man if he wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. However, he speaks with Madame Yang, questioning if she just said he would be a problem for him. And the girl gets all flustered, so to speak, asking him to forgive her for what she said. He says it's alright, saying that what she said also makes sense, and that in this situation, when he should be focused on the mission, this constant disturbance is irritating. However, while he's in his location with the curse, he turns to the grand banquet, and he wants to see what kind of guy the protagonist is. Meanwhile, everyone gathers to try to strengthen themselves and heal. And Yang Hua says that cleaning up those things never ends, those daggers, and he asks. The protagonist asks if everything will be alright if they do this now. And Jishu says that according to the protagonist himself, there will be a great massacre in Huazhong, and that crazy plan to gather all the survivors and defeat them all at once. She asks if they shouldn't hurry up and stop them. Yang Hua speaks with Sun Wukong, saying that the community is going crazy, telling them to look at it, but it seems they are really determined to lure them in, and everyone is posting a lot of things. Yang Hua asks how they can be so brazen, and says that they will interfere with that plan. Responding from that side, the protagonist says no, saying that they will only do something after thinking carefully, and he wonders if they will be able to convince those people who yearn for some hope, even if it's a false hope, thinking that it will be a problem even if they manage to convince him, and if those guys need to change the plan, they will lose their advantage. He tries to find out what the vampire's plan is, and he says that since they have time, and since there's no way to stop them immediately, they'll deal with what's in front of them first. Asking Jishu if she found anything, she says those things were in the branch manager's office, and the protagonist is surprised by the amount of potions he has. Jishu says that since they usually hunt monsters, it seems they have many other things. Yang Hua says she found something good, because she was worried about what would happen if they ran out of electricity. But with that small charger, they'll be able to do something. They then plug in the phone, and the battery goes from 28 to 100% in 10 minutes. They notice it has wireless charging, and it seems quite easy to use. And then Jishu asks him to look at something, saying that the intermediate medicine can cure several different attributes, and he thinks that this is something they can use now. And after a while, they go to the protagonist to thank him, and the boy who took him to the shop says that it wasn't enough for him just to accept him, and he even gave him medicine, and says that they had some difficulty before, but even though it's not a complete cure, the effect is great. But the protagonist reminds him that if he goes crazy or is possessed by something, it will kill him. So it's good for the boy to be careful, and he says that's right, saying that they will make sure to take care of it. And the protagonist looks at them somewhat skeptically, noticing that they are a bunch of gangsters. But it seems they're not a lost cause, and he says that this doesn't come for free. They feel need to work to pay him, and they're all very excited, saying that all the protagonist has to do is talk to him. Then the protagonist goes to talk to Hanhao's father, who agrees, saying it's finally time to unleash his power. Hanhao himself doesn't understand what his father is saying, but he builds an improved camp and creates a safe area there. They think it looks comfortable now, asking how to describe it, as it looks like he just came back from a sauna. His mother also makes a meal that will give him more health for 20 minutes. And Jisoo says it seems like people have already adjusted to the situation. Now, if they can solve the massacre problem, everything will be alright. But then the protagonist asks Jisoo if she received any private mission, but she says no. The protagonist realizes that Jisoo seems distressed by the idea of having to stop the disaster, and he thinks it's not like she received a suspicious mission, with a strange condition resulting from his arrival, or as he received it. And even if it's not a mission, he can no longer avoid the vampire lord due to the blood ties between them. However, he tells Jisoo that it's not his duty to stop the massacre, and she says that's true, but then tries to argue. He asks if she still wants to stop the massacre, out of her sense of justice, but the girl is hesitant and still replies no, saying that if she just avoids it someday, she will die for some other reason besides the vampires. So she's fighting to survive. Then an announcement appears with the final objective, and Chapter 1 is a long, dark night. The system congratulates them for everything they've done, but it says that this is the real challenge, and the most important thing in a survival game is to give Doro. Regardless of whether your opponent is the world, monsters, or other humans, you will have to become brave to survive. And the first item on the announcement is that the current event will last for 7 days, and travel to other regions will be restricted, and the possible areas to travel to them are Suwon and Hwaseong. And 2. 2 is that the event rewards will be doubled, and 3 is that secondary players will have a chance to win random cards whenever they hunt beast, and 4 is that boss monsters will appear based on the region, and a chance to obtain items that cannot be found in shops will appear, and the protagonist says that it seems that what he said has become real, and the final objective seems to have begun now, and Jisoo says that they must fight instead of avoiding them in order to survive this crazy game. But then Renho gets scared when the protagonist tells him what he is going to do, asking if this isn't already an exaggeration, saying that he brought him on this dangerous mission by force, but tried to leave Jisoo out of it. Then he says that Jisoo went through a lot while he was out there, but she has the strength to survive on her own, while he would die in less than a day if he were alone, and he even gets upset, saying that this is defamation. But he starts looking at his cell phone, saying that they are receiving responses to his post on the community forum, saying that it was a good decision, and they can't just stand by and watch the damned vampires make false warnings. And even if it wasn't for that, there's something he needs to write about, and even though he expected these reactions, it was even worse. Then Jisoo says that apparently the transponder Yang Dungpo left a comment. And as expected, given the community's celebrity status, the reactions are in full swing. And the comments stated that they had decided they could no longer wait for government reaction, and were proclaiming the players' independence. The guild's primary purpose was the group's survival, securing safe zones, rescuing survivors, and subsequently killing monsters. The protagonist then told the person not to think he was expecting them to join him, and that this was an appeal, saying they weren't such a bad organization. Hanho asked if he was serious, as he had acted similarly last time, and this guy was making sure of everything. The protagonist said that ambitious people were slowly starting to appear, but Hanho asked the protagonist where they were going. The protagonist said they needed to level up, asking what his level was, and he said it was level 5. The protagonist thought to himself that he would die in a maximum of 2 hours if he stayed alone, but then the truck stopped, and Kyungsa told the protagonist they had arrived, saying he thought they should walk too. From there, everyone disembarks, and Hanho asks if that's their destination. The protagonist replies that it is, saying it's a new hunting ground with various creatures watching them. As they approach, a fireball comes towards Hanho, exploding right above his head. Hanho asks the protagonist about the attack, and Sungwoo recognizes what it is. A bunch of Odin appear, and the protagonist says these monsters use magic, but that they're nothing now. The protagonist sends several of his skeletons to easily finish them off, as the monsters are very weak. Jisa also advances along with Doritinha and Kyungsa to farm some kills. Seeing them coming, the monsters don't have much to do, and Hanho recognizes them as kobolds as he thought they looked like goblins. He says they aren't as dangerous as they seem, but apparently they can use attacks. The protagonist mentions the magicians, and explains that they need to level up Hanho and find new members for the horde during this hunt. In his case, just having one monster in his horde greatly increases his battle strength, and since the single skeleton werewolf is enough to tear apart 3 or 4 lower level vampires, that's already good enough. Even though the kobolds use magic, they aren't powerful enough to join his horde. Jisa then speaks to the protagonist, commenting on the appearance of the market and asking if it doesn't resemble the entrance to his school. They see the large number of cars and corpses, as it's a large area with many people, and the tutorial might be taking place there. Jisa questions if he thinks there's survival in the supermarket, and the protagonist says that if they think about how many monsters there will be in places with many people, they shouldn't have much hope. Jisa thinks that rural or mountainous areas must have been less affected, like Jeju Island and other islands, and they both think about this, as the protagonist remembers that Jisoo's family is on Jeju Island, but she says they don't need to worry because they aren't planning on meeting anyway, and they're probably fine since they're amazing people. So they both ask if family is a sensitive topic for her, and they decide it's best not to talk about it now, and then they enter the supermarket. And he enters the Great Dungeon, the Acropolis of kobolds and mages, and the entrance was magically sealed. And so the protagonist notices that it's all a dungeon. But then the girl yells at him because they were caught in a magic circle, and that magic circle teleports them to another place. And Hanho falls embarrassingly until he gets up. And look, there are kobolds there, and they start speaking human language, saying that they fell into a trap. And they say that Hanho came alone, and apparently he's the only one there, and he's surprised that the men are talking. And he says that kobolds are famous for being the weakest in the world. And even though he's alone, he'll be able to do something. But then he finally realizes that he's alone. And I also took a while. I don't blame him. And then, when he sees that he's alone, his lifespan goes from half a day to 30 seconds. And all those little monsters swarm him, wanting him to kill them. And he starts screaming for help for the protagonist. But then the monsters start, he's being beaten up. And he starts thinking about his father and mother, saying that their beautiful son is going to die now. He thinks about how much suffering he's experiencing after entering the dungeon with the protagonist. But then he realizes that suffering isn't actually hurting. He remembers when it was said that the ability creates creates a barrier for 10 seconds after killing the enemy, and none of them understand. Meanwhile, Hanho starts laughing, asking who the noob is now, and Jisoo is desperate, telling Youngsu that they have to hurry because they need to find Hanho and the protagonist. He agrees, and she says they don't need to worry about Hanho if he's with the protagonist, but if he's alone, things will go wrong. Then she sees a commotion and runs over, asking if Hanho is alright. Inside, he has some knives hanging from his head, but apparently managed to defeat everyone. She questions if he did all this alone, and he asks if she saw the results of his new talent, and he has the nerve to claim that he's the man who's strong against the weak, but Youngsu thinks that's just a terrible personality trait. Then she says that now all that's left is for it to be Hanho, which surprises him, but he says they don't have to worry about the protagonist, as he must be handling everything alone without any trouble, and that's exactly what's happening. After the protagonist kills almost half the world, he worries about Hanho and hopes he gets along with Jisoo. He says the warehouse is bigger than he thought, and it's difficult to find the exit until he sees a corpse, but notices that the guy is still alive. He thinks about that wound, but it seems that saving him using the potion he has will be difficult. The guy tries to talk to the protagonist, telling him to look at that box, and the protagonist asks about it. He asks if there's a good potion inside or something, but then he finds an unidentified egg with the Dragon Knight category, and the explanation for that item is that he shouldn't be disappointed. Looking at the shell, and if he manages to protect that egg, his destiny will change the moment something hatches, and the protagonist is quite surprised by that. But that boy is already way past Baghdad, and he says that the boss monster took the token, and the protagonist asks what token it is, and that dying guy talks about ownership and also identity, but then he dies, and the protagonist starts saying that he hates this world, thinking about the 5-star Dragon Knight. It's unfortunate that he died there, and that boy must have been left behind, trapped in the dungeon while searching the market. The protagonist finds something called a token stolen by the boss monster. Furthermore, the item's information reveals it has incredible potential, and it seems the boss couldn't resist. The boss claims it's unidentified, but it's a dragon egg. Since the protagonist handed it over while dying, the boss will interpret it as a plea to stop the game. Meanwhile, some kobolds attack the protagonist, but the protagonist is in the worst possible state and completely massacres them. He vows revenge for the nameless boy and wonders if they should get their hands on the token. He earns 150 gold for hunting the kobolds, and they come to the protagonist monsters to die at his hands. The protagonist questions whether this is strange, as they are constantly being massacred but aren't retreating. He wonders if these creatures lack intelligence, as they don't even take their time but keep coming like zombies. Then a fireball appears. It explodes near the right corner, and the wizard says the magic is beautiful. The protagonist sees this, noticing they're using a defensive formation, even though that wall can be easily broken. So he throws one of his monsters into the middle of it all, killing the wizard very easily, and gains 800 gold. He says they're now cornered, so his only job is to kill everyone else to get kills and level up. He says he can choose a skill, but he wishes his blood count could increase, and that's when he gets the corpse explosion skill. My friend, I already posted about this corpse explosion thing on the channel a year ago. Man, it's so overpowered. It's said to create an explosion by transforming a corpse into an explosive, and then some kobolds come at him, and the protagonist tells his monsters to back off because it's a skill he just acquired. But a guinea pig appeared at that moment, so he creates an explosion, a huge explosion that takes several kobolds with it. From afar, some kobolds hear the explosion and even question if it's a magical accident, and one of them asks the weakest to go see, but they don't even have time for that because Righty arrives, throwing everyone into the air, ripping off heads, and the wizard tries to attack Righty with a fireball, but doesn't have time because he cuts him into 4 pieces easily. The protagonist says that, as expected, Righty did a good job, because he thought something would be happening where the monsters were gathering, but he notices that those are roots, and the kobold boss monster and the experienced mage appear before him, and a powerful barrier is present, and most attacks will not break it, and it is said that he must destroy the cores scattered throughout the dungeon area, and there are still 3 of them. The protagonist thinks that's why he's not attacking, and it seems like he's trying to buy time. Then a warning appears, saying that the kobold mage is casting a basic instant death spell, and players below level 10 will be instantly killed. He must prevent the attack within the time limit of 1 hour and 5 minutes. The protagonist is shocked because if he's below level 10, it means his entire group will be killed. And the reason the kobolds attacked so recklessly was simply to buy time. And the protagonist thinks about that description of the barrier that won't, breaking with most of the attacks. The kobold calls them useless, ordering them to die. But then the protagonist says he's going to use his strongest attack, ordering everyone to gather together. The kobold doesn't understand anything, and so all the skeletons throw many kobold corpses around the boss. He still doesn't know what's going to happen, so he questions what the protagonist is planning. Sun Woo simply thanks him for waiting, saying that this is a farewell to that experience experienced kobold mage, ordering all those corpses to explode. He doesn't quite understand, but with that explosion of that magnitude, everything collapses. The protagonist returns thinking he went a little too far, and that's not good, because he wasn't affected by the explosion. Then the kobold starts laughing, and the system says that the boss sacrificed his hit points to reduce the casting time from 50 minutes to just 25. The protagonist notices that the time was already very low, and that bastard lowered himself even further, and then he ran away with his summons, telling them to hurry because there must be a core nearby, ordering them to find it quickly. He actually sees the core, and the right-handed one breaks, and now only to remain. The protagonist says that the remaining ones are on the first floor on the roof, saying they can get them if they hurry. He mentions that he kept some corpses separate because they were mages, but he's happy to have summoned them for his horde. Thus, the rank 1 apprentice mage has this attribute energy, and the channeling speed effect is increased by 20%, allowing him to access fragments of the dead's memories. He says he had only imagined this, but to think it would be possible to actually see a monster's memories is unbelievable. He says he's not so sure, but he found the core's location, and that the next one is in the electronics section on the first floor. Arriving there, he sees a kobold corpse, noting that Jisoo must have finished them off, and then destroys more. And he says it was a good job by Jisoo, since the instant death message must have been sent to everyone in the group. But then the protagonist, while continuing to watch a fight unfolding and some kobolds being killed, arrives shouting Jisoo, telling her to find Hanwoo and Kyungsu. But arriving there, he sees that it's Hanwoo who's killing those things and is quite surprised, already wiping his eyes to make sure, along with the two of them not understanding anything. And so Jisoo talks to Sangwoo, saying that he destroyed the core, but asks what this situation is. And the protagonist says that the dungeon boss planned something, but now he wants to know what happened to Hanwoo. And he says that they don't have time to lose. They will destroy the last core, and they will talk more later, and the protagonist just agrees, being led by that madman. And so the time before the destruction is 13 minutes. Then the protagonist orders them to stop, saying there isn't much time left, telling them to focus on destroying the core instead of killing the enemies. Jisoo speaks to Sangwoo, who is nearby, and while he tries to reach the core, he begins to realize that those kobolds are desperate to protect it. Seeing that he's high up, he prepares to give the right-handed kobold a boost, and the right-handed kobold runs towards him. The protagonist throws him up, and he manages to jump and cut the last core. Now he tells them to finish off the remaining kobolds, and when he destroys all the cores, the barrier begins to fall. He thinks that now he only needs to stop the instant death magic, but remembering how the boss was mean to him, he realizes he needs to do something else. That guy will definitely suffer, and at that point Jisoo returns to her normal state, telling the protagonist that defeating the boss should be easy, saying that she told her something about it. Upon receiving the power to explode corpses, he notices he's back to normal and speaking calmly. The protagonist disagrees, saying he already used the corpse's wife in front of him, and he must already be aware of that power. Jisoo is somewhat disappointed, saying it would be amazing if that power could explode objects instead of corpses, suggesting they could just take the whole building and boom, bury it. The protagonist has an idea. They'll regroup and go defeat the boss. They don't have much time left, and they arrive with only 2 minutes remaining. The boss asks how they did it, and the protagonist questions what, as his concentration seems to have been broken. It's a shame for him that only 2 minutes remain. The protagonist arrives with a kobold magma and throws a fireball at the boss, preventing instant death. He says the magic he prepared failed and asked if there's anything else he wants to show, otherwise this will be his fate. Finally, the boss spits out some more wood, and Hanwoo asks if he's transforming because of what the protagonist said. Then the true boss, the spirit of the depraved tree, appears, and that thing starts running towards them. They realize it wasn't a kobold, and that monster is quite strong, throwing several skeletons into the air. Then some roots start growing above them, and they manage to dodge them at the last moment, as those roots fall on everyone, trying to kill them. Jisoo thinks that if the enemy is made of wood, it will burn her with its fiery sword, but then the boss simply throws a kind of save point on top of where she threw the fire, and the fire goes out. The protagonist tells Jisoo to get out of there, throwing some dead kobolds, and when they get close to the boss, it explodes them, wondering if they succeeded. Manhwa, terrified, tells the protagonist that he cursed her, and then the boss suffers some kind of damage. The boss takes damage, but doesn't die because it has a certain level of regeneration. The kobold mages then start throwing fire at the boss as well, continuing to unleash all their might. Manhwa asks if they can defeat the boss, since it keeps regenerating. The protagonist tells them to keep attacking for now, but the enemy runs out of mana and starts using its own life to regenerate. The protagonist says they've been using this since the beginning, but finally its life started to decrease, and it was worth it. That's the Devil's Bloodstone, which grants the bearer the evil attribute, and attacks will steal 2% of their mana. Once the target's mana runs finds out, their life will start being stolen, and the monster becomes desperate. Manhwa, seeing it trying to advance, says it hasn't stopped completely. Then the protagonist notices the warning that appears, signaling everyone to move back. And the protagonist werewolf retreats as the monster falls to the ground, then everyone runs away. And he asks if he didn't notice that some of his skeletons were returning, saying that they prepared a present on the first floor, and that present is a huge explosion, and the whole building collapses on the boss's head. And with that, he receives 12,840 gold for hunting. The true boss, the spirit of the depraved tree, levels up to level 10, and he's surprised because he didn't think he'd level up that much. He questions whether he's worth so many experience points, and then he receives a roulette step for reaching level 10. Being the 69th person in history to achieve this milestone, he manages to evolve to Unlimited, a status limited to 100 people. The maximum number of members for his horde increases upon reaching a certain level, and he thinks this is incredible because he also gained an ability, the Call of the Dead. He can summon 10 zombies without a master from the abyss, and these individuals don't affect the maximum number of his horde. They turn to dust after 10 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. The protagonist is thinking about these zombies, as he was planning to increase the maximum number of his horde to face the vampires. And suddenly he's able to summon 25 undead monsters, alive, and it's Tolkien from the warrior, because he thinks he can finally hunt vampires with it. In this story, the protagonist obtains the sword lost by its owner, and it is said that this sword will become the key to awakening the mysterious egg. However, he does not have the eligible class to possess it, and therefore has no authority over it. And to prove himself qualified, he must possess the egg for 5,000 days. However, the occlusion time can be accelerated whenever the sword is soaked in the blood of powerful enemies. The protagonist then thinks that 5,000 days is more than 13 years, and Jeju notes that it seems to be a penalty for not having the class. Hanho thinks he'll be a middle-aged man when he can see the benefits, and the protagonist says he can't believe it's worth recognizing or defeating powerful enemies, but it's as if he has to work to be recognized for the egg. And the more he hunts, the shorter the time becomes, but putting that aside, gaining physical strength is pretty cool, and since this isn't a sword that will break easily, he managed to get a very strong one. And so, Hanho speaks to him, saying he can hear his cell phone vibrating. He picks up the phone, and there's a message from Raidera, speaking to the general, who found the secret message function. Then he tried to send one, and he says he arrived at the Waxiang Temporary Palace, and that there are about 100 or 200 people gathered there, but since he didn't see any vampires, he'll wait, and the price for sending a secret message is 300 gold, thanking him for giving him gold before. And the protagonist is happy that they are still alright, and the survivors began to gather in that direction. Then he told them to make sure they infiltrated their safe zone and monitor what was happening. And the protagonist told him that they had to ensure the great massacre didn't happen, and if anything did, he should send him a secret message in the community he created. And the boy tells the protagonist that he'd already spent a few days living with those wretched vampires, and he could certainly do something like that. The protagonist notices that he seems illiterate when writing. He wasn't sure if that was due to the translator or something else, but it was difficult to remember. He thinks the point is that he couldn't see anyone who could be a vampire among the people, but he notices something, wondering if the orcs found anything. And so, he notices that they are to werewolf bodies, and he wonders if they were killed by the corrupted tree spirit. But he doesn't want to know much. But he manages to bring them into the horde. And now he has 5 werewolves, and he realizes he has the bear just right, the vampire, the warrior, the orc, the kobold, much 15 in total, and it's time for them to go to Hwaseing, Suwon, thinking they'll put an end to those damned vampires. Meanwhile, everyone there is wondering if that area is really safe and who is responsible. But one of them sees that there don't seem to be any monsters around, so they should wait a little longer. And the vampires inside think it's incredibly boring, asking when the table will be ready. And one of them asks if he sees that little boy, saying that here he's mine, because children's blood is delicious. What's that all about, man? It's a fixation, you know. I hope you see the protagonist's skeleton. And then, another vampire asks everyone to get ready to leave, and they question if the banquet is about to begin, but he says no, saying that they're going after those bastards who attacked the factory, and they question what that means, because the boss didn't say they would go after them after the banquet, and he says that he said there was no need for them to work so hard, when they had a big event ahead of them. But the vampire says that the situation has changed, and that bastard is close, so they ask if he's an idiot, because he should know that. They have control there after investigating the community, and he says he doesn't know. But whatever it is, they have to finish him off before he ruins the banquet, and he says that. These are the boss's orders. Everyone gets excited, and he says that he said to kill everyone and not leave a single bone behind, and in that, While the vampires leave, the infiltrator is sending messages, and in that, the vampires walk in a group trying to go after the protagonist, and they arrive at the elementary school near the square because they know that's where the protagonist is hiding, and says that it seems he has no idea of the kind of curse that afflicts him, and that's why he became careless. But then they talk to the department heads, ordering him to look ahead, surprise him, as it appears to be a dead giant wolf. They say the blood hasn't dried yet, and those claw marks seem to have been made by a werewolf. But seeing as it wasn't eaten, it could have been the work of the protagonist's summoned beast. Then one of the vampires smells it, saying it's the smell of giant wolf blood, and the trail continues ahead. One of them asked if he's saying the branch manager was defeated by a guy like that, thinking that even if he wasn't the fighting type, it still shouldn't have happened. One of them questions if he doesn't know that leaving blood behind like that will cause monsters to gather, and it seems he doesn't even know the basics of hunting. Then one of them speaks to the department heads, saying that the blood trail leads to that auditorium, and then he orders them to advance at once, so they have no chance to escape. They say that, as their boss said, he's a person who summons skeletons, and that's all they need. All you have to do is watch out for the skeleton werewolves, and that's it. They think all their power revolves around about 5 werewolves, so the number of vampires they have is enough to defeat him. He says he's a vampire master who's directly below the Lord, and he has the power to face to werewolves. He kicks down the door, saying the protagonist is an idiot for thinking he can face the Lord, saying this place will be his grave. Inside, the protagonist is waiting with the werewolf, the orc, and the righteous one, and he questions what this is all about, asking why he only has a few skeletons left, saying that he's sure the boss said it Wash has about 10 dogs, but he thinks it doesn't matter. And the other girl next to him has the audacity to ask the protagonist if he washed his neck properly, saying that lately only dirty and sweaty bastards have been showing up. Dude, you're complaining too much. You want the Tobo, and you still want the sword, man. But even complaining, she says she likes it even more. And the other one, seeing the protagonist running, says that he's running away scared, and they start chasing after him, saying that he's running away from the entrance, saying that this path has no way out. However, the protagonist stops and turns around, saying that it was good that they came directly to the place of their deaths, and they question what he's talking about. The protagonist says that they can't stay still, considering that he was nearby, and normally a dog is more sensitive and ferocious when trying to protect its food, and seeing as only some of them advance there, it seems that they still don't know all their abilities. This means he can only live when he's possessing others, and then they ask about the ability, asking if he's talking about the power to summon those skeletons, saying it seems like he hid some nearby. But the protagonist says it's not just about summoning a few little skeletons, and he can summon absurdly strong skeletons. The protagonist's weakened spirit is activated in the area, summoning all the monsters, and the Call of Death is also activated. They're surprised that the protagonist is summoning zombies, since the CEO never mentioned anything about that. The protagonist says they're all the same, saying it seems like they're surrounded in his hunting ground, and the protagonist kills several of them, earning gold after gold for killing that player. He asks if they understand, and his synergy list is absurd. They say they can't see anything, asking everyone to gather, but then one of them asks what that smoke is because his body feels heavy, and the protagonist, it talks about the curse of death, the curse of weakness, and the blood of the devil, and that's what happens when they're affected by all those debuffs and fight against the forces of the undead. But the guy is way too overpowered, summoning a ton of stuff, and then debuffing almost 100% of the enemy's stats, and then he doesn't want to win easily. And then that girl asks why they're panicking, saying that they just have to kill the summoner. But then even high up she's hit by the protagonist mages and receives several fireballs, and the right wingers go after her, from the girl in the middle of her head to the Bermuda Triangle, and he gains another 2,000. And then some skeletons are thrown back, and that vampire boss freaks out that miserable corpses want to kill him, and the zombies keep going after him, but he manages to get rid of them very easily, ripping off their heads. The protagonist is ordered to send more of them, but something happens, and he gets a fright, because the zombies grab his arm and bite him. He orders them to stop attacking him, and he finally sees the protagonist in the distance, saying that he is responsible for controlling those minions, and that he should have killed him from the beginning. While he charges at the protagonist, SU remains calm and says that he only has to kill him, the enemy from the sky. But then, the protagonist says that he doesn't think he should bring those people from there with him, and the monster, he turns around to see what it is, and it's revealed that 2 hours earlier, the protagonist was saying that he just had to wait for the vampire over there, saying that before that, he ordered the orc to go over there for a moment, and he actually followed the protagonist's order. When he was far enough away, the protagonist ordered him to explode, and the orc was terrified, his flame almost going out. The protagonist, with his icy heart, said that as he thought, it doesn't work with his summons, and said that technically he's not a corpse, but a pile of bones. The right winger went to comfort him, because he almost died because the protagonist didn't care much about him, and he said it was just to be sure, telling him not to look at him like that. because the right-winger was criticizing him too much. Then he used the summon of the dead, and when the zombies left, he wondered if it would work with those real corpses. Then the zombies were afraid of him, and he said that the result is that they are familiar when they are moving, and corpses when they are not functioning. So he uses the corpse explosion, and the vampire's arms fly off, and he falls screaming. And the protagonist says that the falling ashes look like moths, and the vampire continues saying that he will kill him, but then the werewolf lunges at him, biting off his leg, and he continues screaming. And the vampire asks if he thinks someone like him can kill his master, saying that he is a magnificent being, and the protagonist is surprised, because to think that a person could suffer such strong brainwashing in a matter of days is too much. And so he continues saying that his master will kill him, but the protagonist, saying that he doesn't like vampires, that they are repulsive beings, and plunges his sword into him, killing him, gaining 20,000 gold for killing a special player, and the remaining days until the qualification check become 4,949 days. And he says that it's time to resupply his army, ordering the corpses to be brought with the heads, bodies, intact hands. And in that, the protagonist's power brings several of those vampires back, and his group is active. The synergy effect is beautiful, and the protagonist thinks that with this, he has completed the strongest group. And he also realizes that Jisoo and Hanro seem to have successfully infiltrated, saying that it makes sense for them to advance quickly, now that their right arm has been destroyed. Although now, they are subordinates of his subordinate, and it seems that the tables have turned. So he must finish this quickly, and the Lord is also moving. Meanwhile, the banquet crowd sees something appearing, and they notice that they are impaled werewolves. They question why the hell they were hung there, but they think it's incredible that they managed to catch them. They say that those werewolves managed to kill gigantic wolves, asking how they were caught. And Hanro speaks to Jisoo because it seems that his turn has come, saying that he managed to predict this to some extent. They are collecting weapons from everyone, and the event staff tells them that, even though they are unhappy about them collecting their weapons, it's for everyone's order and safety. They managed to capture for werewolves, and they have no reason to steal their weapons. Jisoo then says that the vampire collaborators aren't trying to steal weapons, but rather to be able to kill everyone more easily. But then, that infiltrator sees Jisoo there, getting ahead of everyone else, and he gets close to her ear, talking about the 2 bags regarding the blades. He says he hid them in a place she asked for, and it was easy thanks to Yoshiki's second awakening as a great thief. He says it seems nobody noticed, and then Hanro asks about his, asking if he prepared them. He says he prepared them as requested, and then they go to the staff to receive the magazine as well, being told they will be caught if they try to hide their weapons. While they advance, they pass the verification without any problems. But then Lord Vampire comes out, asking if this makes sense, saying he saw so many people, wondering how they were caught so stupidly. Hanro then speaks to Jisoo, saying it's obvious just by looking that they are those scoundrels, noting that they are wearing masks, and it seems they are trying to hide their prey. She says she confirmed the location of the blades, and now she just has to wait for Sunger. As planned, she sees Lord Vampire, the key figure in this case, and then Lord begins to rest his wound, asking everyone to pay attention, and then Hanro begins to notice that they are surrounding him. The vampire then says that human evolution has stopped, so he asks what they think of that magical test, asking why this happened, questioning if anyone there has an answer. He sees that no one does, and then they ask who that person is and what he is talking about. The Lord says that this is why they were not chosen, and that is why they are destined to be sacrificed for evolution. He touches the ground, and some vampires surround the place with barriers. He says that those who will be chosen to evolve are the ones who will orchestrate the future. He tells everyone to cheer up, and thanks everyone. The vampires then charge at the others, but seeing that chaos is ensuing, they see an empty space there, calling everyone to get out. But then those bars, which were only a few steps apart, begin to emanate a huge amount of electricity. Then the vampires order them to come, saying they will send them to the other side. Peacefully, everyone wonders what they will do, but then Jeju asks them to come closer. Hanho says that the electric fence is an item and can't be cut, and the vampires ask who that girl is and why she has a weapon. In the middle of the chaos, a bus appears, and it's Kyungsu with the civilization attack, throwing electric bars everywhere and killing some vampires in the process. Hanho shouts that the electric fence is gone, telling everyone to run that way. They question what that bus is, since their food is fleeing because of it. The Lord is shocked by that scoundrel, and the protagonist asks if he arrived late for the party, calling them damn mosquitoes. The protagonist turns around, looking at the vampires, and asks if they aren't going to celebrate, asking if all the strong ones have already died. The Lord says he thought he would be late, but questions how he arrived on time, since they haven't even eaten the appetizers yet, saying that everyone can enjoy the party, but he says that the flow of the party has been ruined. Speaking to Madame Yang, and she agrees, saying that they can't have a party without food, and she goes after them, calling the vampires to capture those who escape, saying that all the others they should help the Lord, but the protagonist lets her pass peacefully, and the Lord asks if he won't try to stop them. But Sunwoo Faith protagonist says that he has companions he can trust, and the vampire asks about these companions in that world, saying that was a good one, and if he hadn't met them that way, they could have been companions, but the protagonist refuses, saying that he has other friends. And the werewolf skeleton comes out of the bus, and the Lord is shocked by this, with the werewolf skeleton jumping out, and the monster asks if he's serious that he's attacking with that, asking if he thinks something like that can face him. But even after catching the skeleton, it tries to attack again, but the Lord pierces it with both hands, and the protagonist says that of course, the decoration for the beginning of the party needs to be fabulous. And when the Lord looks inside the werewolf's body, he realizes that there's something inside, noticing that they are ghoul corpses, and the protagonist explodes them, and all the vampires scream at the Lord, asking how this could happen. And then another vampire asks them to calm down, saying that there's no way. The Lord, having been defeated, says he'll see how he's doing, and the rest must go up and stop the enemy. They notice he's trying to climb onto the bus, saying they can't lose, they have to stop him. So they enter the bus after the protagonist, but inside they see several corpses, wondering where they went, since there are only monster corpses there. They notice the protagonist is on the roof, telling everyone to get away from the bus. The protagonist says it's great that they've grouped up to, using the corpse explosion on all those monsters, causing a huge, gigantic explosion inside the bus, scaring all the vampires outside. They think it can't be, since he destroyed them so easily, but the vampires come out still alive, and the Lord also shows signs of life. Meanwhile, the staff are running with Madame Yang, and they question the explosion, asking if they think something happened to the Lord. But Madame Yang tells them to. They shouldn't be stupid, because there's no way someone as great as him could have been affected by something like that. And she says it seems he caused great problems for his master, but coming there personally was an act of suicide. And then she tells them that instead of worrying about that, they should use this time to look for sacrifices. But when she looks back, everyone is dead, and she questions how this could have happened, and ends up feeling the moment of death right on her neck, and she trembles instantly, leaving so she can't be hit. And who appears is Jisoo, wanting her head. She asks who Jisoo is, and the girl simply says that it's the end of that vampire. Then Madame Yang asks if she happens to know who she is, telling the girl to stop being arrogant, saying that she definitely isn't the master's type, but some insubordinate ones might like her. But then Jisoo tells her to shut up and confront her, calling the vampire old. And she gets very angry about that, saying she's going to tear the girl to pieces. Meanwhile, Hanho is taking everyone inside the building, saying it's safe there, and the other boy says everything is going well, no problems and according to plan, and the vampires can't get near that place either. And Hanho says that with Sungo's skills, that's obvious, and he's been sending those daggers separately. But the boy says he doesn't think they'll need it. However, Hanho reminds him what problems arise when he says that. And so one of the vampires arrives, saying that it compensated for the fact that his intuition didn't have him in mind. And when Sehem put him on outer guard duty, he wondered if he wasn't being too careful. He says they fought in a room, and the question is why they simply don't let themselves be captured or help him level up. That's not a bad idea either. Lurinho is overjoyed with Hanho, saying it was exactly as he expected. Hanho thinks it really worked, but wonders what the hell he's doing now that his prediction came true, since there's a vampire in front of him. Lurinho talks to Hanho, saying they're going to finish him off, saying this vampire seems weak. But then Hanho asks him to stop, calling the boy an idiot. The vampire says he's sad to be underestimated, and even though he's weaker compared to the other guys, who have no idea, he won't lose to an insect. But then, when he lunges at the boy, almost biting his neck, Hanho, he throws his daggers at the vampire, who is almost hit and has to run away. But then another attack comes from below, and the blonde almost hits his chin. But he flies away like a frog, jumping upwards. Hanho is surprised that he jumped into midair, saying that he became a perfect target, throwing his daggers and throwing him straight to the ground. The blonde thinks they got him, telling Hanho that their teamwork is better than he thought. Hanho thinks this is strange, since he just caught a vampire himself, and this can't be happening. But then he remembers something, because he still hasn't gotten the gold. And the vampire breaks all the daggers that were thrown at him. He says that ever since they started playing around, those insects have been abusing him, saying that they injured his beautiful face with him already all twisted, dripping blood and very angry. As for the protagonist inside the bus, he finishes off all the low-rank vampires and says that now the fight begins. It's true, because out of there emerges a huge monster with vampire wings. And he tells the protagonist that he's going to say something that's been bottled up for a long time, that he's in deep trouble now, and the protagonist says yes. There's no chance it's ending so easily, summoning all his monsters again, and the vampire says they're going to end this. Now, charging at the protagonist horde, saying he'll start with the skeleton orcs. But the protagonist orders the orcs to fight him with spears, but the vampire doesn't go directly at them, jumping, flying through the air, and charging over them, breaking the skeletons in one fell swoop. and the protagonist thinks that even in their advanced state, it seems the orcs are no match for them, and all the orcs are quickly destroyed. And the vampire lands near the protagonist, and when he lands, the death response begins in the target area. Then all of the protagonist's zombies come out that way, and he's surprised by this, thinking it explains why those subordinates lost. But he says it's the vampire lord opening his wings and roaring at the protagonist, throwing some zombies away. However, one of the zombies manages to bite his shoulder, and he's surprised that those things called zombies bite him even when only their heads remain. He says he should praise him, as it's just a little scratch, but he made him see the blood on his body. But while he's throwing those monsters away, the protagonist uses the corpse explosion, but nothing happens because the vampire uses its bloody field Tothet explosion, and the protagonist notices a snow of blood nearby, wondering if that's his active ability, since he vaporizes blood, and pumping it increases the pressure. Although the attack lacks power, it's enough to stop the bodies from exploding. Then he realizes it's going to be the werewolves with the Cerberus synergy, and he says it's a synergy that increases attack power when facing a single opponent, and these guys are going to be different. The Lord is really pressured, but he asks the protagonist if he thought he could win using pure strength, finishing off those monsters too. The protagonist realizes that all 3 werewolves were killed at once, so he tells everyone to stay away and only use spear attacks. But then the vampire starts to find it annoying and says that this is the limit of humans, who haven't evolved. But the protagonist questions what he's talking about evolving, asking if he's calling those monstrosities evolution, but the vampire asks if they aren't beautiful, saying that this is a far superior form compared to such inferior humans, saying that extraordinary beings dominated inferior beings, and the cycle of human history has always been like this. But it is this current society that has become accustomed to puppets that it considers itself unadaptable, a society of serial killers, and eventually the day came, and even those in the heavens felt that this world is a wrong and irritating place. And apparently this madman was already a psychopath even before all this. The guy was already a murderer. Who would have thought he would become a vampire? And he says that this body was chosen differently from inferior humans, as a being that will lead the world to an evolved race. And the protagonist says that he thought he had some grand plan in mind, but this is just wretched homogenization. And the protagonist asks if he still believes in this theory that has proven to be flawed for almost 100 years. But then the vampire says that was last year when the system wasn't there, and now they are proof of evolution, and they are more advanced than the old humanity. But the protagonist thinks they died to that old humanity, and the vampire asks what he's talking about. But then Madame Yang screams telepathically for help, and he's surprised by this. Meanwhile, Jisoo is finishing him off, and she thinks it can't be, saying that she evolved successfully, but is losing to this young girl. She says that this doesn't make sense, attacking her with everything, and thinks it's impossible. She thinks about Jisoo's strength and speed, because she's extraordinary considering she's human, and she's slower and weaker than her. But still, she questions why she can't hit her, and Jisoo asks if she wants to know why her attacks don't work against her. She thinks she's not as good as Sun Wukong, but still, she evolved by constantly hunting until now. But actually, you're actually brave. The guy just got lucky. The script, the hack, all that stuff. He gets it for being the protagonist. You are the one evolving and keeping up with the protagonist who's got the hack coming out of his ears. That's when you're brave. And she says that it's not just the increase in attributes and levels, but also the various battle experiences that have contributed to her growth. And she says that's why she knows she's been messing around out there. In comparison to his extraordinary physical abilities, his attacks are straightforward and monotonous, and she only has difficulty keeping up with her opponent, and the only experiences she gained were given by the vampire lord. And she's really humiliating Madame Yang, and she starts to suffer from those cuts, and so, Jisoo thanks her for proving that she's not weak. Then, finally, they manage to kill the girl, saying that now, if Hanru evacuates the people who went up, they defeated the vampire lord, everything will be over. Meanwhile, the blondie isn't doing well at all, and asks Hanru if he's at least okay, and the vampire says he thought they were just insects, but they seem to be keeping up the pace, asking if they're still trying to fight, and says that killing them would be a waste, asking why they don't become like him, saying that this opportunity given to them is not common, and Hanru asks what he's talking about, questioning about becoming a vampire, and that vampire says that they chose a card in the tutorial, and the class they chose to survive in that fallen world, and the two still continue uncertain. The vampire says that what he thinks is that they have to make a different decision, not just choosing a class to survive. They must choose a way to survive, and the most reliable way is parasitism. He questions those who have never tried to fight university students, street sweepers, ladies who hang out in bars what they think they should do when falling into a world full of monsters. The best choice would be to stay with someone strong and feed on them. So he calls the two to stay with him, asking if they don't think that surviving is the most important thing. Hanru says he's right. Luinho finds this strange, but Hanru asks him what choice he has, since the side he chose seems much stronger than the vampire side. He says that they are not the only ones facing them, and then they see a motorcycle. When the motorcycle appears, the vampire loses focus, and Hanru tells him not to lose it. When he throws the dagger, the vampire manages to dodge it. A little while later, he tells the guy on the motorcycle that it's friendly fire, but it's Kyung-soo who's giving that guy a ride on the motorcycle. When the vampire looks back, he's startled to see that it's the carcass of a goblin. He says that it wasn't him he was looking at in the first place, lying to himself, saying it was the goblin. The vampire asks if it's all in his head because he suddenly got bigger. Then Hanru says that confidence transforms a man, and the vampire says he doesn't know what abilities he's using, but says that one insect turning into 4 insects makes no difference. However, he hears a clang coming from the impact he made, asking why it made a metallic sound. Hanru says that this body is invincible. At the moment he grabs a goblin. He says that luck isn't on his side and uses the quick strike on the vampire, hitting him in several places, and the other to use the focus strike and the iron punch to finish off the vampire even more. And he gets totally pissed off, asking the other two if they think their attacks won't work on him just because they didn't work on Hanru, and he aims at the blonde guy, but then Hanru stops in front of him, asking where he's trying to go, saying that he's been consistently practicing his agility to avoid his slack, or rather, his evasion, and asks if he understands, saying that there's no way he can escape him, and the vampire keeps trying. They attack Hanru, but without any success, asking why he's not being affected, telling him to just die already. And so the blonde guy goes for another blow, another iron punch along with the other. And when the vampire is hit, he's thrown far away, and he thinks that even though the isolated attacks of those guys are nothing, their synchronization is very good, breaking his defenses with a punch, and making him bleed with a spear, and that giant super fast shield is too much. And he starts to think that this guy is dangerous, but then Hanru starts to realize that he's getting tired, and the effect of his invulnerability is wearing off, and the vampire notices this, saying that there's no way such a powerful ability doesn't have a time limit, and says that it's the end for them. But then Hanru simply kills another goblin that was there, and he asks why a goblin fell from the sky, while one of the refugees has several goblins tied to his foot. And he says that he heard that he only has to deliver the goblins to a safe place, and now that he's stopped to think about it, his work was the hardest. Meanwhile, Hanru talks to the vampire, who is the only one who can kill the goblins falling from the sky, which means he can't stop his own growth. And he asks the vampire if he said that the best way to survive was by parasitizing the strong. And he says that he's wrong, because true survival is friendship between friends, where you can trust and cooperate no matter what difficulties they are going through. And the harmony that is created from the combination of these two is their way of survival, peace and love. But the vampire says that this doesn't make sense, saying that this is just gang warfare between them all, while he is devastated and all the vampires begin to die. And so the Lord doesn't like this at all, asking if that vampire is losing to those miserable humans. But the protagonist says that, to be honest, vampires aren't so great either, because in fact they are a species with more weaknesses than humans. And then he says that he kept him alive for communication, and he's just talking nonsense. And then the vampire talks about the #1 weakness of vampires, that they can't use weapons, because he thought they didn't use them because of their powerful claws. But later, having them in his horde, he discovered it was a racial penalty and distance throwing. Considering the usefulness of weapons, this is a very serious penalty. And the second is regeneration, because due to the strong regenerative power, the combat style of vampires doesn't have much defense. They use abrupt movements and don't care about being cornered. But then the Lord tells him that's nonsense, because this is a good thing. However, the protagonist talks about the third point, which is that vampires don't have mana, and their regenerative abilities and skills come from using blood as a resource, and they are bold without even realizing that their vitality is being consumed, because they are using the demon's bloodstone. And the vampire, seeing this, begins to notice that he is getting increasingly tired and falls to his knees in front of the monsters. And the protagonist says that their fourth point is that vampires talk too much, and if he were him, he would have ignored the enemy's words and defeated the necromancer. And so the vampire uses the blood field once more, saying that it's not too late and he can replenish the missing blood with his own. But then he notices something in front of him, and it's the right-handed one, and he asks what that is, looking at that goblin, and he asks if he's really trying to stop him with something like that. And the protagonist mentions the fifth point, and this one, while being as straight a student, uses the one-armed warrior's cascade, delivering an absurd blow to the Lord. And he says that the fifth point is that they lower their guard, seeing only the external appearance. And so the vampire notices what the right-winger was capable of, and the right-winger, to show that he is the true protagonist there, spits that acid right in the vampire's face. And to break that vial and also end the humiliation, he goes there and stomps all over the Lord's face. And when it falls on his face, he starts screaming, and the protagonist says that that is the last slime mucus right in his face. And he says that he can't see anything, saying that he can't see what's in front of him. And because he used too much blood, he can't heal his eyes with regeneration. And the protagonist orders everyone to finish him off now, and he sees those footsteps, noticing that they are advancing towards him from all directions, and it's dangerous. He could even die. But then he refuses to die, because no way he wants that, and that body has to be on top of the whole world. And the protagonist asks if this is his final burst of energy, but this will be his end. So he thinks he needs blood, and smells it nearby, thinking he can smell it from somewhere, and tells everyone to get out of the way. And the protagonist asks if he's running away, ordering them to follow him, because they can't let him escape, and he runs off. Noticing that's where the blood was, the blood of the werewolves, it must have decayed a bit over time, but there should still be enough if he can regenerate his body. He could tear countless of those guys apart. He says he won't act carelessly anymore. But when he gets there, the protagonist calls him an idiot, because no matter how much of a hurry he's in, he asks if he's already forgotten what his race is made of, and there's no blood there that he can drink. And the protagonist werewolves arrive by there, with spears piercing the vampire. They throw him back down again, and he says that this doesn't make sense, since he, who was supposed to become the ruler of a new race and a new world, is dying there. But the protagonist says he has an irritatingly high vitality. He doesn't like that at all. But the protagonist says that since the group's beginning was full of luxury, the end should be equally luxurious. And so, they impale him more and more, and the vampire is nailed to the wall. He thinks about that place and looks down, noticing that there are several dead monsters there, and he is surprised. The protagonist activates his explosion, and he says that he can live happily with his servants in hell, earning 10,000 gold for defeating a special player. He successfully completes the mission, leaving no room for a villain, defeating an assassin who wants to kill him, earning another 30,000 gold and a rank C item ticket. His private mission is also completed, and he thinks he is worthy of a raid boss. And then Jesus arrives with Rongo, and they say they always believed in him, but he says he told her to stay in a safe area. But even though it's a world facing its ruin, he will continue to survive with these people before him. I have to say that 10,000 coins for the Lord's death is a little, strange, right? Because the subordinate gave 20,000. Hopefully it's a mistake of translation, and it may have been 100,000 coins. And in that morning, Gevrion is wondering who defeated the vampire lord, and they all agree that it's clear it was him who saved them. They think it's the person from chapter 157 who was talking, but then Rongo asks the protagonist if many people recognize him. He says it's because of the community and those people who saved him, but those people were coming from far away. Other people are arriving and ask who they are, and they notice they are soldiers. They ask where the soldiers are coming from and if they are deserters. The leader of the soldiers goes to the protagonist, the same guy who saved him, and he says he was wondering who had caused so much confusion and to think they would meet like this again. The protagonist realizes it's Sergeant Kim, who says he's happy to see him well, and he says he's fine thanks to the potion he gave him earlier. The protagonist thinks it's a coincidence and questions. The protagonist questions what he's doing there, and he says they were watching those who claim to be creating a safe zone. He couldn't imagine something like this was happening, but the protagonist questions him about watching, as he really thought there would be problems. Looking at them, he's glad they didn't intervene, as they're completely exhausted. Sergeant Kim apologizes for saying that, but mentions someone who wants to meet him. The protagonist asks who it is, and he says the Korean army is alive and well, but I have to say the army leader behind this call doesn't seem very trustworthy. Back in the director's office, the protagonist opens his profile. He has pretty good stats and an absurd amount of gold, almost 300,000. He says that of the nearly 300,000 he has, 150,000 came from that battle alone, and he can't even compare killing monsters in the street to that. Furthermore, the creation of the bone armor is something else entirely. It's absurd to him that he acquired it through his skill, and he says it fits him perfectly. It's denser than he thought, and it can move freely. And he can probably equip it to his horde as well, and they will become a strong barricade. Furthermore, a reward for completing the mission was given to him, a dwarf repeater crossbow, equipped with a subspace connection to the warehouse, and it can be fired without reloading. It's a weapon that suits him well, as he's often commanding from the back lines and fighting at a distance. He thinks that even though he has a greatsword, using it means his tactics have failed. He has evolved tremendously, he's stronger, and can defeat anyone. And he says he won't be weak like he was in the past. But then, someone speaks to Sung-woo, and he feels hot. When he looks back, he sees someone begging for help from a burning house, while he sees his parents in the middle of the fire, and they keep begging him to save them because he's gotten stronger, and that's it. He even tries to use his necromancer powers, but he turns back into a child. And so his parents ask why he doesn't save him, even though he's suffering like this. And they beg him not to go, asking if he's running away again, and the boy runs away, completely terrified, thinking he's weak, saying he thought he'd gotten stronger, but asks why he can't save him. However, someone calls him, waking the protagonist from this nightmare, and Hanho says that he slept all day, saying that he must be tired, and the protagonist is surprised. Then Hanho tells him that Sergeant Kim came to see him, along with the soldiers, and Sungwoo remembers the request that Kim made. He did it for him, saying that he wished he would come to his camp. But the protagonist replied that if they needed anything from him, he should send the commander to him personally. He said he didn't have to deviate from his plans to meet them, especially since he was tired, and asked Hanho to let them wait a little longer. He thought he needed to get stronger, so he wouldn't have to flee or sacrifice someone to survive. But while he was thinking, as Hanho returned, the officers entered the area, asking if it was that way. Hanho apologized, but said that if he could wait a little longer, he wanted them to wait. Then the officer yelled at him, asking about waiting, asking the boy if it seemed like a joke to him, ordering Hanho to get out of the way, and telling the protagonist that he was Lieutenant Colonel Park Taeyong of the 51st Division, asking if he was the NECROMANCER. The protagonist looked at him disapprovingly, and Taeyong left, sitting down, saying he tells him that he should know they don't have much time after coming from so far away, and says he'll get straight to the point, and the protagonist just goes along with it, telling him to go ahead. Taeyong says that the puppet organization in Hwasiang, which they've been watching, asks if the boy defeated them, saying he'd like them to give their testimony and work with him in the future. However, the protagonist says that giving testimony isn't difficult, but asks what they want him to do. Taeyong just points at the protagonist, telling him to join the army, and neither the protagonist nor the right-winger likes this, no longer able to stand that arrogant, bald pig talking there. The protagonist questions this, saying he thinks his heart will stop, questioning if he has any reason to join, and he says that this is a state of national emergency, a situation of martial law, and it's fair to recruit someone like him, and says that of course, they might treat him very well, and the protagonist questions everything he said, asking when the government fell, saying it's too late for that. Then he asked what Taeyong wants him to do, and he lists several things the boy will have to do: answer to the nation, restore territory, stabilize the system, because they would like him to help in this process. The protagonist notices that they will want to use him in everything, and Taeyong says that he should understand, since he was in the army before, and even if the whole nation unites, it won't be enough. However, that damn prosecutor, Yang Diempo, said he will create a puppet organization that will control everything, and the protagonist says he heard about it, and remembers the rescue of citizens in Yang Diempo, and also the first guild created in Korea, establishing safe zones and public order, and defeating areas of oxen, a great being. Taeyong asks if it isn't a deplorable situation, since everyone needs to unite as one through the army, and says that the worse the situation, the more they need a great being who can see the whole picture, and they need to systematically restore society under his command, telling him to become a soldier of his nation, to become a hero, saying he has more to say about Gwangwon as well, and the protagonist is interested in Gwangwon, but says no, saying he disagrees. He says the army has no right to call them a puppet organization, but Taeyong asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist says that when the situation as it became clear, the government and the army couldn't do anything, and the people survived thanks to their own combined powers and strength. He asked if he calls this a puppet organization, and it just means they adapted to the system. Taeyong almost freaks out in front of the protagonist, turning as red as a pepper. Seungho says that monsters appeared, rewards and missions were given, and it's not a problem that the army and the government can solve. He questions him about whether he told him to become a hero, saying he prefers to be a mercenary. Then Taeyong asks if he's trying to do business with them as a client, and the protagonist says that if citizens are dying and they couldn't do anything, and now the nation has disappeared. But Taeyong says that every word he says is an act of rebellion, grabbing the boy by the collar, saying that renouncing the nation he created and nurtured is too much. But the protagonist says he doesn't think they could reach an agreement, giving a. Sungwoo slaps the bald man's hand, saying he's leaving, but Taeyong tells him to wait, saying he'll regret it, asking how he dares insult them like that, saying that the strength of humans comes from regulations and solidarity. The protagonist has to be very crazy to keep taking orders from guys who aren't stronger, don't have more military power, don't have anything more than him, and he swears that the crazy guy will become a servant and will have to listen to the words of such a loser. And he questions the protagonist if he thinks he can survive alone after becoming an enemy of the army, but Sungwoo simply says that he's more comfortable being alone. While the army is around, everyone starts to feel safe, saying it's different when they have soldiers around and that everything will go back to normal. But Rambo, seeing this, obviously doesn't quite believe it, since it was the soldiers who saved him, not those soldiers who arrived late. She says it's inevitable, and it's just because people need someone they can trust, and since they don't know what will happen to everyone. But Rambo says that actually he also feels at ease, because they are more experienced in combat than the rest of them. Jinsu thinks he's right. They are combat specialists, and they are probably the strongest and most stable team, but they don't seem well, and she wants to know why. Rambo goes to them, and they ask if something is wrong. The boy asks if they are Sergeant Kim's replacement, saying they met someone else with Sergeant Kim last time, and he says he thinks he was called Private Goon, asking where he is. The two then begin to. He trembles and says that the soldier's situation is quite unstable, and that it's a security problem, and Rambo asks himself, saying that he didn't join the army, so he didn't know about this. But Jinsu finds this strange. After all, he was only asking about the soldier's whereabouts. Even Rambo notices that the atmosphere there is a bit odd, and the girl agrees, and she doesn't have a good feeling about it. The protagonist, along with Tai Hyan, says that his negotiations with the military ended there, and he intended to maintain a good relationship with them, but that guy was trying to use him. Then Sergeant Kim runs to Sun Woo and apologizes to the protagonist for putting him in such an uncomfortable situation, but the protagonist says it's none of his business, stating that it's not the soldier's responsibility. When it comes to the army, and he asks if Tai Hyan asked him to persuade him, and is speechless, and the protagonist says he really needs him. Sergeant Kim confesses that they do need him, but he didn't know the lieutenant would be like this. He then tells the protagonist that this is confidential, but he has something to show him, and leads him to the parking lot. The protagonist wonders about this confidential information, wondering if it's something the army is monopolizing. Kim asks him to wait there for a moment, saying that if he's caught, he'll be shot, and that the soldier's morale is very low right now, so he can secretly take him out. The protagonist questions whether someone should shoot him, even if it's someone who saved his life, wondering if he has something to show him that's worth risking his life. He says someone might see them, so they should go inside. When they enter, he shows the protagonist the ore and asks what it is, and Sergeant Kim. The text describes a game called the Stone of Prophecy, mentioning that these items have been scattered throughout the world. It tells a person what will happen in the future, though they don't see exactly the same thing, but see similar scenes. Those lucky enough to find one have an advantage. The game is entirely based on luck, with no balance whatsoever. The protagonist contemplates their future by touching the stone, and the system indicates they've made contact with the Stone of Prophecy second season. The protagonist glimpses the future, noticing they're in the sky and wondering where they are. Looking down, something passes right beside them, revealing a wyvern transforming into a skeleton. They also see numerous corpses, noticing the entire city is teeming with the undead. The protagonist is surprised to see Gwangwaman, a destroyed world. Looking down, they also see themselves, Jisoo, and Hanho, realizing they are in the same position as the Guardians. Celestials, wondering where Hanho is, but notices he's there, asking to count on him too. I thought that big guy was Hanho. I had hope. My brother Hanho, he deserves more than this, but he just turned into a little zombie. The protagonist questions who caused this, noticing it was that elite, and if they have to stop something like this, they're already doomed. But then that elite looks at him and sets the protagonist's body on fire. Then he spat back out. And then the stone speaks of the second season of The Advent of Hell on January 1st. That a big update will come, and the protagonist trembles with fear after seeing that. Then Kim asks what he saw, because to him it was a pile of skeletons and people dying. He says he thought of the protagonist, and immediately he receives a quest, questioning who is the owner of death, and the goal is to achieve the objective, and the objective is to acquire the Reaper's Scythe, and the reward is the first awakening along with an exclusive skill. It is said that he witnessed the enormous death toll to come, and this is an authority he cannot possess in his current self. If he does not increase his strength to counter it, he will be synchronized with the power of the elite and become one of them. The location of the Reaper's Scythe will be revealed when he passes level 15, and the choice is his. It will affect your destiny, and the protagonist says that this is an item. Incredible, and thanks to that, he now has a goal, and Sergeant Kim doesn't understand anything, while the protagonist thinks that he has to reach level 15 within 2 months, before the start of the second season, and if he doesn't get the Reaper's Scythe, it means he will become someone, as the prediction showed, and he talks to Sergeant Kim, asking to ask another question, saying that he is aware that the bosses were formed in each area, asking if he knows where they are, and he says that the bosses that were created as soon as the first mainstream started, even with the incredible rewards, he retreated because of the danger, but he can't do that now, and killing them will be the fastest way for him to level up. Then Sergeant Kim says that only one. He knows the place where the boss is, and it is also a monster that the lieutenant considers more problematic. They will establish a base after defeating the threat of that area. That is the first objective that the lieutenant set, but if there are no players like him, it is practically impossible to happen, and the protagonist sends someone to tell him that he convinced him to kill the boss. So Sergeant Kim is overjoyed that Sunwoo is going to help, but he says it's not for free, and so he questions what he means. He says it will be coins, asking for payment in advance, and the guy will have to kill the monster, both sides. If he can get a bribe on the side, doing that, you can extort some money from the government, you can do better. And the lieutenant discovered that the protagonist, who is worth 100,000 gold, asks if he's crazy, questioning what he said. The soldier says that there's no one as skilled as him, and he also saw him facing the vampire, and it was surprising because he completely killed him. The lieutenant then thinks for a moment, questioning if he's better than Sergeant Kang, and he says that there's a slight difference, and if Sergeant Kang is just a soldier, that guy is an entire army. It's a slight difference, right? A minor thing. And then the lieutenant says that they are also an army. But then the lieutenant asked if Sergeant Kang, leading the player's soldiers, couldn't destroy his skeletons and thus subdue him. But the soldier says he's not afraid of the skeleton army he's creating, but rather of the lives that will be sacrificed if they continue with this mission. As long as there are corpses, he will have an infinite supply of troops, and he can even make them explode, and he believes he is stronger than a battalion. But the lieutenant doesn't like having to give up 100 billion gold at all. Then Sergeant Kim says he has something to say. They need Sungwoo as an ally, and the sergeant says he's skilled and has already given them information and potions. Sungwoo is definitely a fair man, and he's sure the gold will be worth it. As a lieutenant, he thinks they can only stop it after sacrificing so much in soldiers. Using soldiers, they earn approximately 60,000 gold per day, and his pay is almost equivalent to 2 days worth of a soldier's earnings. He thinks it's a shame, however. The top priority is to breach strategic areas, and Combatant Wing 01 is where the worst monster is located. They just have to get rid of it, and if they stay there, they won't be able to get out. The colonel sent dozens of soldiers, but they were all decimated in 10 minutes, and he gave up the attack, and insisted that they managed to avoid the Wavens and the skies is the safest way to travel. And if they manage to repair this place, it will certainly help in their promotion, and he tells him that he has no choice, ordering him to give the job to Sungwoo, ordering him to make sure the squad leader takes good care of him, and that bastard is getting involved for money. One of these days he's going to rip his belly open and tear out his guts, and Sergeant Kim, looking at that, doesn't even have much to say, and so 100,000 gold is transferred to the protagonist. He says that they collected all the gold from the soldiers to put together, and they ask him to proceed with the mission as soon as possible, and the protagonist says that it is still impossible to travel long distances because that region is in lockdown for 5 days, and he says that he can deal with that in the meantime. The soldier says that the airport needs maintenance, and as there is a chance that there has been damage to the aircraft in the hangars, they ask him to take care of it in 3 days, and he presents the Sergeant Master Kang, who will be sent with him, says that he is a survivor of the attack on the airstrip, and Kang introduces himself to the protagonist, saying that unfortunately it seems he will be his assistant this time. By the way, he asks what the protagonist level is, because if it's lower than his, it will be like a slap in the face. The protagonist then says that he is level 10, startling everyone. They ask how he leveled up, saying that he can't level up no matter how many orcs he kills, and asked if there's some trick behind it. The protagonist simply makes fun of him, saying that he just needs to kill something stronger than an orc. Kang doesn't even have anything to say, saying that's true, but tells him not to be so cocky, because that crazy monster on the airstrip is on another level. The protagonist just says thanks for the warning and leaves, saying that he expects him to level up in the next 3 days. Meanwhile, a bunch of deadweight NPCs keep wondering where the protagonist is, saying he's an amazing person and hoping he'll continue to protect them. Meanwhile, Kyung-ho says that after gathering the survivors from the factory, that doesn't seem to be the answer. Han-ho's father talks to Kyung-ho, saying that the boy told him all he needed to do was create a safe zone when it got dangerous. The boy agrees, saying that since there's a maintenance cost, he doesn't need to build one now. They then ask what they need to do, and he says they'll build a village for the survivors there. One way or another, everyone there is in the same situation, so there should be various classes and different abilities among them, and people with crafting skills will help develop the village, and those with battle classes will be responsible for hunting and protecting the others. And he says that the gold will be used to increase their military strength, and the two think that his idea is incredible, but he says no, actually it wasn't. It was Seung-ho who said to do it, so it's not him who's incredible, and he admits to himself that he is a person who failed to lead the others, and his group and his friends lost their lives because of his hasty decisions. And he continues to wonder if a person like him has the qualifications to lead the others, but then, looking at that, to see that the boy is at a crossroads, and the father says that a normal person could never handle the weight of leading others in a world like this, and the boy even agrees. But the father says that an unfortunate outcome may have occurred, but he was able to make a decision when no one else could do it, and in order to guide everyone in the right direction, and this was a courageous thing to do, telling the boy to trust himself more, since he is qualified, telling him to become the village leader, and Kyung-suk starts to cry, discouraged by those words, while his father says that he wouldn't want to be in his position either, so it's better that he takes on all the responsibility, because someone has to suffer, right? Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's location, there's utter devastation. He arrives already wearing bone armor, along with his minions, and even Han-ho is is wearing armor. He's surprised they can hunt those guys so quickly, and the protagonist says of course they can hunt that fast with their current abilities. He mentions that they managed to annihilate the entire group with only 3 humans and a skeleton. Fortunately, even if the survivors call for their companions, they can kill everyone in a grand style. If the group advances all at once after noticing a strange atmosphere, he can simply finish them off using the corpse explosion. Those who survive, he'll kill little by little, as they can be dealt with using that crossbow in his hand. They advance very quickly, so Hanho speaks to the protagonist, saying there's a dungeon message there. But the protagonist says he doesn't think it's a dungeon message, it's an image of a hammer. So it's a workshop. He then calls everyone inside, and that's the creation of a combined item. And he explains to him that there are tools that can allow him to combine items. And the first is the Tear of the Ocean Spirit, plus the Devil's Bloodstone, and also the Medium Ancient Slime Core. And the cost to combine everything is 100,000 gold. And he's surprised that he can combine legendary type items, and he wonders how immense the power of an item created with this will be. And the protagonist thinks about the Tear of the Ocean Spirit and the Devil's Bloodstone that came from the Orc Chief and the Ancient Slime Core, and it will be important to keep those materials ready. Then Hanho says that the resulting object will be random, and says that this means he might even get something he can use. But then he asks if he doesn't know about his good luck, asking if the boy really thinks a dagger would emerge from the union of 2 orbs. And Minister Jessa stands there praying that everything goes well, and that it has a 2% chance of destruction. Then the protagonist, he says that's enough of the jokes, continuing with that, and the combination is being processed, and asks him to take a step back. And the 2 stand there behind him with a huge amount of fear. More fear than the protagonist should have. But in the end, the combination turns out to be a success. And the Chaos Crystal is created of legendary rank in the orb category, and the wielder receives the Chaos attribute, gaining a 500% mana increase, 250% mana regeneration, and the attacks now affect the amount of life and mana by 3%, and the protagonist thinks about this chaos, questioning how this differs from the evil attribute, saying that this doesn't seem to be something easy to obtain. It's a shame he's not above the legendary rank, but it was already a considerable upgrade, since it changed the enemy's life from only starting to decrease after they run out of mana, to both being consumed simultaneously. So, let's say that as he imagined, the protagonist achieved something good, and the 2 congratulate him, and he doesn't know how to react. And so, the girl also has items, which can be combined, like the Ignition Stonelong with one door. The cost is 15,000 gold. And she's surprised that she's also getting a combination. She puts both of them together, and it turns into a completely orange sword with a strength and ignition, allowing her to turn it on and off at will, burning the area around the contact. She says she liked it, and Hanro also has something to collect. When he collects it, he thinks he's the only one who didn't get anything. The protagonist thinks there must be some gold left over, so they go to buy something at the shop for him. The girl tries to console him, saying he'll get something nice there. Some time later, the protagonist wonders what's happening, and when they arrive, they realize they can no longer use the shop. They say that blocking the entrance to prevent the monsters from passing through was useless, and Hanro asked who the hell did this, questioning who would break the shop, wondering if it wasn't the place everyone needs. The protagonist notices that this wasn't done by monsters, so he reads a letter stating that all desperate humans relying on luck must die, and an era of a new species will soon begin. They realize it was done by someone intelligent, and those markings appear to be Garros's. She doesn't understand how a monster could write such a perfect sentence, but the protagonist, speaking of a beast that understands human language and also writes, and if it wasn't something Disney did, he doesn't even want to think about it. He calls them back to the village first. Upon arriving, everything is still in ruins, and the sergeant goes to receive Sun Wukong. He questions Sergeant Kim about his presence there, and the sergeant explains that they are still hunting monsters in the surrounding area, and a group mission has been assigned, which is the same as regular duties. The protagonist questions this group mission, and the sergeant explains that it's like a daily mission, something like the entire army being ordered to hunt a certain number of monsters per day, and it seems a reward will be sent to the captain as soon as it's completed. But the protagonist asks if the soldiers receive nothing, because seeing how broken they are, they needed at least a reward, and the sergeant says that if they complete the mission, they will receive a 10% attack and defense buff for the next day, but they can't really feel the difference, and even if they catch goblins or orcs, they will continue to appear from somewhere, and he thinks they are constantly respawning, and Hanho is surprised, because even they don't know where they are coming from. And the sergeant says he prays that's not the case, because if it isn't, they have no reason to keep sacrificing themselves like this, and then asked if anyone deserted, because he presumes everyone would want to look for their families. And he says that there were many deserters at the beginning, but those cases stopped happening very quickly, and it was very dangerous for them to go out there alone, without any strengthening effect. And they question whether the army hasn't been after the deserters from the beginning, beginning, and Kim says that currently the army doesn't have any tactics for this conquest, and it's just a war of attrition, with a lot of soldiers being thrown into the middle of the battle, and the superiors take all their gold and prevent them from communicating with anyone. And the protagonist thinks to himself that he thought the army would be able to adapt to the system relatively quickly. However, he didn't think they would try to control them with such outdated methods. And that's why the guild in Yule showed more growth potential than the army. And the sergeant says that in any case they should leave quickly, because since they have battalions, it will be safer for them to go to the next city. However, another monster is coming from that direction, and everyone tries to gather them together to do something, but they realize they are in trouble. Kim then orders everyone to run inside, telling the combat group not to stand still, ordering them to stop until everyone is safe. He ends up face to face with the bear, giving orders to everyone, and questions why this happened just when Seung-woo isn't there, asking if the same thing will happen as before. Then he tries to put himself in front of the thing to save everyone to take the attack, but it awakens and leaps with his spear onto the bear, saying that he won't give up as long as there are people to protect. He launches an attack right into the bear's eyes, thinking he succeeded, because if he can keep buying time like this, it will work. But another bear grabs him from behind, and he is surprised that there was a total of 3, but while he continues to lose blood from the attack, the right-hand man arrives, saving him and cutting off the bear's arms. The boy says that Seung-woo is late, and the bear starts screaming because it lost its hand. But Jisoo arrives, plunging her sword right into its head, killing it instantly. She tells Kim Jisoo that it really endured a lot, and while she kills one by setting it on fire, another bear comes at her, but it is also taken down. This time, Hanho tells it to get its paws off him, saying that he's not in a good mood today. Crying about the situation, Kim Jisoo asks how he got so strong, and he says that he was thinking he lacked the power for the next raid, thanking her for coming there personally. The protagonist then asks the horde to receive their new
Andy the soldier, seeing that, could hardly believe it, because the protagonist is facing several absurd monsters on the field, and his synergy list keeps growing, reaching level 3 Jungle Tyrant with the tribal synergy category. The condition is that there must be 4 or more beings together with the bear, and the effect is that the opponent's defense power decreases by less than 10%, while the allies' defense power increases by 10%. So the soldiers think that it's not just the protagonist, but the whole group that got stronger, and they use that strength, and effectively, they think that's an exaggeration, and even unfair, because they aren't as strong as Saint Yuo's group, but their companions and successors can fight like that too, and those crazy who were taken to the battle shouldn't have fought that way, and they shouldn't have died. He begins to question whether following executive orders was the right thing to do, and the protagonist speaks with Sergeant Kim, asking him to please inform them that preparations have been made. The sergeant questions what the protagonist is talking about, and Saint Yuo mentions retaking the avenue, suggesting they can begin work. Returning to the barracks where everyone is, things aren't good, with some still injured, but several others tending to themselves. The two speak with Kim Urso, telling him he did a good job, and mentioning he picked up a bone on his own. The boy denies this, and it's not like no one died. The protagonist explains that it would have been a difficult situation for anyone, and he did his best to protect the city. When the protagonist speaks, the boy is surprised. Another person arrived, asking if there were any problem, as the city is in chaos, and it seems some people have died. However, the protagonist thinks to himself that there are victims there, and that's his reaction. He says they suffered an attack. The protagonist remembers that, according to Sergeant Kim, Sergeant Kang's class was 3-star strike, and unarmed martial arts is how he fights. He also mentioned not knowing what that person achieved with the Connect card. One of them then speaks to Sergeant Kong, saying that the raid preparations are complete, and that Lord Guo plans to leave immediately. However, Kong asks Kim when he became the protagonist's spokesperson, and Kim finds this. Kong then kicks him in the leg, saying that if he has anything to do with the operation, he should speak directly, asking why, who cared, and questioning if he's actually carrying out the subjugation plan correct. Kim, even in pain, says of course, but Kong says that doesn't seem to be the case, asking if he thought he wouldn't know about him, complaining that there were fatal deaths during the operation, and mentioning that the gold he receives has recently decreased, and he seems to be going easy on him now, telling him to be aware that the boss knows his location in real time. And the protagonist, hearing this, is surprised, wondering if this is an army system, since he even took the gold, and this is practically slavery. But Kim questions if he said they went easy on, asking if he knows how many members of his unit died, saying that because of his leveling up in Sandasida, some were killed, but Kong grabs him by the collar, asking if Kim has gone crazy, because pawns like him should just shut their mouth and bring gold, because he went there to defeat the strong monsters for him. And the reason those boys died was because of his lack of skill, saying that his class is also warrior, and he who took the same class criticizes him while trying to hide behind the other. And Kim thinks that the reason he chose the blacksmith was to be useful to the members of his unit. But then the protagonist arrived, grabbing Kang's hand, saying that they will leave immediately, saying he heard that Kong didn't have much time, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Then Kong looks at him with a somewhat intimidating look, but puts his tail between his his leg, saying that he has to deal with. But since they are in a hurry, they leave quickly along with their lack, and then everyone goes after Sergeant Kim, trying to help him after being beaten up by that fool. And the protagonist thinks that Sergeant Kim is a well-known person. Kim talks to Seong-oh, saying that he ended up embarrassing himself in front of him. But the protagonist says that everything is fine, and Kim says that there's a strong sense of rivalry protagonist, and he's been taking his anger out on him because he's nearby. They're also going to prepare, since they're troops who will also be helping him in his raid tomorrow, and all three think things must be different for him. The very next day, as they head towards the area where they need to be, everything is destroyed. When they arrive, they question whether the plane can even take off. Like Kong says it looks like the boss made a mess there, and he joked with him a few days ago, saying he's a very vigorous young man. However, the protagonist questions whether he knows how to joke with, since he heard he ran away, and says everything he says is a lie. He doesn't even speak of hatred, and he doesn't want the raid to say anything. But I see this guy's temper, it's terrible. But anyway, he thinks he got information about the boss, or a Sergeant Kim, so it doesn't matter. And with that, the giant troll of the area appears, and the protagonist ends up noticing the boss's information is quite accurate, as it's bigger than he thought, and he has to abandon the plan, finish it off with 4 bears on the front line. Perhaps a little more will be needed, as the monster is grabbing the bears like toy. Then the protagonist notices that the thing is looking ahead, staring directly at, and the monster starts screaming. Kong asks the protagonist what they think, so he can make an estimate, questioning whether they can reimburse the 10,000 gold right now and flee. But the protagonist says it's no problem, as it's unusual he only has one plan. So, he uses the powerful necromancy activated in that area, and several zombies appear beneath the monster. But the troll seems quite convinced by it, attacking them with a single stomp and killing several. They are all nearly thrown far away by the ground tremor. Then Sergeant Kim yells to Mr. Globe, saying that the zombies are dying, but the protagonist tells him to calm down, because now his complaining must even the playing field, using the corpse explosion right under the monster. That explosion sends everything around the boy flying, but they notice that the monster wasn't affected at all, and only one of his hands broke, but that hand it's already regenerating quite easily, and he notices that the monster isn't just large, it has incredibly high defenses and is even regenerate. He notes that it was weakened by the curse and affected by a damage per second effect, but it doesn't seem to be having much effect. It doesn't have special abilities like slimes, vampire, or corrupted earth spirits, but the physical body of this thing is extraordinary. It's basically his natural enemy. At that moment, the ogre starts screaming, and Kong asks if even his best ability didn't work, saying he thinks many of them will die even if he runs away now. However, the protagonist questions whether to run away, as there's still something he can do. He has to choose a safer and more efficient. Both Han-ho and Jisoo say it's their turn, but Han-ho is trembling even before entering the fight. However, the girl is showing off, saying she's going to go. Meanwhile, a man is talking to the colonel, saying that the swordsman in Undiakpo absorbed the surviving group, and it's slowly increasing in strength, and the guild called Warang has been established in Busan. So the colonel gets really angry because the nation's traitors have been appearing as if they were waiting for this moment. But Undiakpo asks why they don't create a public announcement, as the people's unrest will decrease, and this could slow the growth of the guild. The colonel tells the captain that they can't trust communication through a computer network from a group of individuals, so he doesn't understand. The colonel says that information is key, and the moment they announce that they are part of the government or the army, the enemies will discover their location. They don't know who created the program, and he says that the government is handling them carefully. The captain thinks about the boss's decision, questioning whether they can really trust and just follow him, because even if he's not identified, he questions whether the system isn't too influential for them to ignore. And to be honest, the power to command the soldiers might be a power of the system. And in that the colonel asks if the captain warned the soldiers that after the boss fall, he's next, and they have to get rid of all the powers that threaten. The captain says he did warn them, saying that Sergeant Koenig and the other 2 squads will participate, and in this situation, Sergeant Kim has no choice but to cooperate. The colonel then says it seems he has his own henchmen, asking if they won't cause trouble. The captain says one of them has a sword, but it's a cute little girl, and because she's a woman, he says no, they expect it to be very difficult. The other guy is trash, and his weapon is a dagger. He has a weak body, and he's been hiding behind the neck. The colonel says that's good and perfect, that he was told to go there, confirm the situation, not to kill them immediately, but that the 100,000 gold, or rather, to get even more than that, was the key to the plan. The captain then thought this plan seemed more like something out of a thieves' scheme than an army, as it seemed more focused on getting gold than on getting rid of a powerless enemy. But even doubting the colonel, he thought he needed to stop thinking of it, because as a soldier, he needs to follow order. Then he tells everyone that Sergeant Kim will definitely complete this mission. Meanwhile, the boss is roaring and clashing with Hunga, who says it's tickling, asking if he doesn't have a stronger attack. The sacred protection of the executor of beliefs is active. He says he's the trash of his neighborhood, or rather, he's the king. While he defends, Jesu appears behind the monster, using her sword on its back. It starts to burn, and the monster senses this, attacking back, almost hitting the girl, throwing her away. She thinks the boss has a large body, but that makes him slow and manageable. Then she tells Kungo that the rope has been installed, ordering them to begin. He says that the item Jessa got is the climbing rope, and unlike a common rope, this is a rank B item that won't break no matter how much force is applied. So they're going to target the boss's legs. He starts swinging that rope to get to the monster, and when it's grabbed, Kong is surprised, kicking what it is, because he thought they were just dead feet for the necromancer. But both are strong, because making an enemy that size look like an idiot with acrobatics, and dealing with all the attacks with monstrous physical resistance, is truly absurd. He thinks that this guy's fame isn't high because he stole their achievements, so he's even more surprised. It's then said that Hang Ho's protection will end in 3 seconds, so he calls Sergeant Kim because his alarm is ringing. Kim goes to Hang Ho carrying a goblin, saying he's ready, and with that, he throws the dagger at the goblin, killing another one, activating its effect. They then quickly take down the next goblin, and Hang Ho is surprised that he's hunting goblins while facing the boss, realizing that this guy needs monsters to die to maintain that ability, and that woman must have no experience or training against them. Other human facing monster and players are two very different things. However, he thinks this goes beyond his prediction, questioning whether it's better to kill that bastard next. But the protagonist is very focused, watching how things are unfolding, and he remembers when he was talking to the two of them when Jisoo said she was going to tie her legs with Hang Ho, and says that's very dangerous, saying it's better to leave that task to his horde. But she says that this is a plan that will fail if the boss lands a direct hit, and the ones with the most agility are her and Hang Ho, and they should proceed with the plan, because with Hang Ho's protective ability, they won't have problems with other attacks from the boss. He thinks that's true, because his protective barrier can do that, questioning if it isn't almost a transformation ability, and he says they'll think about it a bit more, saying they have to ensure they're safe. But Jisoo talks to Hang Ho, saying that he's not her guardian and they're her companion, and she hopes he'll trust them more. And in the present, they're actually stalling the monster, using all their agility and teamwork capture, and with that, the boss finally falls to the ground. The protagonist thanks them for showing their strength, saying that now it's his turn, bringing all his monsters, summoning all his. Kong wonders if this is the power of a necromancer, thinking he can't ambush because it's back to protect. The protagonist then takes the knight's masterless sword used, saying it's time to bathe it in blood. He orders everyone to attack the creature, and they attack until they've almost completely drained the monster's HP, each striking a specific point. The protagonist asks the troll if its summons are tasty, saying he added some extra things since they might not be nutritious, and while biting one of them, the protagonist uses his explosion again, and part of the monster's mouth flies off with the bomb. He says that normally the head doesn't regenerate, and it shouldn't be any different. With that, he attacks again, now at what's left of the monster's head, finally managing to kill the giant troll, earning 220,000 gold coin. And for hunting a main boss, he will receive an attribute boost as a special reward. 2. And because he hunted a main boss, he will receive a special item box as a special reward, and he levels up to level 11. The remaining time for qualification verification is 4,851 days, and he thinks that with this, they reduce the time by 98 days thanks to this. He will choose the Create Bone Weapon card, guaranteeing that he should be able to create many different types of weapons in the. Kong is more than surprised, as they defeated that thing so easily. The protagonist says that his contract with the army ends there, saying that he will take the corpse, since he had said he would deal with it from the beginning. Kong wonders if he could still kill it even if they ambush him, saying that since they have more than 20 soldiers, it should be possible. He thinks so, saying that he will approach slowly and break its neck, and he tells the protagonist to go ahead. But Sung Ho speaks to Kong, because it seems that their thoughts are at odds, because if they are indeed at odds, it means it's already too late, and Kong is surprised because the protagonist, who's an hour away from Kinja, realizes he's trying to attack Kong, punching him directly in the face, all to kill him. But then that green flame of his starts to engulf the entire area, and he's surprised because the protagonist summons an absurd shield. Seriously, take on those 20 guys, you'll handle it alone. And seconds before the attack reaches him, the protagonist manages to create a bone armor, making the shield that withstood all that damage. Kong is surprised, yelling that the surprise attack failed, saying that the pawns will deal with the summon, while he goes to kill that guy, saying that if it weren't for the skeleton, he would be nothing, especially since he is a summoner, a necromancer. Perhaps without the summons there's not much you can do. Try taking away even the arm and leg to see if you can do anything. And then he lunges at the protagonist, using the magnum strike. Then the protagonist's shield breaks, but he quick throws it up with his sword, but Kong kicks the boy's hand, disarming him, saying that the protagonist is very. Kong slowly asks if he's empty-handed, questioning if he's going to try to punch him or something, but the protagonist retaliates with a slashing attack that almost catches Kang's face. Kong starts to bounce back, jumping, but then realizes he has a cut on his face. He's surprised that the protagonist used a dagger, since he was empty-handed, and questions where he got the weapon. The protagonist explains that the armor he's wearing is made of bone, saying that Kong may not have realized it, but its essence is bone, and there's nothing he can't do using the ability to create bone. He thinks these two abilities have have no limit to their usefulness, as one gains more experience using. Kong then says that Kong is being arrogant just because he hit him using a cheap trick, but even if he pilots him like that, his physical attributes and CQC skills are better than Kang. Kong tries to attack, but when he looks to the side, he sees that he's almost alone. Then the protagonist said, obviously, it's also possible to create weapons from skeleton bone, so he uses weapon creation to pierce Kang's entire body with a bunch of spears, and Kong starts screaming like a gazelle. Then he talks about physical attributes, melee skill, and everything else he mentioned, questioning if he has anything else to say. Kong starts yelling at his pilots, asking what they're doing instead of helping, but everyone there doesn't care, letting him get beaten up alone, and they didn't even try to fight the protagonist's monster. Kong curses everyone, asking what the hell they're doing, but then someone questions whether he hasn't realized it, saying that he doesn't think explanations are necessary, telling Kong that they decided to survive, and they don't want to die in vain as ordered. But even clearly hearing what they said, he says that they are surely asking to die by defying their superior's order. But they question whether the army is just a group that hunts without knowing what they're doing, since they don't even protect the citizens, they're just collecting gold, and everyone there agreed. They say they can't continue acting like this anymore. But then another soldier arrives questioning what's happening, and Kong asks why the captain took so long. He questions Kong about what happened, but Kim tells the captain that the soldiers and other platoons told him everything about this plan. They can no longer remain in a unit like this, and they are left behind. The captain tells Kim that he understands how he feels, but asks if he really needs to do this, telling him to look at the world situation, because if it weren't for the army, they would never have survived. Kim gets very angry for saying what he understands now. Jisoo notices that the speech had the opposite effect, and the protagonist says that if someone like him is promoted, the soldiers' lives become more difficult. However, the captain asks if their superior spared their lives, saying that if they abandon the unit, they should forget about obtaining synergy, asking if they don't know they will be penalized. He explains the penalty, saying they became slaves because of it, but together with these people they will be able to break free. Kong, however, says that's nonsense, stating that they only need to collect the gold and give it to him. Then he will take care of everything himself for their own good, calling them bands of notes, and then he manages to free one of their hands, grabbing a detonator, saying that he didn't want to use them, but it's all their fault. The captain asks Kong to stop, but Kong tells him to shut up because all he does is talk nonsense, saying that he can't even lead the soldiers properly. Then he sticks what I thought was a detonator in himself, because it was a syringe, and the protagonist wonders what it is, because it's an amp, but it doesn't seem to be medicine, and with that he begins to monstrously transform, turning into a horrendous thing. The soldiers then order everyone to retreat, and Kim tells Songwoo to be careful because it's a transformation amp, a drug that transforms a human into an uncontrollable monster. The captain speaks to Kong, asking him to calm down, saying that he shouldn't lose his sanity, but Kong rips his head off in one go, and he becomes the Pishi tiger, ready to reveal the card to everyone. Hanho tells the protagonist that he has transformed into a tigerman, and the protagonist says he thought only those who didn't choose a card transform, but then Kong looks at the creature, curses the protagonist, telling him to try attacking it. However, Jisoo steps forward, charging at the creature and almost getting hit, but when its claw gets close to her face, she quickly ducks, using her heightened senses to prepare and attack again in an X-shaped strike to the creature's chest. She thrusts, but the thrust only hits the monster's hand, passing through it. The creature uses that area of contact to swing the girl and punches her in the ribs, throwing her far away. Everyone shouts Jisoo, but the girl falls, spitting blood from the attack. The protagonist then summons the Cerberus squad, this time invoking his wolf creature, and the Guardian of Hell synergy is activated, granting an additional 10% attack speed. He then says he was thinking of sparing Kang's life to get more information about the military platoon, but he went too far, and he shouldn't even think about returning alive. Now the protagonist is furious, so all his dogs attack, along with Dorightonho and all the bear, and after he was literally beaten up, one of the soldiers arrives at headquarters and says that the soldiers have returned, and the colonel is happy, ordering them to be let in, but it's Kim who entered, and the colonel immediately gets up asking if the plan and he says that they captured the boy, and the colonel says it was a good job, but asks where Sergeant Kong and the captain are, and Kim says that both died in the operation, and the colonel is surprised, asking about that guy, and at that moment the protagonist himself hears that, asking if he can have a word with the bald guy about the plan in which Sergeant Kong tried to kill him. That's it, it's like a genophilia. You have to use Kim as a scapegoat. If he tried to kill, he died. He's a shadow on the street, and moments before, while the protagonist was still arriving, along with everyone else, all the soldiers questioned who they were, asking which battalion returned. Alone, they noticed it was Sergeant Kim's 1st Battalion, wondering if he wasn't on an Air Force restoration mission. But then, when they looked to the side, they questioned what those giant skeletons. noticing that it's the Necromancer, asking if it's AA mutiny breaks out, and one of them speaks to Sergeant Kim, asking what's happened. Kim then speaks to everyone, saying they are free now. The protagonist is currently with the Colonel, throwing him and everyone else into the Superior's office in one fell swoop. The General says he never expected these soldiers to form a mutiny. The Colonel speaks to the General, but the General says he's disappointed with Lieutenant Colonel Park, saying he should have anticipated a rebellion, as it's something he should have stopped before it even started. The protagonist says he understands why things came to this point, as they maintain an abusive regime, and when they obey his order, he calls it a rebellion. But the General questions him about him talking about an abusive regime, saying it was simply a mission, and the reason they survived was because they reacted quickly. Even if there are some frictions, they are still able to take down the monster because they commanded the soldiers beforehand, and because they found a new way to deal with low morale. The protagonist asked, in his own way, that what he found was the effect of the synergy system on the things announced as enemy, the same thing that forcibly restricts them and causes intense pain in cases of disobedience. But the General says that because of this, at least the main unit was able to survive. He says that on the first day everything began, the unit made a great sacrifice to ward off the monster, and at that moment a special synergy kept the army alive. As a reward for group battle, the hidden synergy effect granted to him, and the hidden synergy is the thorny path of camaraderie, which has a single condition that needs to be met. It is said that the captain is given the role of commander, and the commander can give orders to everyone. In case of disobedience, the transgressor will receive a punishment, and all their abilities will be limited, and they will experience the pain of being burned alive. Every morning at 6 a.m., a group mission is given, and upon completing the mission, they will receive a buff for a limited time. If you reject commands or abandon the area, your title will be changed to deserter, and immediately afterward, a penalty called loser will be given, and you will be relentlessly pursued by nearby monsters. Then the General says that all the units in your area have failed and been annihilated, and this is a war, and it's natural that soldiers are sent by force. But the protagonist questions against whom this war, asking if it's against the monsters that lack intelligence and don't move in group. He says it's simply a game of survival, and until they learn the truth about the system, they are like pawns on a chessboard arranged by the system, and the protagonist simply agrees. Speaking of which is to get straight to the point, questioning why he ordered his death. The General says it's because eventually he will certainly become a problem, since society has become this way. He questions whether he really thinks a world controlled by private organizations like this will prosper, saying that what people want is security, and eventually their homeland will be rebuilt, and to manage the enormous system they call a country, they need of powers like theirs, which are connected to all kinds of people, and is like a tumor for a world that will be rebuilt in the future, including the protagonist, seeing the one in Yongdongpo, says that all those who form private organizations must be eliminated, and that this is the right path, at least for him. The protagonist thinks this human is saying these things right in front of him, while relying on something like a beast for defense, saying that this has lost all its. The protagonist orders him to free the soldier who wish to be independent and hand over the gold as well, because only then will he leave this place to him after the main course is finished. But the General calls him a rebel, as if gold or soldiers are both property of his homeland. The protagonist says he's not asking for a trade, further escalating the situation, ordering the General to hand over everything or he'll be killed. The General almost shits himself seeing this, saying that it's fine. In exchange he'll leave Weizong and Suwon, but asks if the protagonist can't leave the soldiers as they are, because they need military power for their land that will build. The protagonist says no, remembering how all the soldiers they suffered, and he says that this is the end of this thing, of using subordinates as slaves through such a perverse synergy, and so the protagonist receives 45,688 gold from the General, and he is surprised that he only has that much, because he thought he had accumulated a large amount of group mission, and he says that there is one more thing for him, questioning where the General got the human transformation amp. Then the General asks why he should tell him that, saying that they didn't agree to, but the protagonist, obviously being the one in charge, says that it's because he might end up deciding to leave, and thinks he's thinking of staying there as a nomad again, saying that he shouldn't have rushed to pay before the final agreement was sealed. Then the General gets angry, but just agrees, saying that he doesn't know their identity either, and he only calls himself a door-to-door salesman, and he only bought some items since they said they sold things that weren't available in the store, and the protagonist already starts to find it suspicious. He asks where they are now, and he says he has no idea, because he tried to ask questions, but they didn't answer him at all. He thinks the only thing they said was that living depending on the roulette wheel of luck was an incompetent and stupid way to live, and that it was their motto. He remembers why he made the purchase after hearing them talk, and the protagonist keeps remembering that he depends on luck, noticing that those words are definitely written on the store wall, wondering if they were the ones who broke the store. He just leaves, and this happens while one of the skeletons is watching the General. The protagonist tells him not to forget about the synergy, because he will confirm it with the sergeant later. However, the General asks him to wait a minute, saying that he forgot something. The state's punished. He throws flashes of the beast at the protagonist to try to kill him, and then several others appear, also trying to kill the protagonist, all shooting at. The Colonel wonders if they've finished off the protagonist, and he affirms that he already knew, because a human who gives that kind of order would never let him go. It's that simple, and they're surprised that the protagonist has a shield, and the colonel questions what they're doing wasting time, ordering them to shoot again. But the protagonist throws his daggers at them all, receiving 8,000 gold for killing a player, and also kills the colonel. The general is terrified and tells the protagonist not to approach him, ordering him to stop because he has a bomb. The protagonist thinks the colonel is surprised, and the general thinks he wasn't prepared for a situation like. He explains that it's an item called Abyssal Concentration, which he bought from door-to-door sales, and he's already tested it on. If it explodes, he and everyone there will die. But the protagonist says he try it. The general, looking bewildered, doesn't understand and questions what the protagonist wants. The protagonist says he'll give this abyssal thing a chance because the orc chief used it and it was quite interesting, and he's curious to see how it formed. My friend, the protagonist, is completely clueless. Knowing nothing more, the general raises his hand, click on the device, ordering the protagonist not to approach, saying he'll be blown up for real. But before he can do anything, one of the protagonist's skeletons comes from the outside and grabs the general's hand, taking the detonator from it. The thing crushes the old man's hand so badly that he starts crying like a newborn. The protagonist says that, by the way, he didn't mention saving the citizens when he was talking about his plan to build the country, saying that he's not an army leader, just a charlatan trying to protect his own skin. Seriously, this protagonist is great. If you've reached this point in the video, haven't liked it, and you don't want the continuation, I don't know what you're doing or not. Then the old man tries to say something, still calling the protagonist a rebel, but the protagonist's skeleton destroys him right in front of him, splitting the old man in half. With that, he receives 6,000 gold for killing a level 3 player, and that's how he ends up. Surprised, since he was a general but only at level 3, noting that he hadn't dedicated himself at all to leveling, and as he thought, he was just ignorant about how the world works, and it seemed he was only focused on collecting gold and using the synergistic effect. And so, although the amount of gold wasn't much, then he notices something there, looking at that cabinet, and so he asks his summon to open it, and when it opens it, he's surprised, because it's no wonder he didn't have it. Gold, since everything he had was there, that many human transformation, and then Hanho starts healing Jisoo, and talks to her, asking if it wouldn't be more effective to drink a potion than for him to heal her with this new ability. But she says that there are many soldiers who couldn't be healed, and she reminds Hanho that he needs to increase his healing proficiency, because it may not be very effective now, but if he increases his proficiency, he will end up being of great help in the future. And the boy thinks it's true, but it's kind of annoying to see those guys looking at as if he were worse than a cockroach, and they really feel sorry for the boy. And then the doctor goes over to comfort Hanho, and he says that he knew he was the only one, which he understands. And at that point, the protagonist returns to Jisoo, asking she doesn't know if she's already been treated, and she talks to Songwoo, saying she has no excuses to give, as she thought she could face a tiger since her class is Miram's tiger hunt, but she only suffered. The protagonist says that's because she hasn't yet learned the class skill. However, he thinks that's better than specializing too much in some, since it will be rare to find a tiger-shaped monster among the others. He also says that he thinks it's good for Hanho to get used to his healing ability, because in the worst case, he might face the elite's undead army. He thinks that Priest is a class capable of overcoming the undead, having defensive, healing, and long-range dagger attack ability. And it may seem like a strange combination, but if developed correct, it will work very well. Then the protagonist thinks of something, noticing that this would be an opponent that even he couldn't defeat. But then Hanho calls the boy, saying that he has never seen this mutant. He also has one, but questions why his looks different, and the protagonist says it's an item he got from the special item chest that appeared after feeding the area boss. It's the legendary rank Shadow King's cloak, and it reduces magic damage by 10%. He can hide in the shadow, and his presence will be revealed when he attacks or is seen through a detection skill. Hanho says he doesn't want to know about it anymore, asking why only he gets good things. The protagonist then asks if the boy wants to borrow it, but other soldiers arrive, calling each other, saying they've finished organizing, except for those who want to look for their family. They've decided to join the city. He says some resist it, but he's sure they'll survive somehow, and the responsible and courageous ones were all killed at the beginning, so there's no reason to expect much from those who remain. The protagonist then calls everyone back to the city, as they still have much to do, and he says that there are 3 days left until the end of the event, and they need to keep hunting. While they walk there, Hanho's mother is serving food at the camp, and everyone is doing their part to try and level up some. As they continue to advance, the days go by, and the protagonist finally reaches level 2. He thinks he's screwed, figuring out how he's going to reach level 15. Then his strength increases by 3, and he says his strength is now 13 plus 6. He can even defeat an orc with just his physical strength, but it's useless against that bastard, because he needs to reach level 15 and get the Reaper's strength as soon as possible. Then the system speaks to everyone, saying that the event Chapter 1, a continuously long and dark night, will conclude in an hour, and the double gold event comes to an end, and the restriction preventing players from moving between areas removed. Hanho is saddened that the double gold is over, but another mission is given to. It's the beginning of Chapter 2, where facing great destiny, all survivors are greeted as they have reached the second and many people have lost their lives so far. But those who survived have grown stronger, and many of them may also have doubts, and now is the time to develop that strength, thus overcoming mere survival facing the world. They give 3 important warnings. First, that the current event will last 20 days, which is why travel restrictions have been removed. The double gold event has ended, and raid bosses that give incredible rewards will appear in various locations, and depending on the situation, they may even attack safe zone. The third warning is that signs of the ability to choose between the demon angels and demon angel facts will be in the next up, instructing them to search for traces of these 2 absolute races hidden throughout the world. Jisoo is surprised by everything they are saying, and the protagonist says that this game can't let them play so easily because the most important thing is the raid bosses, and that's something he should think about since they have a race to level up. Second, there are the demon angel, as he's not sure what to do with them, but then Hongho tells him to look at. The protagonist opens the app and questions what it is. The app then shows the ranking that just opened, the regional rank, and Han Kong-suk is number 1, and the swordsman of Yongdepo is number 2. The protagonist doesn't even appear on this. He notices that the number 1 is at level 15, questioning how he achieved, considering all he did was hunt nonstop, and he's still at level 12. It's not like he's a person with no life who spends all day playing on the computer. He asks how this is possible in real life. Then Jisoo says that it's not just number 1, but numbers 4 and 5 are also strange, because when you look at their nickname, they seem to be from the same class, so thinking that 2 of them would be in the high rank is too much. Han Hongho tells him to look at the community, and the protagonist asks again what it is. The boy says that the number 2 ranked player, the swordsman of Yongdeonpo, said he's coming to meet him, and he's requesting an official meeting with the representative of the Liberation Guild, and the protagonist notices that he posted this publicly in the community, questioning what this guy is thinking, since a civilization is collapsing and a world is thirsting for survival, and him doing something like this means he wants something, and he says he knew that at some point he would end up meeting him, but he notices that things are going to get very annoying again, and after a while the swords is throwing fire at a bunch of monsters in his path, and a man arrives calling him and saying that the travel restrictions have been removed, and they are planning to expand their forces now. But another girl tells him to stop being an idiot, because they are in a situation where they need to get more information about raid bosses, angels and demons, and everything else. But he questions what she's saying, since they can find that out by hunting. But then they say that whatever the situation, there are things they must do, and the swordsman says that this is killing monsters and saving people, and they need to do everything possible to prevent a return to an era of barbarism and a collapsing society. Then his follower says that this is truly expected of the swordsman of Yongdeon, saying that he has an unwavering goal and altruistic behavior. Speaking of his charisma, that person will be the savior of that country. Then the girl looking there sees that strange guy crying again, saying that recruiting strong players is also something the swordsman thought about doing. And that's why they tried to find the whereabouts of the top-ranked player, but they found no trace of him. It's almost as if he were a ghost. And that's why she left a message using the swordsman's name for the necromancer, who is in 3rd place. Then that clown who is with him questions about the necromancer's prosthetic leg, saying that he knows he saved many people in Suwon, but he heard that he doesn't do anything without being paid. Then the girl says that it's not like there's a price for everything, saying that even if he charges, his prices are quite reasonable, because in today's world full of crazy, and that's enough to be fair. Then she says that currently the community is giving him more praise than the swords. Then the sick questions how so, asking how he managed to be above his swords, and the girl says that it seems like the effects of his victory against the group of vampires are also being felt, and there are rumors being spread among the survivors well. However, she thinks this is temporary, because if you only compare the players' strength, there is a big difference between the two. The swordsman explains that this is why he believes they need to be more interested, thinking a lot about his friend's prosthetic. He mentions that, according to the information, there are only 3 members in the necromancer's group, and he managed to reach level 12 with Sophie. With the exception of Ranker 1, this guy's evolution speed is unparalleled, and this is the perfect moment for him to discover what kind of person. If he ends up being someone who could cause problems in the future, he's already prepared to show hostility. Then his assistant saw the message arriving on her cell phone, telling the swordsman that the reply had arrived, and the protagonist simply says he'll be waiting. Then the swordsman says they'll leave for Hwaseong soon, and so on. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist, Hanru asks him if he didn't think finding the swordsman would be a drag, and he says he has no choice but to do it, at least this time, because since he might have secret information or methods to increase his level, he'll have to do it, and reaching level 15 just by hunting like they're doing is practically impossible. Then some people arrive, drawing everyone's attention, and they even think they're being attacked, but the protagonist doesn't believe. Then the blonde guy says that some strange guys attacked them out of nowhere and kidnapped his fancy man, and he thinks they were after something called a golden deer, saying that when he said he had no idea what it was, they already attacked, and he lost them all, but they must be going there. Then Jesus notices that it seems like outlaws are coming from another area, and since they have a hostage, they'll end up discovering the city's location. However, the protagonist just asks them to take him to where those guys are, and therewithal though, the delinquents think the rich kid is insisting on keeping his mouth shut, ordering them to beat him to death, and the boy thinks he has to endure it because the moment he tells them where the city is, they'll kill him. and he needs to endure the pain until Taesong arrives. There, one of them finds him annoying, saying they'll just kill him and look for the deer. But then he's surprised because the blonde guy arrived calling out and looking chic, and one of them says that the idiot decided to come back, saying he even brought a bunch of people along, and turning around without purpose, they saw the golden deer, and saying that he will spare their lives if they talk about it, saying that if so, they should only say which direction it went, and the protagonist says he didn't see anything, asking why they are looking for this golden deer, and so one of them thinks it was just a waste of time, but ends up noticing that there's a very pretty girl there with, saying it's a shame she doesn't know about the deer, but he can still take her on the date, and when the protagonist feels that he's hitting on Gesso, he gets scared, and the girl starts preparing to kill him, so he questions her about it, saying that he tried to be nice, but now he's going to make her regret it, telling her to just wait. Then he gets close to her, activating that club he has on. He grabs her hand and throws an electric attack at the girl, who obviously dodges calmly. He asks her what she thought of it, saying that her ability is capable of defeating anyone with just one touch, telling her to give up quick while he's holding back. But he can't land a single attack on the girl, and she dodges them all. Then she goes underneath, grabs her sword, and simply rips his hands off. When he falls, he starts screaming, and everyone notices that the girl isn't normal, trying to kill him. Several of them start attack, but Gesso dodges each attack and finishes off Fool. Then one of them says it's her fault for killing him, but it turns out he was hit by a fireball, so they continue trying to attack the girl, but Gesso calmly cleans them up, and they scream and die. Meanwhile, Ranho also does her part by throwing one of her daggers to kill one of those guys, and he questions how they dare to throw a crossbow at a lady, saying that her silvery gaze doesn't he'll allow that, but then one of those idiots tells them not to get close, because he'll cut the boy's throat if they do. They yell loudly because he's been taken hostage, and that guy tells him to just stand still, but the protagonist uses another of his skill, emerging from the shadows behind the man and killing him without him even noticing. He earns 8,000 coins for it, and the rest run away, telling him to back off for today, because next time they'll finish him off. Then Loro asks him loudly if he's okay, and the boy just says he's alive and tells Ranho. Ranho then realizes something that frustrates him, because the protagonist looks more like a thief than him, and he says he'd lend it to him. But Ranho says he won't accept cheap sympathy, saying there's something else he really wants from it. However, he makes a very strange gesture with his hand and tells the protagonist not to even come near him or he'll attack. Then he says it's luck. He wants the boy's luck, but since he didn't explain it very well, and it was kind of strange, Loro asks what the heck a golden deer is that Yashiki has to go through all this just. Then the boy questions if worth that. And because of this, she tells the protagonist to look to the side, and indeed a golden deer appears there with enormous antlers, and they receive a mission. Hidden, a title called Capture the Lucky Golden Deer is revealed, and they need to hunt that golden deer. The reward is an entry tick hidden stage 1 of 2. Jesus is surprised to hear this, and tells them to capture. Ranho says it's worth the protagonist is a lucky man, but that deer starts attracting monster, and he's almost devoured immediately due to Death's response. However, the monster manages to escape, and the protagonist orders the werewolves to chase it as it's entering the alley. As they follow the creature, the protagonist wonders they were too hasty. Then the monster collides with something else, and that other thing is actually a wolf killing a person. The werewolf turns to them, and the atmosphere becomes tense with the deer in the middle. The werewolf gets scared, seeing the pressure the protagonist is putting on him, and jumps away. The deer thinks everything went well, but ends up being caught by the protagonist's skill, and he finishes it off. The hidden mission, and in that moment Ranho speaks with the protagonist, asking if what just happened wasn't strange, since he ran because he was scared, and the protagonist is surprised that that monster just made a rational decision, since humanoid monsters have been attacking them without exception until now. But that one ran because he felt he was at a disadvantage, asking how that's possible. And he thinks something isn't right, but it's almost time, so they must return to the city. And at night they wonder if the swordsman is really coming, and the group continues talking about the master of the Liberation Guild, saying that someone as incredible as that is coming to see Songwoo, until someone looks ahead and tells them to look up at the sky, and the protagonist notices that they are coming in grand style, even with a wyvern loose there. And Ranho thinks that this must be the elegance of the best guild in the Republic of Korea, and they are descending by helicopter right above their heads. So as soon as the helicopter lands, the entire swordsman's delegation descends, and the protagonist is surprised by seeing the second-ranked person, the swordsman Yang Dong. He says it's a pleasure to meet him, introducing himself with that ridiculously long name, or rather Choi Junho. As soon as they touch hands, that crazy guy takes a picture, saying he has to record this moment because it could become a historical event in the swordsman's biography. The protagonist thinks to himself that he can imagine what the guild members think of their master, and he thinks it's part of his charisma, but he starts to wonder if there's something more to it, with that pink aura surrounding everyone. Everyone there is amazed by Choi, saying he's tall, handsome, and all that, and even the guys like. The protagonist notices that all this react, even though it's the first time they're seeing him in person. It's strange, no matter how he sees it, and you can't say it's all just because of charisma. It's similar to when ordinary vampires are in the presence of a vampire lord, wondering if it's faith, or even if he's being too sensitive. So he goes along with Choi so he can talk in another language. The protagonists sing, and when they are alone, they speak more calmly. Choi says that those expressions were a rare sight, and the protagonist doesn't understand any. Choi speaks of a stable look on the people's faces, saying he's happy to have come to this place. The protagonist wonders if the situation isn't more stable in Yongdong, and Choi says yes, but survivors in Seoul have united, using Yongdongpo as a center. Although many have died, since they are crowding into one place, it's not a small number of inhabitants. He says there are 30,000, surprising the protagonist. He says that's roughly the number of people in the surrounding area, and the protagonist is surprised that there are so many. The swordsman says they should surpass 40,000 soon, and it's almost becoming overcrowded. The protagonist then asks if his power doesn't increase with so many survivors, saying that it explains his active role in the community. But Choi says it's a misunderstanding, and he just wants to save as many people as possible. It's possible, and besides, not everyone increases their strength, and among the 30,000, he questions how many of them thinks we're able to adapt to the new reality. Then the protagonist thinks about the elderly and people with a passive attitude, and even being optimistic. Those who do their part must be around 1 in 4, and welcoming 30,000 and leading them is something he can't even think about, already feeling lazy just imagining. Choi says that's why they need well-established elites. Frankly, he's been observing him for quite some time, but he wasn't at the top of the recruitment list. The protagonist then thinks about the rank, and he says that's exactly, and he just hasn't been getting as much attention because of luck, and the ranking is proof. Choi says he's not as amazing a person as others think, and the world has changed, and there are many lives that depend on, and he still feels uncomfortable. The protagonist then thinks that he seems to be showing too much of his weaknesses, and he says he doesn't think so. It's something you might tell someone you just met, asking Choi if you're wrong, and he says that you might think he's cold and calculate, but he also appeals to your emotion, because when all this happened, he lost his family, and while he survived, he became stronger and developed anger and doubts about this game. And although he's following the rules for now, he wants to break them and get his revenge someday. So he needs people he can trust, people willing to share their strengths and opinions with. And the protagonist then asks if he seems like that kind of person, and Choi says no, saying that all he knows about him is his level, and that's why he went to Lilyvi. The protagonist asks if it would be good for him to have him in his guild once, and Choi says yes, but if it were only for that reason, he wouldn't have arranged this meeting so quickly. He opens a briefcase he has with and shows the protagonist a crystal. The protagonist sees that it's a prophecy stone, and even so, Choi explains that's why he's also in a hurry, telling the protagonist to try to hold it in his hand. When the protagonist touches it, he's connected to the second bad ending of the Korean server and sees everything that's happened. That's Yoi Island. Then he sees a place being destroyed for some reason. He sees a tree growing from the ground, a gigantic tree that takes up part of the city. He wonders if this is the world tree, and the tree begins to destroy everything, making a terrible mess, killing several people who scream for help. Even with their scream, the tree shows no mercy, and several trunks grow from the inside out, killing people and using them as adobe. Seeing this apocalyptic scenario, the protagonist drops the stone, and the system reveals that this is the future that awaits them if the corrupted beings are not stopped. The corrupted beings will plant the seeds of the world tree in specific area and change the tree's property through human sacrifice. The protagonist is surprised by this from the corrupted being, and Choi says that the others only saw a part of future, but they must have seen the same thing, referring to what the protagonist just said, the destruction of the planet by means of the world. He speaks to Songwoo, saying that they must join forces, at least to prevent this ending from happening. The place where the tree's roots are located is Yaoi Island, and he says that in addition, there's a raid boss there, and they can confirm the veracity of these facts after Chapter 2 begins. Then the protagonist finally understands, as he's recruiting members to be part of the group that will invade the island. Choi confirms this, and they need many more people if they want to have the necessary strength for victory. The protagonist then thinks that this is a situation where he can't say no, because the whole world is at stake. He wonders if he should tell him about the future he saw through the other prophecy stone, but he thinks not to, because this is a different situation. The appearance of the Lich is a future that will be realized if he fails to acquire the Reaper's side, and when it's decided that completing the mission has become impossible, they will consider his death as the only way to cancel the mission. He thinks he should keep this about the Lich's secret for now, and the protagonist agrees that they should join forces. Then Choi, he thanks him, but Songwoo says he won't be part of his guild, stating it will only be a temporary partner. He has one condition: the items they obtain at the end of the raid will be distributed equally between them fairly. Choi looks at him strangely but agrees, saying they will contact each other again in 3 days. At that moment, Hanho appeared, bursting through the door, calling out to the protagonist and saying it's an emergency. A group of raiders is approaching the city, all on motorcycles, causing a terrible mess. Choi then says this is a good opportunity, as he and his men want to demonstrate their power to the protagonist. And then Choi starts calling the paladin team, and they all get ready for act. Meanwhile, the biker just stares at him, and Choi confirms with the protagonist if his class is Necromancer, saying that since knowing each other's classes will be very helpful in the future, he will tell him his own and say that his class is commander of the paladin. and she receives synergy by designating paladin, forming a group of knights. While the knight's leader is asking if that's the one dressed in armor, the guy denies it, saying it's the one behind him wearing a cloak and the woman carrying a sword. Hanho, hearing this description, says he was also involved, asking why they aren't talked about. They both realize it's because he had transformed. The leader of the group apologizes for the interruption, explaining that he was looking for those who killed his younger brother, who had gone on a business trip, and that he had no idea a city like this existed nearby. He questions how many gold coins he'll get if he kills everyone, as he was looking for the golden servant. But who would have thought he'd find a gold mine instead? Choi couldn't believe it, as he seemed like a villain straight out of a movie. Choi said he'd never encountered a criminal like that, even in his own prosecutor's office. He said that based on the man's behavior, he didn't seem like someone who had only killed one or two, and that they didn't need to show mercy. He then tells the paladin team that they will annihilate the enemy, and they all set off. Above, their leader tells them they're idiots, since the basic tact is to keep their distance and attack from afar, ordering them to finish them all off before they get close. Then, fireballs and ice spears fly towards Choi's men, but he raises his sword using the shield of faith, protecting himself against everything. They're surprised to find it's a protective membrane, and all the magical attacks are evaporated by it. The biker leader gets angry at that cheap trick, saying they're predators who devour monsters and players from an entire area, saying that they'll kill stupid soldiers. Then they say that clubs are the best weapons against those shields, so he brings his club down on one of those shields, but the paladin remains unharmed, complaining about what the hell is going on. Then the paladin starts messing with several of them, and several fall at once in front of that absurd. Then they realize their attacks aren't working on them, and so another member of the Yankee group arrives with a truck, saying that if they don't want to be crushed, they should get out of the way. But Choi simply prepares his sword pointing at that truck. Then the number 1 suck-up orders the paladin team to spread out, because the swordsman is going to use his ability, and he uses the cross spear, making a cross from where he is, and attacking directly towards that truck. And the protagonist is surprised that 2 trucks were blown up by a single ability, and in that everyone who is left is terrified. But the paladins still charge forward, while one of the guys questions what kind of synergy they are receiving. But while the paladin is after ripping his head off, a gigantic weapon flies onto the battlefield, knocking everyone up, and their leader orders everyone retreat. The axe is returned to his hand, just like Mjolnir, and he uses a spinning blast, saying that this is not a weapon that can be blocked with armor alone. The protagonist realizes that this weapon gives the user complete freedom in range and number of attacks and power, thinking that it wasn't even something an ordinary person could have. But then the swordsman steps forward, passing through all of them the companion, and he says that this toy looks fun, saying that he will deal with. Then Brodemod complains about him calling his axes toy, getting very angry, telling him to try to block what he called a toy, saying that this is the legendary level item called real. Then he attacks with everything, raising a huge cloud of dust around Choi. But in the middle of that, Choi questions so what if he has a legendary item, because he is driving his sword into those 2 axes, finishing them off, and after destroying both at once, the leader of those men becomes totally desperate because his reel is gone, and the second sycophant says that the boss gains a defensive power bonus based on the number of knights on his command. And this is probably the most powerful form of defense in the country, or even better, in the world. And the protagonist immediately thinks that it is very strong, and it is with a solid barrier, saying that he has never seen this level of defense. However, the 2 look at Hanhwa, who doesn't know why they are looking, and so Choi uses the knight's glow, illuminating the entire area above her friend, and that light makes everyone recover and return to the battle with full force, as they feel the strength flowing through their body. Then the girl says that this ability gives her teammates a buff healing equivalent to the amount of damage the commander defended against. So as long as the leader is standing, they are practically invincible. Choi then orders them to finish off all the remaining enemies, saying they will end this battle. The leader there is terrified. Meanwhile, back at Hanhwa's father, he's talking to the boy who saved everyone from the bus, asking if he really plans to just keep hiding. The boy questions why he's saying he's hiding, since they only evacuated to the basement for a while until the battle was over. He says that if they were monsters, things would be different, but few people have ever fought against other humans, and there are also the negative effects caused by the synergy, and they'll end up facing other people sooner or later, but they don't need to do that today. However, the father says he's not saying they'll go out crowd the place, but rather the battle power of the liberation. He questions if the boy isn't curious to see them crowd the place, and the boy ends up confessing. The father says that's what he's talking about, inviting the boy to watch, but he says he'll just take a look. The father says that's right, urging him to hurry. When they step outside, they question what's happening, as everyone is down, even right next to the protagonist. One of them, without knowing what happened, feels pain in his body, and the other asks if they were poisoned. Meanwhile, the leader of those scoundrels is laughing as if the magic was right in their faces, that he asked if they really thought the only weapon his body carried was the real, talking about the abyssal concentration, saying it was an item those guys sold him, but the effect is guaranteed, so he continues throwing that thing around, while Choi tries to hold his breath, and he realizes it's not just any poison, realizing that things are getting complicated because his objective in this fight to show the necromancer the power of his guild. of liberation, and he even has a way of dealing with it, but he feels regretful, saying that it would have been easier if they had simply. The protagonist, now deceased, claims that too much battle power has already been unnecessarily revealed. However, the protagonist appears right behind him, which Choi finds strange. The protagonist then says it was fun to see the Liberation Guild's power, but they will be dealing with the enemy from now on, as he believes they are a better opponent. The leader asks if he's crazy, and Choi has no idea how much that item cost to be talking such nonsense. The leader tells Choi to go and experience some of it himself, throwing the poison right under the protagonist's foot while he transforms. The protagonist agrees, saying it's exactly what he thought, and that this is the ideal opponent. He farms that absurd aura while completing the transformation, walking towards the boss. The protagonist says he was already starting to miss this abyssal concentration, and the effect is weaker than the York boss's ability, but it should be enough. He thinks about the Liberation Guild, saying he will show the swordsman of Yongdong the strength of. A necromancer is in battle, and the enemy boss wonders why the protagonist wasn't affected. His accomplice wonders if it's because the product was defective, but when he smells it, he simply collapses to the ground. The protagonist thinks that if he's going to do this, he needs to do it right, summoning the answer of death and activating it in an area, taking out the first person fell to the ground. Then the leader of those fools is shocked to see zombies there, and they remember him, noticing that he's the necromancer from the rumor. The protagonist summons even more, saying he'll show them his true power, and he uses the supreme command, bringing all his beasts up. They all start screaming as they are killed by the protagonist's creation. One of them calls his leader, saying it's not work and that they're all going to run away. They grab their motorcycle and prepare to flee, but the protagonist still destroys all the motorcycles as they escape. The boy on the bus says he has that thought every time he watches, but Songho's fights are truly incredible, and Hanho's father says it's a horrible scene, but he's trustworthy. Then the mother asks what the two are doing there, asking if the battle is over. They're both shocked by the fright they receive, but then the leader orders them to look to the side, seeing Hanho's family. He thinks they'll take them hostage, as that's the only way they'll get out of there alive, saying that if they resist, they must kill them, because they only need one of them alive. So the boy from the bus puts himself in front of Hanho's parents, telling them to run. But while he's preparing for Sue's fight, she appears in front of him, and everyone is excited to see a woman, ordering them to capture her too. But then one of them recognizes the woman, telling them to wait, and while Jisoo attacks them, practically barbecuing everyone, the leader notices she's a monster, and everyone tries to run away, but one of them is impaled from behind, and the protagonist appears and finishes everything off. And he says that as he thought, the last entry the thing was in this guy's hand, and he gets the 2 entrance tickets. Choi starts questioning what it is, and the protagonist says he doesn't know either, but he's going to activate the hidden scenario, which is automatically generated. The system tells him to prepare to enter, and when the protagonist says enter, he starts disappearing in front of everyone. Choi doesn't understand anything, and when he tries to touch the portal, the system says he doesn't have permission, and he's surprised that what he had in his hands allowed him to enter, a golden portal. He wonders where it took him. Meanwhile, a boy nearby takes a picture of the scene and says it's incredible because the necromancer is much stronger thought, but Choi tells him not to take a picture. The boy doesn't quite understand, and Choi says he should only take pictures when he's told to. I knew it was too good to be true. Something's wrong. Then he says he's aware of his efforts all this time, and their photographs will one day become the people's hope. But unfortunately, they still have bad people in control of their world, so they need to restrict some information, and the boy agrees to this, saying that he will only record what he asks for. Meanwhile, Chiso stands apprehensively in front of the portal, and Choi questions if perhaps she knows where her guru was taken. She says she has an idea, and so Choi asks where he is, saying that the girl can tell him. He uses his ability, War Hero Aura Rank Proficient, a passive ability that, while fully equipped, envelopes the body with an aura that incites the interest and respect of those around. The lower the target's level, the stronger the effect, and appropriate targets are below level 10. However, she questions whether she can really do this, saying she's not sure if it's the right decision. After all, she has no idea what kind of conversation he had with Seonji and Seek. He notices her doubts, realizing that the girl is quite cautious, and yet it doesn't seem like he'll be rejected, and he says that the two decided to work together, and that's why the situation surprised him, especially regarding what's happening to Seonji's body and how he should react. And Nizo Hanho almost starts to tell everything, but the girl covers his mouth, and Choi tells her to think about it carefully, asking if she's sure Seonji isn't in danger, asking if they plan to just sit and wait without doing anything, even though they're comrades, and the girl questions what he's talking about, saying that she doesn't have the detail and only knows that Seonji is in a hidden setting, and they didn't know this was going to happen now, but they're comrades, so she'll wait because she trusts him, and so he thanks her for telling him the truth, saying that they also trust Seonji, and Choi can't be asked her name, and Jisoo introduces herself, and he says he's amazed by what she did before, because at that moment she reacts calmly and precisely, given the situation, and the Liberation Guild is recruiting members to deal with the big problem that is coming, saying that players like her would be very useful, saying that they can focus their efforts and help her improve her skill. saying that if she wants to, she's very welcome, but the girl simply refuses, saying that she already belongs to a trusted group. So Hanho is dragged around, and the boy continues to fawn over him because of his charm. The other crazy guy next to Choi questions who the hell that woman is, because he thinks she meant that the swordsman isn't trustworthy, but the girl says it wasn't anything like that, and Choi agreed, saying that the people there aren't easy. I'm telling you, that guy's a scoundrel. That look doesn't fool me. Meanwhile, the protagonist is being kicked into another dimension. As he falls there, he wonders what this golden place is, and he enters a hidden scenario, the Valley of Gold. If he has an association, a reward will be granted, and if he fails, he will be injected back to his previous location, and if he dies, his body will be injected back previous location. But the protagonist keeps wondering if it's some kind of bonus scenario or something, asking what kind of thing this valley is, until he hears someone laugh and notices it's a goblin, and it is golden, and several others appear there, and he says that it's been a while since he's seen a reaction like that from a goblin, as if they were threatening, and so he calls for help, telling them to beat them up, just to warm up, and they'll find out who's going to hunt whom then. And outside, everyone is still gathered around that golden portal. The girl goes to talk to Choi, saying that all the injured team members have been healed, and that healing potions had no effect, but they managed to use the antidote. He questions this antidote, saying it seems more like a curse than poison, and it's strange to think they need to use the antidote to fight it, since that abyssal concentration applies a debuff called abyssal breath. He questions what this thing could be, and she says that from the name, he can only think of black magic, and she's never seen an item like that in the shop, one that applies such a strong curse to its victim. They must have obtained it from some special shop, or through other more obscure means. He thinks it's the only item obtained through obscure means, but he questions why, because something so powerful didn't work against Sang-woo. Meanwhile, Greta talks to Sung-min, but he starts to give shilling, saying his name is Sung-min-won, tells her not to call him, but she says that from what she could confirm, using the 3-star escort skill of her exclusive class, the gas did have an effect on, but unlike the other, he gained a buff instead of a debuff, and he says that it's possible there was an increase in his ability, but other reactions should have been triggered in his body as well, and besides vitality, the most surprising thing was the high speed and mana recovery. So he is surprised that the abyssal concentration that came from the dungeon event helped the protagonist, and the list of things he doesn't know only grows longer by the minute, and so Greta speaks to the swordsman, reminding him that he said before that the rewards they get from the boss raid would be split equally between him and the necromancer, and he says he couldn't say no, because if he hadn't accepted, Sanji-woo wouldn't have agreed to participate, and he complains if they saw him fight, because not having that battle force on the field would be a huge loss. She says she can leave the contract issued to him, since he has no experience in that area. She'll try to make the agreement more beneficial. He knows how important it is to have the raid rewards in his hand, and she tells him to always think about the 30,000 people his guild is responsible for. He gets a little apprehensive while stalling. I saw that she's desperate, saying that now she's showing her true color. Then Choi tells her to do as she pleases, hinting that she should be careful not to make Sang-woo turn his back. She says she'll naturally do that, because she doesn't want to end up being called a bad employee, but Choi asks about the prophecy stone, asking what she thinks of it. Then Minhoi asks if that isn't the item that tells her the prophecies about the mission and the end of the world, and she thinks for a moment, saying that at first she had doubts about it, but after touching it she could feel the horror, and Choi thinks that without a doubt it is horror, and that this is a common reaction for people who touch the prophecy stone for the first time. But he questions why Sang-woo act as if all this was normal, and he thinks he might be being too sensitive, but he asks her to please find out if Sang-woo has had contact with other prophecy stone before. The worst part is that the guy is right, isn't he? The worst part is that he's right. The worst part is that the guy's instinct is really pointing in the right direction. Meanwhile, inside the golden world, the protagonist relentlessly kills monsters using everything he can, even using exploding corpses to his advantage. The monsters begin to swarm, and he explains that first there were golden goblins, and now golden. Thus, the enslaved dead, under his authority, are reborn. The protagonist adds that those enslaved are also golden and strong, but this has become pointless. He wonders if it was always so convenient, as he doesn't need to think about anything. It's all very simple. Just kill, kill, kill. There's nothing to worry about, and he doesn't need to worry about other people watching his companion. He becomes increasingly absorbed in this sense of power, and he says that the necromancer alone becomes a one-man army. In truth, all of this is convenient because there's no one else around. He begins to think that having companions nearby might be bad, but then he remembers his friends looking back, hearing their voices. He hears even the voices of the skull, and thinks to himself that despite this, he feels a little lonely. After a while, advancing a little further, the protagonist goes with everyone to a corner. He notices that there's a chest on both the right and left, and they're on different paths. Because the one on the left is large, it must be more dangerous to get to, and the more dangerous, the greater the reward. So he quickly turns to the most dangerous spot, and the monsters go ahead. With that giant chest, the protagonist is surprised, because nothing happened even after arriving there, ordering everyone to attack. But then that chest transformed. and turns into a mimic monster, revealing its identity. And that thing looks directly into the protagonist's eye, and he's surprised by those gigantic teeth because the force of such a bite is colossal, but the total strength on his side is greater. And he also knows well what his weaknesses are because he has no arms or leg, and his mobility is low compared to theirs. And between the sword and the cross, the steel men and the wolves will defend him, and the rest will attack him until he dies. And he thinks that no matter the strength, no one could face a Grobo alone. But then the monster starts to speak, and the protagonist identifies with the syllable coming from the monster's mouth. And so it orders its rotten food remains to leave, throwing everyone away, throwing the summons on top of the protagonist. And he is also attacked, receiving a huge amount of damage. And while he starts to spit blood, the monster notices the smell of fresh blood, saying that it's prey, fresh food, trying to go after the protagonist. And this encounter of Nisha flanks, he tries to help the boy, and the protagonist begins to think he made a mistake, because for a moment he thought his attack area would be small, even though he's a boss, since he has no limb. He questions when his judgment skills became so bad, and when he became so arrogant, wondering if it's because of the awakening effects caused by the abyss buff, or because the situation was going beyond his expectation. He remembers that his servants didn't question his command, and even the most reliable one among them was just following his wishes. He remembers Hanru and Jisu, noticing that he was very arrogant, thinking he didn't need companions nearby, and he needs to correct his attitude. If he manages to return alive, he will dedicate more attention. Then the monster gets close enough, but can't bite the protagonist because all his summons act on their own, grabbing each other, holding on to chest. So he thinks he first has to kill it by plunging his sword into it. He also activates the death response, and so he orders the zombies to enter him, and then the chest starts screaming, saying it's spoiled food, and the protagonist pulls out his sword. Then he orders everyone else to pile up on top of the chest, apologizing and saying it was worth it for everyone in this battle, using the corpse explosion inside the chest. That corpse explosion is absurd, destroying almost the entire area. Then the protagonist looks with wide eyes to see what happened, and the system says that 200 points were acquired by defeating the mimic boss of the event, and the total accumulate is 1004. He wonders what the hell this is, and then he successfully finishes the last stage, ranking up more, and 350 points are acquired, reaching 1430. He says that the carcass is still standing firm. Even after an explosion like that, it would have been impossible to kill him if he hadn't attacked from the inside from the beginning, and he thinks that must be why he couldn't heal while he was attacking properly, and he needs to be more careful since you can't steal human vitality without causing damage, and he thinks that making a mistake once is more than enough, and he shouldn't think that death would be the same in game. All because of the level system, and Byth World is turning into something like a game, and he says he only has one life, and no matter what happens, he will survive until the end, and that's what he does best after all. He says he has survived, even after abandoning family. Then he finally enters the rewards, and he's surprised to find that the classroom is the rewards. There's a locker with a padlock, and it says that the equipment upgrade stone, rank C, is worth 200 points, the power upgrade amp, rank C, is worth 400 points, the vitality upgrade amp, rank C, is worth 400 points, and the experience card, rank C, is worth 300 points, the panacea is worth 500, and the oath scroll is also worth 500 points. He notices that you can't find these kinds of things in regular shop, and they are items that increase skills and experience, but he questions what an oath scroll is, saying that it doesn't make sense. The protagonist has a basic idea, and the system shows the characteristics of that item, making it possible to make an oath with another player. Each oath represents a condition, and if the agreement is broken, the person who made it will die. The protagonist thinks something like this could be useful in the future, but he doesn't have enough points to get one of each item. So he obtains the Equipment Enhancement Stone, rank C, the Power Enhancement Stone, rank C, the Experience Card, rank C, and the Oath Scroll. The protagonist says he made the right decision, and he levels up to level 13. All his attributes increase, and he receives a special reward for completing the hidden stage, 150,000 gold coin. He's overjoyed at leveling up and getting a tribute boost, noting it's the biggest reward he received. For the Experience Card, he chooses to add 3 points to agility, because if he were a little faster, he would have dodged the previous attack. After using it, the system he says he'll be sent out of the hidden stage 15 seconds, and he says he got everything he wanted, saying he's going back to where his companions are. When he finally gets out, Choi says he was surprised when he disappeared out of nowhere, but having his cooperation in the raid made his trip worthwhile. The protagonist says that was unexpected for him too, and he ended up wasting his time waiting. But Choi says no, saying that the moments there were precious, and this is a gift they brought, and hopes he doesn't mind, because they couldn't come there empty. He says there's one more thing, asking if it's okay for them to post their partner photo in the community. The protagonist questions these photos, asking if it's possible to do something like, and Jesus doesn't seem to know about. Then he says that the person's class is photography, and he has an item, a skill that allows him to post photos on the platform, asking if the protagonist doesn't think they need to show everyone something that can give them hope. It's a somewhat embarrassing title, but they are called heroes after all, and the protagonist thinks that this could end up making them targets for crazy and unruly guys out, but it's also a fact that it can help him maintain his public image, and the protagonist says that's clear, saying that he has no objections to. Then, as they leave, Hanho talks to the protagonist, noticing that it's all potions, saying that the swordsman is indeed a nice guy, but the protagonist tells the boy not to let his guard down yet. Jiju speaks with Xiong'o, saying that with the quest the raid is over, there's only one thing they need to take care of now, and the protagonist agrees, getting stronger. They go hunting and prepare for the raid, and sometime later they continue hunting monster after monster. In the middle of the city, a box attracts as many goblins as orcs, and the two rush towards it trying to grab it. But the first one that falls on the box is blown up by the protagonist's magic, and he says that makes 50. At that point, Jesus questions if it's okay to hunt like that, since she could have used her flaming sword now, and they're already like the Knights of the Zodiac. Hanho says he likes it because he should use that kind of item more often. That's the Stinky Wolf's dinner, and it was produced by a player. In its management, it causes vomiting and attracts nearby monsters. He basically got the incense from Pokemon Go. He's going to drop it on the ground, wait for the creature to come, and simply blow everyone up. So the protagonist tells him to get it away from him, along with Jesus, and she says that it really stinks even inside the sealed pack, but the boy says that his mother made it. However, the protagonist says that it's a perfect object to be used as a weapon, but keeping it open is a bit complicated. Then Jesus asks if it was a dinner that went wrong, saying that they also discovered that they can increase their levels in another way, besides defeating monsters. The protagonist remembers that his father was also able to install a checkpoint that gives a buff to the safe zone, and Hanho remembered that it was a skill called the Korean root. The protagonist says that thanks to this, the city has become much safer. However, when he looks back, another group comes on a motorbike approaching him, and Luro tells the protagonist that they have new information, but they call the protagonist boss. If Hanho finds this strange, then he says that they found a shop near Hanyang, but everything there was destroyed as well, and he has no idea who the hell is doing. The protagonist thinks that this is a serious problem, as it will greatly impact the current situation regarding the use of gold. It's directly connected to the strength in battle. Moreover, mining it would be very complicated, and they have an increasing need for it while they hunt. For now, activities like agriculture are something they have no capacity to invest in. The protagonist says that if he finds a store, he should contact Kyung-so, saying that if they aren't protected by sending guard, the survivors will be in danger. The boy agrees, but the protagonist asks why they are standing so far away. The boy is a little embarrassed to say that, and reminds the protagonist that he hit Eugene that time, and says that there's a rumor circulating among the girls about a guy from Zod. And then, Hanho tells the protagonist that in the community he's seen as a hero, but there he's at rock bottom. The protagonist only believes in the community for now, and as they leave, the protagonist questions whether they should continue talking to Jae-soo. She senses the pressure of a bloodthirsty monster nearby, and says they're not alone, drawing her weapon. Then the werewolf appears, but it's not alone. Several others arrive to try and corner them. Everyone is surprised as the protagonist's summon try to stop those creatures. He draws his crossbow to kill those who succeed, but one of them orders the protagonist to don't shoot, and so the protagonist is surprised that Lobby some of them can speak. So both Jae-soo and Doriton charge at that thing, while they realize that their actions don't match their request, and Hanho says they're going to kill him while being grabbed by one of those things, and the protagonist becomes desperate, but the werewolves only grab that smelly box that was on the boy's back, tearing the cloth and starting to eat it, and they find it delicious, but one of them tries to focus, saying that there's no time for this, so they look around seeing that they are completely surrounded, and the protagonist says that he told him not to shoot, telling him to explain clearly why he shouldn't, and then one of the werewolves asks his boss what they are going to do now, and he tells the other to calm down, because even surrounded they can still fight, and the protagonist complained in this scene that he can face them, even after everything he's been through. Then the wolf charges at them, saying that he will force his way through, telling them to flee as soon as possible, and the protagonist notices that he is aiming at the orc barrier. Weak, ordering the enclosure to close, he quickly shoots 2 arrows into the creature's back, slowing it down, but it continues to deal with the bones calmly, ordering everyone to run, and so the other wolves apologize, saying they will always remember him. But finally he falls to the ground, and the protagonist says that they have a great companion because he would also be thrilled if they hadn't attacked first. But the wolf says it's all the fault of the food they brought, and if it weren't for that, they wouldn't have gone crazy and attacked them in the first place. But the protagonist questions, asking how they managed to regain consciousness. Then the wolf says it was a mission. He received the man while he was in a frenzy and being controlled. He could barely read the detail, but ended up accepting by instinct, and the protagonist questions what was in it, and he says it was simple, ordering them to hunt human, and if they ate 10 of them they would regain their consciousness. And Hanko reveals that he thought the beasts attacked purely by instinct, but Jesus notices that there really was the protagonist asks the reason behind that, and if there are others like. The wolf replies that of course, as there are many other humans who ended up turning into beasts because they hesitate until they got it right too quick. However, the protagonist says he's not asking about. What he wants to know is if there are more of them in the area. The wolf remains silent, and the protagonist takes that as a yes, asking if they were the ones they attacked, destroying the shop and summoning other beasts. But they say they didn't do do any of that. They tried to avoid humans as much as possible, and after becoming conscious, all they did was try to survive. But not everyone thinks that way, and there's a pack that infrequently hates humans and attacks players. They're trying to weaken or destroy the shops. Jesus asks if he's talking about half the population of the Beast Union, but he doesn't believe her, saying there are humans too and some mad scientists. In fact, those guys started it all, and the beasts joined later. They're cooperating to manufacture dangerous items together. The protagonist then remembers the merchants who brought the transformation vial, so he asks if he's telling all that. Jesus says to distract him while he waits for his companions to get reinforcements, but he says they won't return because he told them to flee and never look back. If something like that happened, then he would ask. The protagonist wonders if he thinks he'll spare his life or something, but the monster says he doesn't think so, and in fact, he's been waiting for this moment. The protagonist doesn't quite understand, so he says that when they had the opportunity to choose a class, froze and did nothing, overwhelmed by doubt, fear. The stupidest part was that he didn't let his family choose either, but his son was smart and secretly chose a class. He was obsessed with game, and that must have been why. The monster questions who he thinks was the first human he ate, saying that he's only alive today because he doesn't have the courage to end it all with his own. The protagonist says he can't let him live, hoping that's why he didn't fit in. The monster says he won't blame him, and although it's a little unfair, he made certain choices to survive, but in the end, it was all in vain. The protagonist says he hopes he'll do things different, wishing him good luck and truly ending his suffering. Anarhad is feeling bad. Now, seeing them reasoning and protecting each other is different, but the protagonist says they can't hesitate because the moment they lower their guard, they'll be in danger, and the marauders they killed must also have their own family. So Anarhad thinks he's right, and for now they'll go after those who escape. Then Jesus asks if they'll gain anything by finding, because from the way they spoke, they must be children. The protagonist says he doesn't have any concrete plan yet. He's just gathering information about the beast's territory, the number of packs, and the general situation. He questions the cursed system about how much longer it plans to keep pushing humans towards the precipice, and soon the population will revolt when it discovers that the beasts are regaining their conscience. And despite people editing these creatures, there will always be those who sympathize, feel compassion. The problem is that no matter how much he tries to deny it, the beasts are monsters chosen by the system, and the fact that they can't suppress their impulses by taking the bait, and the fact that they received a mission from the system, kill human, all proves that they are monsters. Finally, there's a good chance they are evolving by hunting player, and it's a shame, but they can't coexist. So sometime later, the protagonist is walking down an avenue with everyone, and Angwar asks where those wolves might have gone. Angwar says that the hideout must be nearby, since they sense the food it came to. Then something appears in front of them, and they quickly hide. At that moment, those wolves are caught in a web and start screaming. Then those kobolds are happy to see a dog, saying they're going to make a sausage, but one of them orders them not to touch them, as they are going to give them as a gift to the queen. So they begin to wound the wolf, and they notice that their bodies cannot move. While they are taking them all with, the protagonist and his group are talking, realizing that the small kobolds are hunting the wolf. The protagonist says that even though they put poison on the tips of those spears to restrain the wolf, he can't imagine how they manage a trap, but he thinks that doesn't matter now, telling them to look ahead, as it's the symbol of a shop and a dungeon as well. Then he asks if this subway station is some kind of dungeon with shop, and Angwar says it is thanks to the shop's dungeon, which also appears to be intact, and thus the protagonist prepares to descend into the underground, stating that this place is necessary for their survival. They enter the large-scale Boldor dungeon of the Tarantula Queen, and the system warns them to be careful, as this is a cannibal dungeon that has already claimed the live 124 players. The reward for conquering the dungeon has been increased by 50%. Angwar is desperate because he didn't bring his goblin, thinking they would only hunt using bait. However, the protagonist tells them to be careful, as the environment seems designed to give the monsters an advantage. They walk a little further and see people hanging upside down from a web, begging for help. Gesso quickly rushes to her, but the protagonist yells at her, but it's too late, and she begins to free everyone. However, the Tarantula Queen appears, killing the first. The protagonist yells for them to get away, and one of them questions what this is, but the protagonist simply uses the corpse explosion to blow everything. Angwar notices. The protagonist, Jishu, discovers that these are spiders and asks how they laid their eggs on living humans. He simply tells them to watch the ceiling as well, since they don't know where the spiders will emerge. Several kobolds arrive, claiming to have heard an explosion, and notice the karma, a type of spider. Jishu is surprised by the sheer number of spiders, and the protagonist questions whether they have a symbiotic relation with the kobold. They then begin killing indiscriminately, and Angwar finally makes his first kill by transforming. He says that it doesn't matter to him, even if the monsters come, because they will give these insects a taste of despair. The protagonist, being overly psychopathic, Angwar then becomes uncontrollable, like the Hulk, killing everything in his path, saying that these creatures are like insects, and that they die just by stepping on. The kobolds themselves call him a a monster, and they remind him that this spider is indeed an insect. He then begins to find it as easy as stealing a child, and orders them not to stop attack. Then he questions them about attack strategy, plans, or anything else, saying that it's all very simple. All he needs to do is kill, and there's nothing to worry about. And he says that he doesn't need anyone's help to face goblins and kobolds, and in fact it's better to fight alone. And he thinks that there is no one else like a priest or a thief. So all those kobolds are terrified, ordering them to restrain him. Then he really begins to be restrained, and the protagonist realizes that they are using spider web, noting that this is what they use to trap the werewolf. And Angwar asks if they really think that threads as thin as these can restrain a body like his, simply bursting everything. Only at the base of the area do the monsters desperately try to capture him again. But Angwar continues calling them stupid creatures, saying it will be useless no matter how many webs they throw at. However, he ends up trapped in a huge ball of web, and one of them thinks they've succeeded. He then starts asking the protagonist for help, and Angwar resorts to his corpse explosion, killing many of them. The protagonist says he got too proud and ended up getting into trouble, and Angwar says he acted like an idiot, begging for forgiveness. Yezu says that was too dangerous. But the monsters keep gathering, and she begins. It's noticeable that what seems to be happening is endless, and the protagonist's death response is active. He says he'll end this quick, and the undead attack, also using the corpse explosion, allowing him to gain all the points from those things, finish them off easily. She says these were the last monsters in the train station, and Angwar says they've already defeated those hiding in the underground tunnel, so everything's alright. It seems they've found the tunnel leading to the next station, asking where he thinks the boss room. When the protagonist looks up, he asks if this station wasn't connected to the department store, as this dungeon must be linked to two locations. They'll follow one of the paths to see what happens. As they walk, everything is destroyed, and the protagonist wonders if that's the boss room. The system then says he's in danger because he's reached the boss room of the cannibal dungeon that killed 124 people, asking if they really want to continue. Then Angwar. The text says that with that message, the boss must be very difficult to kill, and Yezu speaks with his Angwar, asking what they are going to do. The protagonist simply tells them to move forward, as they will soon have to face a much more complicated raid than this one, so it's best they start training now. They already knew what the protagonist would say when, upon entering the place, a single monster awaits them inside, the kobold shaman. He welcomes all the players who have arrived, and the protagonist becomes apprehensive, as he thought they were going to face the Spider Queen. Angwar speaks of that guy, saying he speaks so clearly, unlike the other kobold, and then he starts laughing, saying that he's different from those idiots, explaining that everything is thanks to human brain, and that he only needed to digest 20 human brains for them. The protagonist notices that he learned to speak by eating only brain, because he knew the system, making it so that the monsters can only evolve by killing, and then he says there's no turning back. Now that they've arrived, saying that they will be the 3 new people he will consume, everything around the protagonist begins to tremble, and the giant venomous arachnid queen boss appears above. They are surprised that they will have to fight those 2 bosses, and with that, the kobold fuses, jumping on top of, all covered in web, and tying himself to the spider, asking what they think of this, questioning if it isn't insane. He uses the weakening of spirits, but the death response is activated in an area in response to and the protagonist says that he will use his zombie, and after the explosion of corpses, as he always does, then finish with his skeleton. But at that point, the kobold doesn't give him a chance to do anything, using the steel webs of the Spider Queen, and all of the protagonist's zombies begin to be engulfed, and the spider continues using all its webs to trap, distancing them from each other, and even his summons are caught. Then the kobold asks the protagonist if he planned to use those things to cause explosion, saying that he knows everything after sending those. The protagonist realizes he's in a very bad situation, saying that it seems he hasn't just learned to speak, but his intelligence has risen to the level of human. Hanho then says that they will first kill the kobold by trying to attack, but when he throws his dagger, the monster stops them very calmly. And he says that the queen is the body, he is the head, and she will protect him until the end, and together they are invincible, and he keeps shooting webs everywhere, ordering them to become his experience points so he can continue evolving. However, Jisoo passes through the middle of them all, using her katana, and setting fire to all those webs. The shaman doesn't understand anything, and the girl questions their invincibility, saying that apparently they burn the same way as other spiders. She keeps shooting fire everywhere, surprising the shaman, until he hears a water blast, a magical water blast on the girl's sword. She continues shooting water, as if it were an escort versus Charizard, and tells him that fire isn't her weakness. Then the protagonist orders the skeletons to work together to stop her advance. Meanwhile, the Ranro asks him what they will do, and the protagonist says he wants her to cooperate with Jisoo because he has a plan. While he puts that plan into action, the shaman tries to destroy. Everyone says they're going to take their brains after they finish cleaning up this mess, but the protagonist questions what he's going to do, saying that won't be possible. Then his power allows him to bring the dead to his horde, and he brings more and more summons to the battlefield, saying that they can't waste any. His power then allows him to bring all the dead to his horde, and he ends up creating a completely absurd army, saying that his nest is perfect for his cause. That's it, it's over. The beast has a wolf, the beast has kaboho, the creature has goblins, the creature has orcs, and now it's going to have spiders too. I want to see where it ends up. And if you want more, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll definitely bring it to you in the next video. See you there. Bye.